Chapter 51 Lin Hai and Luffy and others just arrived at the coast, and saw a group of Navy officers shooting at the Mary with guns. When Lin Hai was about to take action, a huge wind suddenly blew up. Lin Hai looked speechlessly in the direction of Darag, which was really unnecessary. After a gust of wind, the Navy's formation was all disrupted, and the artillery was also destroyed by the wind. Who would dare to believe this? Room. Lin Hai was on the boat, and saw Nami rushing up, and Lin Hai naturally accepted it with pleasure. Sanji was sour and angry. Lin Hai, you bastard, let go of Miss Nami. Zoro said speechlessly, you bastards, pay attention, we are not out of danger yet. Everyone realized that it was still raining heavily. It was unknown how long it had been, but the Golden Mary had sailed out of the waters of Rogue Town, but the dark clouds in the sky had not dispersed, and the rain was still falling. At this time, Lin Hai, Luffy, and Zoro were standing at the bow. Looking at the turbulent sea level, the waves of sea water seemed to be able to submerge the Mary. Lin Hai sighed, this rainstorm seems to have lasted for a long time, right? Zoro nodded and said, it has been a long time. Luffy asked, will we be submerged by these waves? The three of them had not noticed that Nami's head behind them was already raging with anger. Doin X3. Nami was furious, you three are idle, right? Do you know that we are almost busy? At the right time, Usopp said in horror, Nami, the ship is going to hit the mountain, think of a way. Nami ordered, Sanji, steer the ship quickly, turn left 60 degrees. Sanji replied, no, Miss Nami, the current is too fast, there is no way to turn. At this time, Lin Hai said, it's my turn. Zoro asked in confusion, what are you going to do? Lin Hai replied, cut it off. Nami grabbed Lin Hai's head and pointed at the mountain, saying in disbelief, look at it clearly how to cut it. Lin Hai said speechlessly, let me go quickly, or it will be too late. At this moment, Lin Hai got into position, stretched out one hand, and put his index finger and middle finger upright in front of his chest and level with his chin. A small space vortex appeared on the left side of Lin Hai, and a sword slowly emerged from the space vortex. The Gao Feng that came out in this way became a double-edged sword, no longer a single-edged sword in normal state. Lin Hai held the hilt and roared, space slash, a sword to split the mountain. Clang! Suddenly, a white light flashed like a lightning, and the sea in front of the melee was split into two by Lin Hai's sword. A huge crack appeared in front of me, accompanied by the sound of huge waves. This time, Lin Hai learned his lesson. He would not do the same as last time, simply chopping from bottom to top, causing the chopped part in the middle to become a space area, so that the sea water on both sides poured in and formed a whirlpool. At this time, Lin Hai chopped along the Mary to the right of the mountain at a direction of 30 degrees. In this way, the ship was taken out by the huge waves on the right. Because Lin Hai suddenly found that if the mountain was split, the bottom of the ship would still hit the reef. Although the danger of hitting the mountain was avoided, the bottom of the ship would be finished. Everyone was shocked by Lin Hai's operation. Lin Hai hurriedly reminded, Nami, quickly command, don't be stupid, you should know what to do now, right? Nami reacted and hurriedly ordered, Zoro, put down the sail first. Luffy, pay attention to the waves on the left, and report immediately if there is any situation. Usopp, Sanji, turn right 60 degrees. Lin Hai, the front is up to you. The Mary passed by the side of the mountain and almost hit it. After some efforts, finally escaped the danger of hitting the mountain. At this time, the rainstorm stopped, the sky cleared, and everyone lay on the deck and gasped. The power of nature is really amazing. After a long pause, Lin Hai smiled in the direction of Nami and said, not bad, Nami, your navigation skills are worthy of being the best in the world. You are really a genius among geniuses. Among the navigators, even the navigators on the Pirate King's ship can't compare to you. Zoro said speechlessly, hey, you are bragging too much, right? Sanji said with peach hearts in his eyes, Ms. Nami, I love you so much. Usopp sighed, Nami, you are really amazing. Ha ha ha. Luffy stood up and patted Nami's shoulder and laughed, Nami, you. Nami punched Luffy and knocked him away, then said shyly, actually, I'm not as good as you say, but I accept your praise, hee. Tisk, shameless. Zoro couldn't help muttering. Nami looked at Zoro dangerously and asked curiously, Zoro, what did you say? Zoro quickly changed the subject and said, Lin Hai, didn't you say last time that you would faint when you performed that move? Why didn't you faint this time? Yes. Everyone looked at Lin Hai in confusion. Lin Hai spread his hands and explained, genius is like this. I think for a genius, you shouldn't ask anything he does, because it can't be explained. Tell me, how can I explain this? This guy, as always, deserves a beating. I regret asking him questions. By the way, you don't know that Lin Hai's bounty has become 300 million, right? 300 million. Usopp stepped forward in surprise and asked, what's going on? Lin Hai, how come your bounty has become so exaggerated? Nami exclaimed, 300 million? What on earth did Lin Hai do to get such a high bounty? Lin Hai had no choice but to continue lying in order to improve his beacon, repeating the same trick he used to fool Smoka. Usopp exclaimed, Lin Hai, you are really amazing. Nami echoed, so, Lin Hai, you are also an orphan. Lin Hai looked at Nami a little unnaturally, forget it, this beacon, I have to pretend even if I cry. So, Lin Hai took out a guitar from the system. Luffy's eyes lit up and said, Lin Hai, you are a musician. Sanji took a puff of cigarette and spat secretly, he's just pretending, he won't play it. Zoro said with a smile, you are jealous of him, right? Sanji said angrily, who is jealous of him? Believe it or not, I will kick you to death, you bastard. Zoro said, come on, if you dare, I will chop you first. Nami slapped her forehead and said speechlessly, I say, can you two stop fighting all the time? Hi. Sanji quickly flattered, I listen to you, Miss Nami. At this time, Lin Hai had already started playing, and everyone quieted down, looking at Lin Hai, wondering what kind of music he would play. Chapter 52, Being Slapped in the Face Again. Lin Hai held the guitar and plucked it a few times, and suddenly felt embarrassed. He, Lin Hai, didn't know how to play, and he didn't have enough Fengsao coins to buy the skill of playing the guitar. Even so, he, Lin Hai, didn't understand the music score. So, Lin Hai could only pretend to play a few times, and then chanted, the autumn wind blows again, yesterday's dream. Flowers bloom and fall, looking back is empty. The sea of thoughts is heavy, when will it be exhausted? Many years later, it's in a hurry. Luffy asked in confusion, Lin Hai, what are you talking about? Usopp shook his head in confusion. He nodded his head to show that he didn't understand. Zoro added, Lin Hai, you can't play the guitar, right? What is tolerable? Is it that easy to pretend? He, Lin Hai, racked his brains and made up a few words that just happened to fit the situation, but he was ridiculed by these guys. Lin Hai said angrily, what do you illiterate people know? Sanji turned his head to look at Zoro and asked, is he angry? Pucci. Ha ha ha, Lin Hai, you are so interesting. What a fool, hee hee. So, Lin Hai became autistic again, forget it, and continued to squat in the corner and continued to draw circles. After the merry sailed for a while, Lin Hai remembered that he had won a lot of rewards in Rogue Town, and quickly called up the system panel. Flirtatious system. Host, Lin Hai. Physique, Level 7, Top Level 10. Observation Haki, Level 2. Armament Haki, Level 2. Overlord Haki, Level 2, with the ability to freely control the target of shock. Skill 1. 1. Establish a space field. 2. 1 Sword Style. 3. Space Slash, high-level use of the space fruit, depending on physical strength. Skill 2. 9 Sorts of Dugu, reference. System Store, opened. Flirtatious Coins, 250. Browsing the system panel, Lin Hai was originally in a good mood, but when he saw the flirtatious coins, he suddenly felt depressed. Lin Hai, flirtatious system, you have poison, right? Flirtatious system, the host needs poison, which can be purchased at the system store. Does the host need to open the system store? Lin Hai said unhappily, no need. Soon, Nami gathered everyone. She spread a nautical chart from Buggy on the table, pointed to a place on the map and said, everyone, the entrance to the Grand Line is a mountain. Sanji said confusedly, how is this possible? Usopp nodded and said, if the entrance is a mountain, how do you get in? Do you just bump into it? Luffy smiled and said, just rush over. Nami slapped her forehead and replied, that's what it says on the map. Zoro asked, Nami, this map was taken from Buggy, Could it be fake? Lin Hai despised. He looked at everyone with a sneer and said sarcastically, "A bunch of illiterates, didn't you notice the contour lines on the map?" Contour lines? What are those? Yet? I don't know what's going on. Oh, I know, it's the incredible contour lines. Luffy was kicked away by Nami, and Nami asked, "Lin Hai, do you know how to get there?" Lin Hai raised his eyebrows at the others, and then said, "This map actually shows the three-dimensional space in a two-dimensional way. No, these data are the evidence. Fortunately, I was forced to learn it by my geography teacher in high school." Seeing that everyone except Nami was confused, Lin Hai had to say to Nami, "Nami, look at this cross-red soil continent, there should be a special current flowing from the sea to the mountain, bringing the ship up. After that, the ship will flow along the current to the other side of the red soil continent." Nami clapped her hands and exclaimed, "So that's it, it's incredible nature, thank you, Mua." Seeing this scene, Sanji knelt directly on the deck and kept patting the deck. "Why not me, why not me?" Luffy looked at Lin Hai with shining eyes. "Lin Hai, you can do this, you. Bang dang." Luffy was patted away by Lin Hai. Lin Hai raised his eyebrows at Zoro proudly. "Tisk." Zoro glanced at one place and muttered, "What's so great? I won't write the Millennium Dragon plot, it's long and boring." Finally, the Golden Mary is almost at the red soil continent. The sky, which was cloudless just now, suddenly became cloudy and rainy. Nami, who was about to ask everyone to work hard, suddenly found that Lin Hai was about to draw his sword again, and couldn't help but ask, "Lin Hai, what are you doing? Are there any enemies?" Lin Hai turned his head and said slowly, "I am very unhappy to see so many dark clouds in the sky, I want to chop them." Zoro smiled with interest, "Can you do this?" Luffy's eyes lit up and said, "Really? Even the dark clouds can be split?" Usopp exclaimed, "Don't talk nonsense, how can this be done?" At this time, Lin Hai had slowly drawn his sword. Doin X3. Nami, who could no longer bear it, directly knocked down Lin Hai, Luffy and Zoro with one punch each. Nami said angrily, "Ah, really, everyone is like this, do you know what's going on now? Do you see that lighthouse? Hurry up and put up the sails, we are about to enter the Grand Line." Boom boom. A white light flashed across the sky, and a bolt of lightning directly electrocuted Lin Hai, who had just stood up. "Who told him to point a knife at the sky?" Nami turned her head mechanically and asked weakly, "Lin Hai? Are you okay?" Lin Hai felt so strange, a level 7 physique was struck by lightning and was fine? If it was on Blue Star, he would not dare to think about it. Lin Hai quickly raised his knife hand, and then unzipped his crotch. Fortunately, he was fine, fortunately, he was fine. Everyone on the side immediately understood Lin Hai's intention, and all their faces turned black. At this time, Luffy took out a bucket and placed it in the middle of the deck, and then said, "Everyone, we are about to enter the Grand Line, let's talk about our dreams." After that, Luffy put his heel on the bucket, "I want to be the Pirate King." Lin Hai, "I want to be the most coquettish Brother Lang." Brother Lang? Based on Lin Hai's previous behavior, everyone understood. Zoro, the world's #1 swordsman. Sanji, all the blues. Nami, "I want to draw a world map." Usopp hesitated for a while before saying, "I want to be a brave sea warrior." Grand Line, here we come. Under this rainy sky, no one could have imagined that the future world would become colorful because of these young people who were just starting out. Especially the man who was going to be so sexy. Chapter 53, Driving into the Belly of a Whale. "Hurry up and pull down the sails, we are going to follow the current into the entrance," Nami hurriedly ordered. Usopp looked ahead in horror and said, "Isn't the entrance door too small? The ship will hit it. Think of a solution." Sanji said angrily, "Lin Hai, Luffy and Zoro, you three bastards, the ship is about to hit, and you are still drinking tea." Lin Hai looked at Sanji with contempt, "What are you yelling about? Fuck. Room." Lin Hai quickly used his ability to change the position of the ship's sailing to avoid the danger of collision. The door flew past everyone's peripheral vision. After recovering, Sanji grabbed Lin Hai's collar and yelled, "You bastard, do it sooner, you scared me to death just now, you know that." Zoro praised, "Lin Hai, your ability is really useful." Lin Hai smiled, "That's right, geniuses have things that are so cool." Luffy pouted, "What's so great about it, my rubber can be bigger or smaller, and can be stretched. Lin Hai said angrily, shut up, stinky rubber. Do I have to be a pile of rubber like you to be cool? Luffy said, the rubber fruit is the coolest. Lin Hai, cool shit, rubbish rubber. Luffy, what did you say? Doan X2 Nami was helpless. I said, can you stop making trouble, the danger is not over yet. Be serious. It came quickly and went quickly. Luffy and Lin Hai soon stood shoulder to shoulder to admire the waves that were quickly thrown behind them. Because the boat was sailing upward, everyone felt overweight, a feeling they had never experienced before. Wow, what a beautiful view. Do you feel your body is different? Hey, I have motion sickness pills. Who wants one? 1 million Baileys per pill. Damn Lin Hai, you think we are pigs? Just when everyone was experiencing the feeling of flying, the boat suddenly flew up by inertia. It turned out that it had reached the top of the shipway. Ah! What happened? The boat seems to be flying. Ah, what should I do? What should I do? I'm going to die. The boat is destroyed and everyone is dead. Luffy, Lin Hai, you guys should think of a solution quickly. If this goes on. Lin Hai said speechlessly, hold on to the handrails. This is normal. Damn. Ah. Woo, this is an incredible current. It's so interesting. It's not interesting at all. Hold on to the handrails. Don't get thrown out. Because the boat fell from a high altitude, everyone hadn't reacted yet. From the overweight state just now, they felt the weightlessness at this time. It was like a horror car in an amusement park. It was so exciting that it made people shout for their mothers. After the boat stabilized and drifted downstream, Lin Hai's observation color clearly felt that there was a big thing at the lower end of the ship channel. It should be the legendary lab. Whatever it is, if it dares to block the boat, it will be chopped off. Zoro saw Lin Hai making a fighting posture in front of the ship and couldn't help asking, Lin Hai, what are you doing? Are there any enemies? Yes. Lin Hai explained, there is a big whale down there. If we don't chop it, our ship will hit it directly. Luffy stopped him and said, Lin Hai, don't chop randomly, there will always be a way. Usopp echoed, Lin Hai, why do you like to chop things so much? Lin Hai said speechlessly, you don't know how big that whale is. Oh, suddenly there was a very loud sound wave, which was the sound made by the whale. Was it ready to hit the mountain? All the people on the Mary covered their ears. Perhaps Luffy had the ability to listen to the voices of all things, and heard loneliness and other emotions from the whale's cry, and was determined not to let Lin Hai chop. Lin Hai said helplessly, since if you all object, then make preparations for the aftermath, how to stop the ship. Otherwise, it will hit. Zoro asked in confusion, can't you teleport the ship away? Lin Hai said speechlessly, have you learned the law of conservation of momentum? Foot equals mv, if I stop the ship instantly, then the impulse the ship receives instantly will almost fall apart. Luffy hit his right hand with his left hand, oh, it turns out to be the incredible law of conservation of momentum. Nami punched Luffy directly and said anxiously, you guys think of a way quickly, it's going to hit. Lin Hai said, don't be nervous, everyone, after entering the whale's stomach, if there is no way out, I will make a hole in its stomach. After that, Lin Hai hugged Nami's waist and smiled lightly, don't worry, Nami, even if this whale wants to eat, it will eat them first. If the whale is full, then. Nami said in horror, what time is it, you are still in the mood to joke. Seeing Nami being hugged by Lin Hai, Sanji actually forgot his fear and said with anger, Lin Hai, let Nami go. The whale suddenly opened its mouth, and then, the boat was swallowed by the whale. Inside the whale's stomach. Oh, is this the inside of the whale's stomach? So interesting. Hey, what's up with the blue sky and seagulls above? It should be painted on. Nami said anxiously, I say, is it time to care about this now? Think of a way to get out. Lin Hai pointed to a small island on the side and said, there should be people living there, everyone should be at ease, the most important thing now is to barbecue. It seems that Lin Hai took out the fish meat he brought from the space, and then used his sword to grill it leisurely. When Luffy saw the food, he threw everything behind his mind and muttered, Lin Hai's grilled food is not as delicious as Sanji's, Sanji, grill it. Nami slapped her forehead, I said you. Sanji comforted, Miss Nami, since you don't know what to do for the time being, why don't you eat something first? Zoro sat next to Lin Hai with interest and said with a smile, Lin Hai, give me a bottle of beer. Luffy echoed, Lin Hai's beer is the best, cold and stimulating. Nami also said, give me a bottle too. Lin Hai joked, why, don't you continue to shout for help? Nami twisted Lin Hai's ears directly, you guy. Sanji knelt on the ground again and patted the board, Lin Hai, you guy, I envy you so much. The fire had just started, and after a while, the door of the house on the small island beside the ship opened. Chapter 54 If you want beer, pay for it. After the door of the house on the small island opened, an old man walked out. His hair was very special. He was bald on the top of his head. Except for the front, the hair around him was like a peacock spreading its tail. At this time, the old man was staring at the Straw Hat Pirates with fierce eyes. He didn't even look at the road, but he could find the position of the chair. When he sat on the chair, he was still silent, just staring at the Straw Hat Pirates. Everyone was frightened by the old man's momentum and fell silent. Usopp couldn't stand it first and threatened, you, what are you looking at us like this for, do you want to fight? The old man replied in a low voice, I advise you not to do it, people will die. What Zoro can't stand the most is being provoked by others, and he immediately replied, oh. Who will die? The old man replied fiercely, it's me. Sanji was almost broken, it turns out to be you. Ha ha ha. Luffy covered his stomach and laughed and said, you are so funny. Zoro felt that he was fooled, and said unhappily, who are you? The old man replied, when asking others, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Oh, sorry, I. Just when Zoro was introducing himself, he was interrupted by the old man, who introduced himself, my name is Crocus, I am 71 years old and a doctor. Seeing Zoro going berserk, Lin Hai quickly pulled Zoro away and threw a bottle of beer to him. That Crocus was the ship doctor on the ship of the Pirate King Gol. D. Roger. His force was not shown in the original book, but judging from Lin Hai's observation haki, this old man is very strong. The old man just stared at Luffy's hat for a while, and now he is staring at Lin Hai. Lin Hai said speechlessly, what are you looking at? If you want to drink, bring Bailey to buy it, 20 Baileys a bottle. Done. Lin Hai's head was hit directly by Nami, and Nami took the beer in Lin Hai's hand and laughed, he is joking, take it. Crocus said while drinking, I didn't ask you for beer, you treated yourself. Oh, this beer is really delicious, can I have another bottle? Lin Hai said, another bottle? Do you think it's a lottery? Take Bailey. Nami. I don't care, this Bailey is directly on your head. Ha ha ha. Luffy I couldn't help but say, Uncle, you are such an interesting person. By the way, can you tell us how to get out from here? Crocus pointed to a door and said, you can get out from there. At this time, the whale suddenly rolled over. Crocus understood what happened and said angrily, it must be the staff of Baroque Works who are plotting against Lab again. It's really absurd. Lin Hai pointed to the man and woman on his ship and asked, are you referring to them? The man and woman who jumped onto the Mary were actually Mr. Nine and Mr. Wednesday. The English is so long and I typed slowly, so I replaced it with Chinese. Mr. Wednesday is the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta, Nefertari Vivi. Looking at the two arrogant people who came on board, they were beaten down by Luffy. Afterwards, under the leadership of Crocus, everyone came out of the belly of the giant whale lab. At the right time, Nami looked at her chaotic compass and couldn't help asking, Uncle, is my compass broken? Crocus replied, all common sense is not applicable in this sea area, and the compass is not broken. Nami immediately understood and asked tentatively, then, is it the magnetic field? Looking at the straw hat on Luffy's head, Crocus had a deep connection with Roger, the owner of the straw hat. In addition, the straw hat group did not look like bad people, and he had just drunk their stuff. So, Crocus didn't mind helping them and explained, that's right, because the islands in the Grand Line contain a lot of magnetic minerals, the magnetic field of the entire route is very abnormal, and the currents and wind directions are unpredictable. If you are a navigator, you should understand the horror of this place. Nami, indeed, if there is no means to indicate the direction, it would be too desperate. Crocus smiled and said, if you want to sail in the Grand Line, you must have a recording pointer. Nami, recording pointer? I haven't heard of it. Crocus explained, it's a special compass that can record magnetism. After Nami asked about the situation, it was time to deal with the two people from the Baroque Works. They wanted to go back to Whiskey Peak, and there was no ship, so they could only take the Mary. Usopp asked them, "Who are you?" "MR9, please take us to Whiskey Peak." Nami asked, "Where is that?" "MR9, it's the town where we live." "Nami, where is your own ship?" "Vivi, it's broken." "Nami, you think too much of yourself, don't you?" "MR9, you were thinking about killing the whale just now." Usopp asked again, "Who are you?" "MR9, I'm the king." Lin Hai said with a smile, "Very good, then throw you into the sea." Wai Wei quickly stopped him and said, "I can't say." "MR9, but we want to go back to town, and we don't want to be so sneaky." "Wai Wei, no matter what you say, the purpose of our company is mystery." "MR9, so we can't say anything." "Wai Wei, we are here to ask for help because we see your character." "MR9, we will definitely repay this favor." "Wow!" Lin Hai couldn't help but exclaimed, "These two guys are really smart, are they telling crosstalk?" "Crocus, don't worry about them, no matter what they say, these two guys are not good people." After thinking for a while, Luffy said, "Okay, you guys get on the boat. You said you were going to Whiskey Peak, right? Let's go there." "Usopp, really? Are you going to take these two guys with you?" Luffy replied, "What does it matter? Don't worry about small things." Lin Hai said, "Since the captain has decided, let's go there, but what's that, Mr. What? You have the record pointer, right?" MR9 carefully took out his record pointer and said, "You must keep it well. This is the only one left. If it breaks..." Nami directly snatched the record pointer and said speechlessly, "You are so annoying." Oh! It was the cry of the giant whale lab again. Everyone couldn't help but cover their ears. It seems that the whale is very irritable. This is the rhythm of hitting the mountain again. Chapter 55 Loneliness is also a kind of romance. Seeing that Lab was about to go crazy again, Luffy couldn't help asking, "Uncle, why did it hit the mountain with its head? Could it be that the food here doesn't suit its appetite?" Everyone's face turned black, and Zoro couldn't help but said, "Do you think everyone is the same as you?" Lin Hai added, "Wrong, it should be Luffy who thinks that animal is the same as Luffy." Usopp echoed, "Luffy's appetite seems to be better than that animal, right?" Seeing Luffy being hit by his own crew like this, Mr. 9 couldn't help asking Mr. Wednesday, "Is he really the captain?" Mr. Wednesday said confusedly, Probably. Sanji laughed, "Luffy, you should be more careful in the future. People say you don't look like a captain." "Ha ha ha, you are all so funny." Luffy was not surprised. Don't care. At the right time, Crocus explained, 50 years ago, a pirate group brought Label here. Because Label was too small, the pirate group could not take it to adventure, so it could only stay here. Finally, they made an agreement to wait for the pirate group to go around the world and then come back to take it away. Unfortunately, the pirate group has not returned for 50 years, so Label. Luffy asked in confusion, "Didn't you tell it that the pirate group has perished?" Crocus replied, "I did, but it didn't listen." Seeing that Label was about to hit the mountain again, Luffy immediately thought of a way to break off the cabinet pole on his ship and then insert it into Label's head. Lin Hai on the side was very depressed. If it wanted to die, let it die. He actually broke the boat pole. He was the captain, and his brain was on his ass. Usopp said angrily, "Luffy, you bastard." Lin Hai said speechlessly, "Why bother with that animal? I've wanted to kill it for a long time. By the way, how much can such a big whale sell for?" MR9 and Mr. Wednesday who were standing next to him heard what Lin Hai said. MR9 said in surprise, "Such a big whale can sell for a lot of Baileys. I have a channel. Deo." For a moment, Crocus, Luffy, Nami, and the others all stared at Lin Hai and MR9 with fish eyes, while Mr. Wednesday hid in fear. Facing these people, Lin Hai didn't really take action, so he said, "Can't I think about it? Is it a sin to think about it? A bunch of idiots, damn. Don't do it at this time." Luffy fought with the whale for 2 rounds, and Luffy said, "Our duel this time is a draw. Now let's make an agreement. After our ship sails around the world, we will have another giant duel. How about it?" Although we couldn't understand what the giant whale said, everyone could understand that it agreed. However, Lin Hai, who was beaten by everyone, was very unhappy and said, "Hey, that stinky fish, don't look around, I'm talking about you, you bastard fish, do you know that our ship almost had a shipwreck because of you? Remember, the world does not revolve around you, and life is not lived because of an agreement. You can dive to the bottom of the sea to find a female whale to play with, idiot. If you are not interested, then be content with loneliness, because loneliness is also a kind of romance. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a coquettish operation, and the host is rewarded with a 1-level increase in the domineering color domineering aura. The surprise came too fast like a tornado. Another nonsense Lin Hai, who was overwhelmed with surprise, suddenly did dozens of backflips. Because he was too excited, he found a fish tank next to him, so Lin Hai grabbed the beautiful fish in the fish tank, kissed it hard, and then threw it into the sea. Everyone present was confused by Lin Hai's operation. Sanji, who had reacted, asked weakly, Usopp, it seems that you caught that fish with great difficulty, right? Usopp had a special liking for that fish, but he didn't expect that Lin Hai would not only kiss him, but also throw him into the sea. Usopp was very unhappy and said, Lin Hai, you guy. As he said that, Usopp also ran over and threw all the fish caught by Lin Hai into the sea. Everyone! That's food, oh my! The Golden Mary finally left the Twin Cape and prepared to sail to the Whiskey Peak. However, the ship had just sailed for a while, and it was still summer just now, but now it started to snow. The weather in the pirate world is really unpredictable, worthy of the Grand Line. Lin Hai was surprised and said, Hey? This is the first snow in 1520. It came more suddenly than usual. You are like a flying butterfly. Hey, Luffy, Usopp, let's make a snowman. Luffy nodded and said, let's see whose snowman is the best looking. Tisk 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 Usopp laughed and said, speaking of making snowmen, you can't beat me. When I was in my hometown, I made snowmen for 50 years. My attainments have reached the master level. Luffy's eyes lit up and said, Sije, is it true? Usopp. Usopp nodded and said, of course. I really don't know if Luffy is really stupid or pretending to be stupid. He actually believed Usopp's nonsense. Lin Hai hurried into the kitchen and asked Sanji for some cane sugar. Luffy and Usopp had already started to build snowmen. Seeing that Lin Hai was still standing there without moving, Luffy asked in confusion, Lin Hai, why don't you start? So, you've given up the competition. Lin Hai shook his head and said, you guys build for a while. I'm thinking of building a snowman that will shock the world and make ghosts cry. Soon after, Luffy finished building the snowman. When Usopp was observing Luffy's snowman, Lin Hai quickly sprinkled the sucrose on Usopp's snowman and ate it leisurely. Well, ice cream is not so delicious, right? Let Lin Hai build a snowman? Are you kidding? Sucrose with kneaded snow, that's what we pursue. Usopp, who reacted, was immediately annoyed and said, Lin Hai, what did you do to my snowman? Lin Hai directly picked up a pile and threw it to Usopp, try it. Usopp listened to Lin Hai's words for some reason. After taking a bite, he immediately exclaimed, it's delicious. When he heard it was so delicious, he was so angry. Eat, Luffy couldn't help it, and swallowed it directly. At the same time, Mr. 9 and Mr. Sunday in the room were shivering at the table. Mr. Wednesday asked, don't you have heating here? Mr. 9 echoed, what kind of ship is this? We are freezing. Nami in the room was drawing a map, but she didn't expect these two people to keep talking, and she kicked them out of the room in anger. Then Nami and the others saw the scene on the deck, and saw that Usopp and Luffy were constantly making snowmen, while Lin Hai was spreading ingredients there. Then they ate while making snowmen, just like making barbecue, and Nami and the other two were confused by Lin Hai's operation. Chapter 56 Hunter. Mr. 9, are they eating? Mr. Wednesday, no, they should be eating ice cream, right? Mr. 9, wow, they are really geniuses. Shut up. Nami said, you are wearing short sleeves, aren't you cold? Short sleeves? Cold? Lin Hai and his friends finally realized it. Luffy shivered, it's so cold. Lin Hai asked in confusion, aren't you going to eat? Usopp replied, yes, why not? But go back and get some clothes first. Where's Zoro? Lin Hai pointed to a place and said, he's dreaming. Mr. 9 saw that Zoro was almost buried in the snow, but he was still sleeping so soundly. He couldn't help but muttered, why do I feel that everyone on this ship is abnormal? Don't you think so, Mr. Wednesday? Lin Hai said, "You guy, when you arrive at the destination, pay the fare for me." As for Mr. Wednesday on the side, Lin Hai knew that she was the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta. However, seeing that she had a purpose in everything she did, Lin Hai was unhappy with her. At this time, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in the sky, and everyone was confused. It was snowing, so what was thunder? What is God going to do? There were dark clouds not far away, and there was a small tornado. Damn! Lin Hai was very upset. Just when he was about to try whether his knife could split the cloud, he was hit by Nami with a slap and was furious. Nami explained, "If you chop again, our ship will capsize. Everyone, get to work." "Forget it," Lin Hai said he would endure it. If he didn't listen to the navigator on the sea, he would be a fool and a fool. At the right time, Nami put her hands on her hips and said confidently, "Everyone, on this sea, even my most proud and trusted navigation skills are not effective, so you all should be serious." Usopp said speechlessly, "It's not effective, and you are still so confident." Luffy's eyes lit up and said, "Silk cake." Lin Hai clapped his hands and said, "You should show this kind of momentum." Sanji came out of the kitchen with peach blossoms in his eyes and said, as expected of Miss Nami, "Please tell me if you have anything." Heavy rain and snow, commonly known as blizzard, are so exciting in this abnormal climate that has never been encountered before. The Golden Mary was drifting on the rough sea. Fortunately, Nami had superb navigation skills, otherwise most of the people on the ship would have to go to the sea to feed the fish. After the rain, the sky cleared up again, and Zoro finally woke up. Zoro stretched his body with satisfaction, looking at the blue sky with wind, and occasionally a few white clouds floating in the sky. It was another beautiful day. When he saw Lin Hai and others lying listlessly on the deck, Zoro couldn't help but said, "I say you, even if the weather is good, you don't have to be so lazy, right? If you want to sleep, go back to the room, you will catch a cold." Nami, who couldn't bear it anymore, said in a gloomy tone, "Zoro." Zoro turned his head and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Nami?" "Doan." Zoro held his head, rubbed it, and turned his head angrily and said, "What are you doing?" "Doan." Zoro was greeted by another violent slap. Nami said angrily, "You bastard, do you know what happened on the ship just now? No matter how I called you, you were reluctant to wake up." Zoro now understood a truth, the women on the ship are tigers, you must avoid them when you meet them. The Golden Mary finally sailed into the Whiskey Peak. On the way, Mr. Nine and Mr. Wednesday jumped into the sea and went home. After the Mary entered the harbor, people on both sides actually began to warmly welcome the pirates. Because pirates are the way to make money for these people, they are all employees of Baroque Works, and their side jobs are bounty hunters, specializing in pirates. Usopp saw the people on both sides welcoming him, waved and smiled, "Ah, hello, my name is Usopp, a brave sea warrior." Sanji only had beautiful women in his eyes. Seeing those women welcoming him warmly, his eyes turned into hearts, and his IQ was gone. "So many beautiful ladies, is this a paradise on earth? I love you." Only Nami and Zoro were on the Mary. They were on guard, and Lin Hai, who had watched One Piece, naturally knew the identities of these people, but he didn't care. As soon as the ship docked, Luffy and his group were directly welcomed by bounty hunters led by Akalam, also known as Mr. 8, to attend the pirates' banquet. As soon as Luffy heard about the banquet, he ran away with them. As soon as Zoro heard about drinking, he also ran away. As soon as Nami heard that there was a reward of 100,000 Baileys for drinking, she also ran away. As for Sanji, as soon as he saw a woman, he ran away without anyone's guidance. As for Usopp, this vain guy loves to join in the fun. Lin Hai was left alone here. One of them saw that Lin Hai did not attend the banquet and did not like Bailey, so he asked tentatively, "I wonder what this distinguished guest likes." Lin Hai replied, "I prefer to go to a quiet place and have a good sleep." "Sorry to bother you." The leader winked, and the others immediately understood. Two young and beautiful girls came forward and said, "Dear guests, please follow us." Lin Hai raised his eyebrows. Did these people misunderstand? What a deep routine. Before Lin Hai wanted to protest, his arms were pulled into the room by people on the left and right. A woman said in a charming voice, "Handsome guy, you must be thirsty after taking the boat here, right? Hee hee." Another woman began to persuade him to drink, "Hee hee, if you are thirsty, try our specialties here, they are very famous in the East China Sea. Hiss. Lin Hai finally understood what it meant to have a demonic aura, and he couldn't stand it. A domineering aura instantly enveloped this place, and after knocking them all out, Lin Hai began to eat and drink with peace of mind. After all, drinking with these people with ulterior motives felt like Tang Santang walking into the Pansy cave. How could he eat and drink? Looking at their expressions, Lin Hai was speechless. Who is the hunter and who is the prey? But tonight will definitely be a very interesting night, because tonight is the battle of Zoro's rise, Zoro vs more than 100 bounty hunters. Chapter 57 You Poor Dead Ghost. Looking at the few people who fainted around him, Lin Hai himself was not really a bloodthirsty person. Although they had bad intentions before, Lin Hai really couldn't do it. So Lin Hai started eating and drinking there, and after he was full, he took a short rest. After dinner, he smoked a cigarette, which was better than a living god. When he walked out of the room, it was already late at night. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Lin Hai quickly released his observation haki to check what was going on. Oh, Zoro has already fought with those bounty hunters. Ahem, the battle is not over yet, but the scene on the roof is really interesting. Lin Hai hurried over to take a look. At this time, Zoro was fighting with Mr. 9 on the roof. Mr. 9's attack method was to attack with his somersaults. Ha ha ha! Mr. 9 somersaulted and used the baseball in his hand to fight with Zoro. Are you scared? Under my fierce attack, can you not hold on? The two fought for a while. Zoro held a knife and looked at Mr. 9 curiously, speechless. Are you serious? At this time, Mr. 9 had separated from Zoro, and did not expect that all his attacks were resolved. But he lost the man but not the momentum. Mr. 9 pointed at Zoro with a baseball and said, Roranoa Zoro, do you think I can only do so many flips? I can do more. Watch me. After that, Mr. 9 continued his somersaults. Unexpectedly, this is a rooftop, and the back of Mr. 9 is not land, but air. Then Zoro looked at Mr. 9 and flipped over. Facing such an opponent, Zoro said speechlessly, is there no decent opponent? Just after he finished speaking, Miss Wednesday had already stood in position, and then pointed at Zoro and said, decent opponent? Roranoa Zoro, you're done for after meeting me. Zoro said playfully, really? There was a big duck next to Mr. Wednesday, it was called Bidakwe, and it was Miss Wednesday's mount. At the right time, Miss Wednesday sat on Bidakwe's back and said, Bidakwe, let's go. Bidakwe received the order and immediately rushed forward with Mr. Wednesday. Then, Zoro watched them rush past. Zoro said speechlessly, are you going to fight or not? Miss Wednesday was really speechless. What was going on with Bidakwe? Lin Hai, who was watching on the side, couldn't hold back anymore. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Did this duck drink fake milk powder? Zoro saw Lin Hai coming over and couldn't help asking, where are Luffy and the others? Still sleeping? Lin Hai said as he walked to Mr. Wednesday's side, pointing at the duck and jokingly said, Mr. Wednesday, your mount is really useless. Why don't we roast it? Miss Wednesday objected, what a joke, Bidakwe is my partner. Bidakwe screamed when he heard what Lin Hai said. Miss Wednesday quickly comforted him, don't worry, I won't let him roast you. Lin Hai poked Bidakwe's head and asked Miss Wednesday, your mount is so weird. Shouldn't ducks quack? Old yet, what's going on? Miss Wednesday said angrily, don't act like we're friends, we're enemies now. Lin Hai interrupted, you're no match for us, run away now, your mission has failed. I heard that your mission has failed, wait a minute, there will be assassins to take care of those who failed the mission. After hearing what Lin Hai said, Miss Wednesday realized that she couldn't die here, she had to return to the kingdom of Alabasta and expose Crocodile's conspiracy. Thank you for your reminder. After saying that, Miss Wednesday took Bidakwe away from here. At the right time, Lin Hai threw a bottle of beer to Zoro, and the two sat on the rooftop and drank beer leisurely. What Lin Hai said was indeed correct. Miss Wednesday had just walked a distance from the street when she was chased by Mr. 5 and his partner Miss Valentine. On the way, the identities of Miss Wednesday and Akaram, the manager of Whiskey Peak, were revealed. Miss Wednesday was actually Princess Vivi of the Kingdom of Alabasta, and Akaram was the captain of the guard of the Kingdom of Alabasta. All the people who helped Princess Vivi to cover her escape were interrupted by Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, leaving Bidakwe to run away with Vivi. Miss Valentine, ah ha ha ha, Mr. 5, she will run away if you don't chase her. Mr. 5, she can't run away. After saying that, MR5 started to pick his nose, and then aimed the things he dug out of his nostrils at Vivi and shot them over. Snot bomb! Boom boom! At this time, MR5 was full of doubts. Didn't he shoot towards Weiwei? How did he blow up Miss Valentine's Day? For a moment, MR5 was furious and said, "Who is it? Come out!" Not far away, Lin Hai and Zoro were fighting. "Lin Hai, why do you still owe Nami 200,000 Baileys, just 20 Baileys, you don't even have it? You are so handsome, you poor bastard." Zoro retorted, "Nami, that stinky woman, I borrowed 100,000 Baileys from her, and I paid her back on the same day. Who knew she wanted me to pay her back 200,000 Baileys more?" Lin Hai said contemptuously, "Are you crazy? Borrow 100,000 Baileys and pay back 300,000. Ah?" Zoro replied, "Someone still owes Nami 1 million Baileys, you shameless person, how dare you say that to me?" "That's right, just now, Akaram asked Nami to ask Nami's companions to save the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta, and promised a rich reward. So, Nami agreed, and Nami ordered Lin Hai and Zoro to save Princess Vivi on the grounds that her money was her money and the agreement she signed was everyone's agreement. Lin Hai and Zoro certainly disagreed, but Nami used the reason that the two owed her money, so the current scene appeared. At this moment, Miss Valentine's Day slowed down, and this sudden explosion made her furious, and she immediately flew into the air and gave Lin Hai, who was making a fuss, and Zoro. Miss Valentine in midair said with a gloomy face, "Facing opponents like us, you actually don't take us seriously. Don't regret it after you die, ah ha ha ha." At this time, Miss Valentine has begun to use her own skills. 1 kilogram, 100 kilograms, 1000 kilograms, 10,000 kilograms, gravity crushing, go to hell, bastards. As she said, Miss Valentine was already falling at a very fast speed, and was about to hit Lin Hai and Zoro. Nami on the side said angrily, "I'm telling you, be serious." Chapter 58 You are the wind, I am the sand. Mr. Valentine has fallen, but the effect is a bit surprising. At this time, everyone is confused. I saw that Mr. Valentine was lying in Lin Hai's arms. Lin Hai looked at Mr. Valentine in his arms and said, "Beautiful lady, you are a little heavy, but it doesn't matter, you have a really good figure." Mr. Valentine's Day saw this situation for the first time. What happened just now? Did his ability fail? "Thank you." Mr. Valentine's Day replied in a daze, What do you want to do?" Lin Hai said affectionately, "You are the wind, I am the sand, what do you think?" Mr. Valentine's Day looked at the handsome man in front of him, why did he suddenly say this to himself? However, Mr. Valentine's Day had not watched the Chinese Kaiyang Yao drama, and did not understand what that meant. So, Mr. Valentine's Day replied, "I am not the wind, and I hate the sand, where are you touching, you bastard? If I remember correctly, we are still enemies, right? Let me go." Lin Hai's face darkened. Shouldn't the woman in his arms say, "We'll be together forever"? What a shame! Lin Hai angrily said, "I hate illiterate people. Go Pikachu." After saying that, Lin Hai threw Mr. Valentine out of his arms. Everyone looked at Lin Hai in confusion. Isn't this a huge change? At this time, Lin Hai pointed at Mr. 5 and said, "I said, nose-picking man, don't look around, I'm talking about you, you ugly thing, your hairstyle is really bad, is it you who made the big hairstyle like that? If you have no taste, don't do your hairstyle randomly, admit that you are ugly, don't mess yourself up, if you scare the children, can you bear the responsibility? So, now, immediately, take the overweight illiterate girl next to you and disappear from my sight. I don't want to see you again." Zoro and Nami's eyes twitched, and Princess Vivi on the side felt that her brain was a little out of order. What's going on? At this time, Nami, who reacted, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckled, but finally couldn't hold it back. "Ah ha ha ha, Lin Hai, you guy, ha ha ha." Nami covered her stomach and laughed. Mr. 5 on the side was silent for a while, and said angrily, "Who are you, don't get in the way, extra large bomb." After that, Mr. 5 has started to attack. Room, space barrier. Lin Hai used the trick he had come up with recently, and sealed the bombs fired by the opponent with layers of space in the space field. For a moment, the bomb fired by MR5 was thrown up and down by Lin Hai like a yo-yo. Zoro on the side had a good eye and couldn't help but sighed, you can do this kind of thing. Mr5 looked at the bomb he fired in Lin Ha's hand, but he treated it as a toy. Mr5 said solemnly, who are you? Why do you want to stop us? Ahem. Lin Hai looked up at the starry sky at a 45-degree angle again, and said slowly, me? I have long forgotten who I am, Mr. 5. I have been wandering around the world all my life. The slippers on my feet will only kick up the yellow sand on the ground and then disappear in the rivers and lakes behind me. So, don't ask who I am a person you can't afford to offend. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a special reward, becoming a swordsman, and understanding the essence of Tokujijian. Wow, this wave is not a loss. Zoro on the side secretly spit, pretending to be a comparison. But Lin Ha's operation is quite cool, and I will learn from him in the future. It's over, Zoro's personality collapsed. And Mr. 5 was gloomy and asked again, why do you want to stop us from carrying out the mission? Mr. 5 can't retreat. The rule of Baroque is that those who fail the mission will be hunted down by people who are more powerful than themselves. At this time, Mr. Valentine took out Lin Ha's bounty order and walked in front of Mr. 5. Mr. 5 was in a trance for a long time after seeing the amount of the bounty. How could such a big shot appear here? Soon, Mr. 5 hurriedly said, Mr. Lin Hai, we give up this mission and won't bother you anymore. What can Mr. 5 do? Let him deal with the monster with a bounty of 300 million Baileys, unless he has a brain injury. Wait. Lin Hai threw the bomb back to Mr. 5, I'll return your own things to you, but be careful, it will explode. Mr. 5 laughed secretly. He himself is the user of the explosion fruit ability. Is he worried about the explosion? After Mr. 5 Lin Hai threw the things to him, he just walked out of Lin Ha's space field, and it exploded boom boom. After the smoke and dust dissipated, Mr. 5 had already left with Mr. Valentine. He really has a trick. At this time, Vivi stepped forward and said, thank you for saving me this time. Nami smiled and said, you're welcome. We have conditions for saving you this time. Akaram on the side came over and said to Vivi, Your Highness, the situation was urgent at the time. I promised them a reward privately. Please forgive me for overstepping my authority. Vivi shook her head and said, don't worry about it. Nami's eyes lit up and said, since you are a princess, you must be very rich, right? We will send you safely to Alabasta, and you will take 1 billion Baileys as a reward, how about it? Vivi replied, I can't afford that much Bailey. Nami unbelieving, he said, how is this possible? Akaram explained, because Alabasta is in turmoil now. Vivi agreed, this is the purpose of our infiltration into Baroque works. We didn't expect that the riot in Alabasta was instigated by Baroque works behind the scenes. But after you send me to the kingdom of Alabasta, I will ask my father to give you the reward we can afford. What do you think? Lin Hai stepped forward and asked, the mastermind behind Baroque works is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, right? 7 warlords. Nami and Zoro were amazed. Boom. Suddenly a fist came from not far away. It turned out to be Luffy. And his fist was blocked by Lin Hai. Luffy said angrily, Lin Hai, get out of my way, I want to beat Zoro up. Nami asked in confusion, why? Luffy explained, why? Zoro is so ungrateful that he chopped up all the people who invited us to dinner. Just as Zoro was about to step forward to explain, Lin Hai punched Luffy directly. Lin Hai said angrily, you bastard, you are the captain, but you sleep like a pig and don't know anything. You are still qualified to be angry with Zoro. Luffy said angrily, what are you talking about? You don't know that those are civilians, but they were chopped up by Zoro. Lin Hai was too lazy to explain, then what do you want? If you are unhappy, let's have a competition. Luffy replied, come on, who is afraid of who? Doin X2. Lin Hai and Luffy both KO. Chapter 59 Learn from Lin Hai. Ah ha ha ha. After Nami and Vivi's explanation, Luffy realized that those people chopped down by Zoro were all bounty hunters, and Luffy laughed awkwardly and patted Lin Hai's shoulder and said, you said it earlier, it turns out that they are all bounty hunters. I misunderstood Zoro. Lin Hai slapped Luffy's hand away, grabbed his head and pointed to a cemetery at Whiskey Peak and said, see? If there is no Zoro, that's where you sleep. Luffy nodded and said, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, but the banquet just now was really fun. You know, Lin Hai, the food is so delicious, especially the squid, the delicious barbecue, and... Nami on the side was negotiating the issue of remuneration with Vivi, but was annoyed by Luffy's shouting and said, "It's so noisy, be quiet." Luffy shut up immediately. At this time, Zoro asked, "Nami, I heard that this matter involves the 7 warlords of the sea. Are you sure you still want to participate?" Nami then remembered the 7 warlords of the sea. Nami exclaimed, "I don't want the reward, goodbye, oh, don't see you again." "Isn't the contrast too big?" Vivi said weakly, "Nami, it's too late for you to regret, because you have been drawn by the 2 birds." Nami exclaimed, "I don't want it, why are we being hunted down by the 7 warlords of the sea as soon as we arrive at the Grand Line?" Seeing Nami so scared, Lin Hai couldn't help but sneer, "You deserve it. When Zoro and I were drinking there, I don't know who was greedy for money and insisted on asking us to help." Duan Nami exclaimed, "I regret it so much, you are still talking nonsense." Lin Hai stood up and hugged Nami's waist and said with a smile, "What are you afraid of, or we can escape back to Cocoa West Village to have a baby." Nami said angrily, "Let go, who wants to have a baby with you?" "Yahaha." Luffy laughed, "What are you afraid of, isn't it just a Shishibukai? Since you have been targeted, go meet him." Nami said, "What do you know? Do you know what level of pirates the Shishibukai are?" Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, was one of the Shishibukai. "Are we opponents of such people?" Wei nodded and said, "There are 7 such characters. With their overwhelming strength, the world government tacitly grants them privileges and the right to plunder other pirates." Luffy exclaimed, "Oh, are there so many such powerful characters?" Zoro said with interest, 7 warlords of the sea, interesting." Nami said speechlessly, "Do you know the seriousness of the matter?" Lin Hai said with a smile, "Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, seems to be very rich. I didn't expect that he would send his men to take our heads to the navy to collect the bounty. This is really unreasonable. In this case, we will ask Crocodile for compensation. What do you think?" "Nani?" everyone said in unison. Nami said in horror, "You want to ask Crocodile for compensation? You want to die?" Lin Hai ignored Nami's words and continued, "When we become pirates, the first thing is to increase our bounty, and the second is to do whatever we want, bah, it's freedom. Now that someone has come to our door, how can we swallow our anger? As a free pirate, shouldn't we beat up someone if we are unhappy with him?" Luffy smiled and said, "This is a good idea, let's do it." Zoro clenched his sword and agreed. But Nami couldn't accept it and said, "That's the 7 warlords of the sea, I really don't know what you think." Lin Hai tempted, "I heard that Crocodile is very rich, are you sure you don't want it?" Seeing that the captain agreed, Nami had to do it, plus the temptation of Crocodile being rich. Nami was immediately alert, and quickly turned to Vivi to confirm, "Is Crocodile really rich?" Vivi nodded and said, "He is indeed very rich. He has opened casinos in many places in the kingdom of Alabasta." Nami immediately replied, "Okay, then it's decided. Let's go to the kingdom of Alabasta." At this time, Zoro said, "Where are Sanji and Usopp?" Luffy realized that they were still sleeping. So, Luffy said, "I'll call them over and then leave for Alabasta." This time, the Golden Mary's departure was hasty. Sanji and Usopp just woke up and heard that they were going to ask for compensation from the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. They almost dropped their jaws. "Oh, it's so hasty. Who is talking?" Everyone turned to look at the railing of the room on the 2nd floor of the ship, and saw a hot woman wearing a hat. The design of the Mary, the 2nd floor only occupies a part of the ship's area. Luffy asked in confusion, "Who are you? Why come on board our ship?" Vivi on the side explained, "She is the vice president of Baroque Works, Nico Robin." Everyone became alert upon hearing Vivi's introduction. Luffy made a fighting gesture and said, "Are you here to avenge them?" Nico Robin did not answer, but used her flower fruit to take Luffy's straw hat and put it on her head. Lin Hai looked at all this and felt bored. He lay down and fell asleep because it was almost dawn and he hadn't slept yet. Who made those beauties so pitiful? They were hungry, could Lin Hai not give them food? They were lonely, could he not comfort them? At this time, after the Straw Hat Pirates and Nico Robin got to know each other, Robin explained her purpose, not to seek revenge, nor to perform a mission, but just out of curiosity. Finally, Robin threw a permanent pointer to Nami and explained that according to this permanent pointer, she could go directly to Alabasta. But Luffy was stubborn and destroyed the permanent pointer, thinking that the ship's route should be decided by him as the captain. Afterwards, Robin left on her turtle, and the Golden Mary also set sail. Nami on the side found that Lin Hai fell asleep directly on the deck. Nami couldn't help but turn around and asked, "Is Lin Hai so tired?" Zoro said, "He doesn't seem to have slept all the time." Nami put her hands on her hips and began to teach Luffy and the others, "I say you guys are too unguarded, right? As soon as you dock, except for Zoro and Lin Hai, you all do this. You must learn more from Lin Hai and Zoro on this point, understand?" "Got it." X3. Nami said very satisfiedly, "Zoro, there's nothing to do now, do you want to go to sleep for a while?" Zoro shook his head and said, "No, I slept enough during the day." I don't know what Lin Hai would think if he heard that Nami took him as a role model in his dream. Chapter 60 Who Did It? Today's voyage was very smooth, and there was no bad weather. At this time, the sky had already brightened and Nami and Vivi were chatting at the railing on the second floor of the ship. Vivi pointed to the place where Lin Hai slept not far away and asked, "What are they doing?" Nami shook her head and said, "Who knows, as long as they don't mess around, we don't care about them." Vivi asked with concern, "That Lin Hai is sleeping there, should we send him a sheet?" Nami said speechlessly, "Don't pay attention to him, that guy is as strong as a monster. By the way, let's go to the room to see how my new clothes are." Although it was an inquiry, Nami had already pulled Vivi into the room. On the deck, after Usopp and the others finished their own things, they tried to hold back their laughter and started fishing. I don't know how long it took, Lin Hai finally woke up. "Ah, another day of being woken up by my own handsomeness." As soon as Lin Hai finished muttering, he realized that something was wrong. This feeling is indescribable. Oh, it turns out that the guys who were fishing were too quiet, a little abnormal. Lin Hai didn't plan to pay attention to them. When he was about to go to the kitchen to find something to eat, he saw Zoro coming out of the training room. As soon as Zoro saw Lin Hai, he couldn't hold it back, "Puchi ha ha ha." Lin Hai asked in confusion, "What's so funny?" Just when Zoro wanted to say something, Sanji came over and covered Zoro's mouth and said, "Nothing, you woke up. You must be hungry? Everything is in the kitchen. It's really weird." Lin Hai said and entered the kitchen, but Lin Hai could hear faint laughter outside the boat, which was really wrong. So, Lin Hai came out of the kitchen and said, "What's so funny?" "No, nothing. We were just telling jokes." Yes, the joke Usopp told just now was really funny." Looking at the weird expressions of these people, Lin Hai was speechless. Could it be that they were impressed by his handsomeness? Let's go ask Nami and the others. When Nami and Wei saw Lin Hai's appearance, they laughed so hard. "Ha ha ha, Lin Hai, what are you doing?" "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, I can't stand it." Lin Hai was confused and quickly took the mirror in Nami's room to take a look. "Ahem, what's the matter with these 6 whiskers? Which bastard painted him, Lin Hai, as a big cat? Wow, it's really lifelike, more real than the real thing. Good painting skills. Damn it." Instantly, Lin Hai's furious voice sounded on the Mary, "Who did it?" After a while, on the deck, Lin Hai said, "Tell me, who painted it?" "It's not us." Everyone said at the same time. Lin Hai shook his head and said, "Luffy, it must be you who did it, especially the beard, it's clearly your handiwork." Luffy said anxiously, "Nonsense, I only drew the corners of the eyes." Luffy, who reacted, quickly covered his mouth. Lin Hai turned his head to look at Sanji and asked, "It was your idea, right?" Sanji pretended to be stupid and said, "What idea?" Lin Hai shook his head and said, "Originally, I have several photos of beautiful women here, and I want to show them to you, but it seems that you don't need them." Sanji quickly pointed at Usopp and said, "Usopp came up with the idea, and most of the drawings were made by him." Usopp said in horror, "You guys!" Lin Hai shouted, "Zoro, bring me my 40-meter-long sword." Luffy's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Hai's words, 40-meter-long sword? "Sije, Zoro, show it to me." Usopp exclaimed, "You idiot, Lin Hai is holding the sword to deal with us." Luffy said in surprise, "Nani? No." Usopp's eyes twitched, and he was really speechless about Luffy. Zoro on the side was confused, 40-meter sword? If there was, how could he not know? Lin Hai said unhappily, it's the kitchen knife next to you. When Luffy saw the kitchen knife, he immediately said contemptuously, what? I thought there was really a 40-meter long sword. Usopp said weakly, Luffy, can you not be so expressive? Of course, Lin Hai was just threatening them, how could he really do it? After a quarrel, Lin Hai remembered the essence of Dagujijian, the reward he got at Whiskey Peak. Dagujijian emphasizes cleverness and reverse thinking, which is a direction of Kendo, but not Lin Hai's Kendo. Because in this world, if you don't have enough strength, no matter how you use cleverness, you will either be chopped away or your sword will be cut off. And the real technique is to return to the most basic movements. Of course, this most basic movement is completely different from that of a beginner. It needs to be observed here. Only by practicing a large number of moves, that is, gaining rich experience in actual combat, and constantly practicing to form the memory of physical instinct, etc., can one achieve the great way to be simple. At present, this is Lin Hai's understanding of Kendo. Although it cannot reach the level of the great way to be simple, it is more than enough to beat Zoro. So, Lin Hai began to practice the chopping action on the deck, repeating it continuously. At this time, Lin Hai discovered that there would always be some deviations between the direction of the chopping and the expected direction. This is a problem of proficiency. Zoro, who had been watching for a long time, couldn't help but stepped forward and asked, "Are you practicing swordsmanship?" Lin Hai nodded and said, "Yes." Zoro asked curiously, "Can such a simple chopping improve swordsmanship?" Lin Hai said with a smile, "Everyone's understanding of Kendo is different. Think about the day when you fought with Hawkeye, no matter how gorgeous your moves were, Hawkeye could defeat you with a simple sword. Why is that?" Zoro asked curiously, "Why?" Lin Hai replied, "Strength, speed, eyesight, proficiency, etc., you can slowly understand it yourself, but I still suggest that you learn how to cut iron first." Zoro nodded thoughtfully, and then returned to his training room. Why does Lin Hai want to practice swordsmanship? Because the space fruit is very compatible with swordsmanship. Moreover, Lin Hai's Jiao Feng is so cool. The space fruit is different from the surgery fruit. Although both of them build a space field, the physical strength used by the surgery fruit is definitely more than that of the space fruit. In addition, the development directions of the two fruits are different. The space fruit focuses on the weird and unpredictable attacks and avoidance, while the surgery fruit focuses on medical skills. The two are not the same. Some readers, the reaction space fruit is a lower level fruit of the surgery fruit. Here, the author explains that it is not true. Thinking of this, Lin Hai opened the system panel. Feng Sao System. Host, Lin Hai. Constitution, Level 7, Top Level 10. Observation Haki, Level 2. Armament Haki, Level 2. Overlord Haki, Level 3, with the ability to freely control the target of shock, the shock effect is enhanced, depending on the host's spirit. Weapon, Gao Feng, Indestructible. Normal form, comparable to the Supreme Great Sword, depending on the host's ability. Summoning form, comparable to a divine weapon, killing the damage is extremely great and it is easy to destroy the environment. The host should use it with caution. Skill 1. 1. Establish a space field. Space exchange, space barrier. 2. 1 sword flow. 3. Space slash, high level use of space fruit, depending on physical strength. Skill 2. 9 swords of Dugu, reference. System store, open. Feng Sao coins, 2150. Level 3 Overlord Haki, is this a quantitative change of Haki? If it is upgraded to 1 level, can it be entangled with Overlord Haki? If the Overlord Haki is entangled on the sword, it will not be Roger's move, God Avoidance, right? Lin Hai laughed secretly. God Avoidance should require extremely high swordsmanship. If you can be entangled with Overlord Haki, you may not be able to avoid God. It's too simple to think. It's better to practice the basics first. He Lin Hai should be considered a great swordsman now. Chapter 61 Hilarious Daily Life. The sea breeze blows across the sea from time to time, and there are occasional seagull sounds. It is blue everywhere. If you stay there for a long time, you will always become bored and irritated. After Luffy and the others quarreled for a while, they all went to rest. After all, there is still a long way to go from Whiskey Peak to the small garden. When Lin Hai was about to take a rest, Sanji ran over with a sly look, Lin Hai whispered with doubt, what's wrong? You are sneaking around. Sanji clenched his hands and said shyly, didn't you just say you have a photo of a beautiful woman? Hurry up and show it to me. How can you keep such a good thing to yourself? Lin Hai said with a smile, I was just teasing you. I'm a serious person. Bah. Sanji changed his face in a second and said, so you are lying to me? It's really abominable. Do you know how long I have been looking forward to it, and you said you didn't have it? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, if I don't say so, how can I make you tell the truth? The two people's voices gradually became louder, making everyone curious and watching Lin Hai and Sanji, but Sanji was in a rage and didn't notice the people around him at all. At this time, Sanji said, you are shameless, you are vulgar, and you are unreliable. Lin Hai was also angry and replied, where am I shameless, where am I vulgar, and where am I unreliable? Sanji said, where are you not shameless, where are you not vulgar, and where are you reliable? Tisk after saying that, the two turned their heads to the side at the same time. Luffy on the side was full of questions, what are they doing? Usopp shook his head quickly, and Zoro glanced at one place, it was too embarrassing. At this time, Vivi and Nami looked at Sanji and Lin Hai with red faces. At the right time, Vivi turned to look at Nami and asked weakly, are they arguing about those photos? Nami was really speechless. The princess of a country is here. Can you two not be so embarrassing? Lin Hai and Sanji, who reacted, looked at each other immediately and quickly put their arms around each other's shoulders. Lin Hai said, how is it, how did we perform just now? After saying that, Lin Hai secretly gave Sanji a slap. Sanji raised his eyebrows and smiled, yes, we were performing crosstalk just now, and we were definitely not looking at photos of beautiful women. After saying that, Sanji responded to Lin Hai. Everyone's eyes twitched. Do you still need to explain? Everyone heard the sound just now. I didn't expect Sanji to answer like this. Lin Hai whispered, you idiot, you still say beautiful photo, aren't you taking off your pants to fart? After being scolded by Lin Hai, Sanji hurriedly separated from Lin Hai and said angrily, what did you say? Lin Hai didn't care and retorted, I said you are an idiot. As soon as the words were finished, the two started fighting. For a while, you kicked and I kicked, and the fight was so lively. Luffy on the side said excitedly, yes, yes, kick, and be faster. Hey Sanji, why don't you use your hands? I saw that Sanji was punched in the corner of the eye by Lin Hai. Although he would not be injured, Sanji had a panda eye in the corner of his eye. Sanji hurriedly said, stop, don't hit the face. Lin Hai said, okay, I won't fight. Sanji was furious and said, no, I want to fight back. Lin Hai quickly hid behind Nami and Vivi and said, Nami, don't you care? Sanji wants to hit someone. Vivi's face suddenly turned red. Nami turned around and asked, what's wrong Vivi? What should Vivi say? Vivi quickly replied, no, nothing happened. At this time, Luffy said, I know that Lin Hai just touched Vivi's pubic hair. Usopp nodded and said, I saw it too, Lin Hai, you sarang. The boat suddenly became quiet, and a puff of smoke suddenly came out of Vivi's head, and her face was red as if she was about to be cooked. Lin Hai. Nami and Sanji shouted at the same time. Lin Hai was also furious and said, asshole straw hat, and long nose, what truth are you talking about? I will fight you. What did you say? You dare to scold my straw hat? Lin Hai, you bastard, you are talking about my nose again. Lin Hai hit someone. For a while, the ship became chaotic. And Zoro leaned on the railing and couldn't help muttering, what a noisy ship. I don't know how long it took, after the noise, everyone lay on the deck and gasped. After a while, everyone looked at each other and laughed at each other. At this time, Lin Hai, Luffy and Sanji had chicken coop hair, the exception was that Sanji had a panda eye, which just formed a sharp contrast with Usopp's panda eye. Lin Hai couldn't help laughing and said, ha ha ha, Sanji, you are so handsome, this fits your image. Sanji said depressedly, Luffy, we are in the same camp, why are you scratching my hair? Luffy said confusedly, didn't Lin Hai say that he and I are in the same camp? Usopp said, can you stand firm? We are in the same group, but you and Lin Hai are against me together. Nami and Vivi, who were watching on the side, covered their mouths and laughed softly. Hee hee. Looking at the ridiculous appearance of the group of people, Nami smiled and said, "What a bunch of idiots." At this time, Vivi found Zoro with a nosebleed on the side, and asked with concern, "Zoro, are you okay?" "It's okay." Zoro quickly glanced at a place and secretly made up his mind that one day, he must chop off that bastard Usopp. If Usopp knew, he would definitely shout that it was unfair. It was Sanji who kicked Lin Hai and kicked Usopp into Zoro by mistake. Zoro was sleeping at the time, and Usopp's back of the head hit Zoro's nose. At the right time, Lin Hai quickly took out a mirror and a comb, stood at the railing, and did his hair in a very coquettish way. When Luffy saw Lin Hai doing his hair, he was immediately delighted and said, "Lin Hai, give me a hairstyle too." "But I don't want. I had that slicked back hairstyle last time, but I always felt that it wasn't that good." Lin Hai spit on his hand, rubbed it on his hair in a very coquettish manner, and then said, "I am so handsome, I wonder how many ignorant girls will go crazy for me again. Being handsome is also a sin, and I don't want to hurt them." Everyone couldn't help but twitch their eyes. Sanji, who was on the side, originally wanted Lin Hai to make a hairstyle for him, but he saw Lin Hai smearing saliva on his hair. Sanji shuddered instantly, and decided to do it himself. It was too disgusting. Luffy on the side was different, as Lin Hai had done his hairstyle before. At this time, Luffy was looking forward to what kind of hairstyle Lin Hai would make for him. It will definitely surprise the audience. Thinking of this, Luffy hurriedly urged Lin Hai to make a different hairstyle for himself. Seeing Luffy coming forward, Usopp hurriedly said, "Hey, Luffy, Lin Hai is using his own saliva." Lin Hai looked at Usopp with fish eyes. Usopp immediately exclaimed, "Ah, Lin Hai is going to hit someone again." Chapter 62 Luffy's new hairstyle. Zoro, who was about to continue sleeping, suddenly heard that Lin Hai was going to do Luffy's hairstyle, and he immediately became interested. After all, Lin Hai's 4:6 hairstyle was really good looking. Thinking of this, Zoro couldn't help but become active. Should he also grow long hair and do a hairstyle at that time? No. Zoro's hair is green, he knows this himself. If his hair grows long, will it look like a hat? For some reason, Zoro always feels that there is deep malice from a certain world, and quickly gives up the idea of growing his hair long. Zoro continues to sleep. On the side, at this time, Lin Hai looked up and down at Luffy, and after thinking for a while, Lin Hai said, "You really don't want that big back hairstyle?" Luffy nodded and said, "No, there are few hairs around the eyes, and there is no such elegant feeling. Can you design a new hairstyle for me?" Lin Hai nodded and said, "Elegant feeling? This is simple." As he said that, Lin Hai quickly bought the hair dryer from Feng Sao system, and also bought a hair dryer, the kind that uses batteries. Originally, Lin Hai wanted to give Luffy a sweat-free hairstyle. Since Luffy wants a flowing feeling, this is easy to do. Comb Luffy's hair, set it with hair dryer, trim it, and then use a hair dryer to make Luffy's hair fluffy. The middle parted hairstyle allows you to see your hair with both eyes. Isn't it flowing enough? After it was done, Lin Hai took out a mirror and threw it to Luffy. When Luffy saw what he looked like, he immediately swallowed his saliva, his eyes lit up and said, Sil, handsome, handsome." Lin Hai slapped his forehead, miscalculated. Lin Hai said helplessly, "I said Luffy, as long as you don't talk, you can definitely fascinate a lot of beauties, but when you talk, everything is exposed. Blame me for not taking your temperament into account." Luffy said happily, "Don't worry about those details, I want this hairstyle." After saying that, Luffy hurried to show off to others. At this time, Sanji, who was coming out of the room, saw Luffy's appearance, this hairstyle. Sanji also wanted it, but his eyebrows were a flaw. Thinking of this, Sanji could only be jealous secretly and shed tears silently in his heart. And Usopp on the side touched his curly hair, "Oh, forget it." When Vivi saw the different Luffy, she immediately exclaimed, "Luffy, you have become much more handsome." "Ah ha ha ha," Luffy said proudly, "it was Lin Hai who helped me with the hairstyle, and I am also very satisfied with this hairstyle." Sanji on the side couldn't help but said jealously, "Lin Hai is right, this hairstyle doesn't match your temperament." Just now Sanji actually kicked himself? Thinking of this, Usopp said, "Are you jealous of other people's hairstyles?" Sanji said angrily, "Say it again? Believe it or not, I will beat you, you long nose." Usopp replied, "Do you want to fight?" "Zoro, go ahead." Zoro rolled his eyes and said, if you want to fight, go ahead yourself. At this moment, a black shadow appeared in the distance, and it seemed that it was about to reach the destination. Nami on the side interrupted everyone's noise and said quickly, everyone, we are almost at the small garden, get up and work. Oh! Everyone immediately cheered up. Soon, the Mary sailed into the stream of the small garden, and a cool breath spread all over the body. Luffy immediately said excitedly, everyone, do you have a sense of adventure? Roar! At one point, everyone heard the roar of a wild beast, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Damn, how could there be a tiger here? Lin Hai had only seen this tiger in photos and on the screen in his previous life, but never in real life. Lin Hai immediately said excitedly, Luffy, how about we let it be our mount? Mount! Nami and others exclaimed. Usopp held Lin Hai's face and pointed at the tiger that looked the ferocious tiger said, look carefully, how can such a dangerous tiger be used as a mount? Lin Hai asked in confusion, sit on its back, what else do you want? Luffy nodded and said, then it's settled. Before he finished speaking, everyone felt as if a huge bird was flying overhead. At a glance. Fuck! Is that a pterosaur? Lin Hai's eyes lit up and said, how can there be a dinosaur here? But this dinosaur seems to treat us as food. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hai raised his knife and grabbed the huge pterosaur and returned to the boat. Because of the weight, the boat shook. Usopp exclaimed, Lin Hai, don't mess around. Nami and Vivi were so scared that they hugged each other and cried, I want to go home. The tiger on the shore was stunned by Lin Hai's action for a while, and then ran away quickly. At this time, Luffy on the side pouted and said, Lin Hai, why are you so reckless? I want to ride on its back. Lin Hai rolled his eyes at Luffy, and then said to Sanji, Sanji, it's time to show your skills. What? No way, Lin Hai, we eat this. Hey, this is too reckless. Lin Hai said speechlessly, if you have the guts, don't eat it later. If you want to eat it, don't show it to me damn, don't hit me in the face. Sanji's cooking skills are really amazing. This kind of food has never been seen before, but now it can be made so delicious. When Lin Hai took a bite of the food, he saw Luffy looking like a starving ghost again. Lin Hai couldn't help but said, no one is competing with you, and there is still plenty of food. Can you be more capable? Usopp said angrily, Luffy, you come to steal my food again. Luffy said incoherently, oh, it's delicious. Zoro took a bite of the meat, drank a sip of wine and said with satisfaction, I didn't expect this meat to be so delicious. Sanji smiled and said, there is still a lot, eat slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, Sanji put the carefully selected meat on the plate in front of Nami and Vivi and said attentively, Ms. Nami, Princess Vivi, this is the best, please try it. Luffy said quickly, I want it too. Sanji kicked over, this is not for you. However, what everyone didn't know was that because the aroma of the meat was so fragrant, it attracted some creatures they had never seen before. Zoro stopped eating in the ship's hall and said, did you hear any noise? Lin Hai nodded and said, an incredible creature has come. Judging from its aura, it is very strong. Nani? Chapter 63, One Sword Style, Brain Dead Chop. When everyone heard Lin Hai say that the opponent was very strong, then he was really strong. Everyone put down the food in their hands, and could faintly hear the sound of the earth shaking. Soon, everyone walked out of the ship's hall and came to the deck. At a glance, it turned out that a huge man walked over. Is that a man? Everyone shouted. Nami and Vivi had already hugged each other and cried again, I want to go home. And Usopp and Badakwe lay down on the deck and pretended to be dead. At this time, Luffy exclaimed, it's so big, hey, are you human? The giant smiled kindly and replied, are you asking me? My name is Brokey, I'm a giant, so I'm considered a human. Silgiae. Luffy's eyes lit up and said, are all the giants this big? Brokey nodded and said, about the same, are you pirates passing by? Are you having a party? I can smell the aroma of meat from a long distance. Sanji went directly to the kitchen and took out a large piece of meat, and then threw it to Brokey. Ahem, that little bit of meat is not enough to fill his teeth. At this time, Brokey, who had swallowed the meat, asked, did you bring wine? I've been here for more than 100 years, and I really want to drink. Zoro exclaimed, more than 100 years. How old are you this year? Brokey laughed and said, I'm more than 150 years old. Because it's been so long, I forgot how old I am, ahahaha. Sanji couldn't help asking, do all your giants have such a long lifespan? Brokey replied, under normal circumstances, the average age of giants is about 3 times the lifespan of people like you. Luffy's eyes lit up, and he was about to say something, but Lin Hai interrupted, you are checking the household registration. Since Brokey is so kind, let's have a banquet together. Duan. Before Lin Hai finished speaking, he was hit hard on the head. Lin Hai was furious and said, who hit me? Nami put her hands on her hips and said, it's me, you should be more polite when you speak to me, you old man, pay attention to your manners. Brokey waved his hand and smiled, it's okay, pirates should be bolder, and I'm much older than you, ha ha ha. Lin Hai took out a big barrel from the space and threw it to Brokey, saying, take it. Brokey took the barrel and couldn't help but asked curiously, are you doing magic? Luffy smiled and explained, Lin Hai is a user with the ability of the devil fruit, Sanji, let's have a party. Sanji's eyes twitched, a party, okay, where's the food? Brokey is a very worldly wise person, seeing the current situation on the Straw Hat Pirates ship, he said generously, I'll treat you to a barbecue. I'll go hunt some prey first, and then we'll have a party together. After that, Brokey pointed to a volcano not far away and said, how about we gather there later? Zoro replied, then we'll go hunt some prey too. Lin Hai turned around and said, Usopp, move all the wine on the ship over there, and have a party. Luffy said excitedly, banquet, party, let's have a party. At this time, Vivi said, if we all go over there, what about the ship? Lin Hai waved his hand and said, you go, I'll stay to watch the ship, but you have to come back later and let me go, I still have to see dinosaurs. Although Lin Hai really wants to go now, let them go and experience it. If they have Lin Hai around, how can they grow up? At this time, Zoro said, then I'll leave it to you. I'll replace you when I come back later. The reason why Lin Hai chose to stay was because he suddenly got an inspiration, that is, the use of the space barrier of the space fruit ability. From this understanding, Lin Hai vaguely realized that his affinity with the space fruit had become higher. At this time, without opening the space field, Lin Hai directly drew his sword and cut a few times in the air. It worked. I saw several brick-sized space barriers appeared in front of Lin Hai. Lin Hai jumped up happily to try if he could stand on it. As expected, he could really stand on it, but after 5 seconds, the space barrier would disappear. For a while, Lin Hai played happily, and then, unknowingly, Lin Hai kept going up like climbing a ladder. When he reacted, he looked down and was shocked by the height. Nima. Sure enough, after being startled by the height, Lin Hai was immediately confused, and then he was blown by the breeze and fell directly from the sky. After sitting up again, Lin Hai couldn't help but start thinking, if he didn't use a knife to cut and create a space barrier, what should he do? Because this trick is definitely a powerful weapon when the enemy is unknown. Just now, I felt the connection between myself and the space, and then I could only cut a little with a knife. If I didn't use a knife. Room, space barrier. Lin Hai felt it for a long time in the space field, and then he realized that he was a spaceman, just like Luffy is a rubber man and Katakuri is a sticky rice man. When they are developed to a high level, they are all incredible existences. Of course, the space fruit is the most bizarre. After a long time, Lin Hai finally realized a little bit of the truth. Without using a knife, he, Lin Hai, can finally condense a brick-sized space barrier, but he can't condense much at a time, and he can't condense a larger range. After all, he just learned it. Just as Lin Hai stood up and prepared to go for some more waves, he realized that after all this time, this was very similar to the Navy's moon step. Forget it, although it was very similar, it was very pretentious. The moon step required constant stepping, but Lin Hai didn't need it, right? At this moment, Lin Hai suddenly realized that the sky had turned dark. Looking up, he saw that a huge dinosaur had taken him as food. It was outrageous. So, Lin Hai pointed his sword at the dinosaur and said, why don't you just squat on the ground and become a fossil? Why are you looking for death? As he spoke, Lin Hai was ready to start, and then he glared, and a strong domineering aura enveloped the dinosaur. Lin Hai shouted, one sword flow, brain dead chop, slay the dragon. First, use the domineering aura to stun the dinosaur, and then chop it quickly with a sword. No problem. Clang. A flash of white light flashed, and the sword energy passed through the neck of the dinosaur, and then dissipated in the distance. So, they were having a party, and Lin Hai himself came to have a party. Chapter 64 Uncle takes you to see the goldfish. After Lin Hai had eaten and drunk enough on the bank of the stream and rested under a tree for a while, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Damn it, it's been so long, why hasn't Zoro come back to replace him? Lin Hai was suddenly shocked. Who is Zoro? Zoro is a person who doesn't even know how to get home. Lin Hai quickly released his observation haki to investigate the situation over there. Well, it was really like the original book. One of the two giants was plotted against, and the other was fixed to the ground by Mr. Three's candle ability. And Zoro, Nami, Sanji, and Vivi are going to be made into wax figures. Interestingly, Luffy was still sitting there drinking tea leisurely with that little sister Mr. Golden Week. It seems that Luffy has been blessed with Golden Week's special ability, the unique ability to control other people's emotions by mixing colors. Lin Hai couldn't sit still anymore, he had to rush over to help them out, who knows if they can get out of danger. Before this, Mr. Five didn't dare to be an enemy of Lin Hai at first, but this time it was different, this time he had Mr. Three's strategy and ability, so he dared to attack the Straw Hat Pirates again. At the same time, it was also to get the bounty of the two giants, a full 200 million Baileys. After all, Mr. Five also wanted to atone for his sins and not be hunted down by the senior agents of Baroque Works, right? At this time, Mr. Five and Valentine were chasing after the riding Usopp is running fast. In another part of the jungle, there is a huge candlestick, on which Zoro and his companions are standing, their feet are fixed by candles and they cannot move. Two giants are lying on the ground not far from the candlestick. The giant Dong Li has passed out because he drank the wine bombed by Mr. Five and was seriously injured in the duel with Brokey. The giant Brokey, who was fixed on the ground by Mr. Three's candle power, saw this and couldn't help but annoyed. These people are so despicable that they actually use such means. Mr. Three couldn't help but laugh and show off. You idiots, everything depends on brain power, you know? As long as we use our brains, we can beat you, why should we fight you head on? Baka. At this time, Sanji, who was on the candlestick with his hands in his pockets, said, Luffy fell into the trick of the Golden Week again, and we can't move. Is this the end? I didn't expect that we would lose here. Zoro raised his long sword and said, lose here? Since the foot can't move, just cut it off. Anyway, I want to win. Nami exclaimed, are you crazy? If you cut off your own foot, how can you fight him afterwards? Lin Hai, come and save us, I don't want to die like this. Wai Wei also said in horror, I absolutely can't die here, Alabastine is still waiting for me to go back. What are you doing? Sanji thinks about it. Pukes, Mr3 said excitedly, you'll roar, that's it, as much as possible, make painful expressions as much as possible. The painful and struggle expression is the art I pursue. Kali solidarity in fear. Nami said uncomfortably, don't be proud of it too early, the perverted man. Sanji nodded, I agree with this. For a moment, Lin Hai's fairy-like outfit immediately attracted everyone's attention. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a flirtatious operation, and reward the host with a copy of Basic Swordsmanship. Lin Hai in midair secretly spat, who is the flirtatious system looking down on? Basic Swordsmanship? Hurry up and play something else, what else is more fun than pretending to be cool? After a while, Nami reacted and said happily, Lin Hai, you bastard finally came, come and save us. Wai Wei said excitedly with tears in her eyes, Lin Hai, you are finally here. Sanji spat in jealousy, pretending again. Zoro said speechlessly, don't pretend there, destroy the rotating candlestick on it. Mr3 saw that Lin Hai could actually step into the air, and was immediately horrified, you, how could you step into the air? What kind of monster are you? After hearing what Mr3 said, Zoro and others realized that Lin Hai actually came from the air. Hey, can the space fruit do this kind of thing? I don't know what means Lin Hai used, but this is really scary. Nami and Wai Wei looked at Lin Hai like this, and they really didn't know what to say. They were stunned at this time. Luffy, who was drinking tea with Golden Week, wanted to say Sulgae loudly, but the emotion fruit made his thoughts completely reversed, which was really uncomfortable. Golden Week looked up at Lin Hai blankly, and forgot what to say for a moment, and didn't even know that the teacup in his hand fell to the ground. Looking at the reactions of these people, Lin Hai expressed that he was very satisfied, and did not live up to the inspiration and hard training at the beginning. At this time, Zoro saw Lin Hai still walking in the air, and he was immediately unhappy and said, "Lin Hai, quickly cut down the rotating candlestick above, don't show off there. These guys actually have the face to ask him to save them?" MR3's group can only be regarded as scum among the New World pirates, and they can be wiped out. Thinking of this, Lin Hai said with a bad taste, "Aren't you guys chatting happily there? Besides, how can I destroy Mr. MR3's pursuit of art? Don't you think so? Mr. MR3. MR3 was afraid of the unknown, so he quickly used his trick, that is, using his candle ability to create a huge candle robot. Lin Hai didn't plan to attack him first, and it wouldn't be too late to attack him after he armed himself. At this time, Lin Hai flashed and stood directly in front of Mr. Golden Week. Looking at the little sister sitting there wearing a hat, Lin Hai stretched out his hand and said, "This cute little sister, how about being my daughter, being my partner?" Mr. Golden Week reacted and replied with some fear, "This uncle, who are you? What do you want to do? Don't come over." "Ha ha ha," this Uncle Sanji on the candlestick almost burst out laughing, "Ahem, I don't need to think to know that those bastards on the candlestick are laughing at me. Forget it, uncle is uncle." Lin Hai quickly adjusted his mentality and said again, "Little sister, there are many beautiful goldfish on my boat, uncle will take you to see them, okay?" Pucha ha ha ha. Sanji on the candlestick laughed so hard that tears came out. He really didn't expect that Lin Hai was so shameless that he even tricked the little sister to see the goldfish. Puchi, cough cough cough. Zoro originally wanted to maintain his image, but after listening to Lin Hai's words, he finally broke his defense. And Vivi and Nami on the side blushed at the same time. This stinky Lin Hai is really shameless. Chapter 65 The Miserable Mr. 3. Another ridicule. Before crossing, didn't those old predecessors use this trick when picking up girls? Is it so funny? Didn't you see that Lin Hai was inviting his partners? These guys. Lin Hai was furious and said, "Straw hat bastard, what are you doing there? I came all the way here, don't you think you can make me a cup of tea?" As he said that, Lin Hai kicked Luffy away. At this time, Mr. 3 on the side had already finished his outfit, and immediately laughed sinisterly, "You guys are too underestimating me, right? You dare not take me seriously, die. Iron Fist." When Mr. Golden Week was about to make a move, clang, a white light flashed, and Mr. 3's armor, which he thought was comparable to steel, cracked instantly, and then Mr. Golden Week was shocked. Lin Hai did not intend to really take Mr. 3's life. After all, from the original work, Luffy escaped from the underwater prison and rescued Ace, and he had a share of the credit. This kind of thing is a bit mysterious. But not taking his life does not mean not teaching him a lesson. Zoro and others were instantly transferred to his eyes by Lin Hai. At this time, Lin Hai was in a bad mood, and he said angrily, "If you have any complaints, you can blame him." Zoro and his friends originally wanted to settle accounts with Lin Hai, because it was so easy to save them, but this stinky Lin Hai had to wait until now to save them, causing them to suffer in vain. But no matter how unhappy he was, the culprit who caused this incident was Mr. 3, so he should beat him up first. Looking at the anger in their eyes, Mr. 3 said in horror, "What do you want to do? Don't come over here, or I will fight back." Sanji was the first to attack. "Okay, fight back." As he said that, Sanji kicked over. Mr. 3 quickly used his defensive means and waved his arm, wall of candles. Doan Sanji felt a pain in his foot, as if he had kicked on steel. Zoro was speechless and said, "This guy has this trick. What should we do now?" MR3 hid in the candle wall and said proudly, "Baga, the hardness of my candle wall is comparable to steel, you." Without waiting for MR3 to continue to be proud, Lin Hai had already punched the candle wall directly, and the candle wall shattered instantly. Lin Hai directly picked up MR3 and threw him aside, venting all his dissatisfaction on MR3. Lin Hai pointed at MR3 and said, "Brothers and sisters, beat him up." For a while, Lin Hai, Zoro, Sanji, Nami and Vivi stepped on MR3 as much as they wanted. "I'll let you yo-ho-ho, I'll let you be proud, take my kick." "Artist? What kind of artist are you? You actually want to make us into statues? You bastard, were you a little too proud just now?" MR3 held his head with both hands and said, "I'm sorry, please forgive me, I won't dare to do it again." If sorry is useful, what do we need the police for? Pay us for the shock we just received. Please forgive me. Aren't you very powerful? You fight back, bastard. You want me to make a painful and struggling expression, right? Pursue art, right? Let us solidify in fear, right? I don't know how long they beat him, but everyone's anger almost disappeared. A few people realized that Mr. Goldenweek had run away, and Luffy was looking at Lin Hai and others in a dilemma. Lin Hai walked over angrily and wiped off the pattern on Luffy's back. Luffy immediately exhaled 2 streams of hot air from his nostrils. Where is that stinky woman? I'm going to settle accounts with her, Zoro said, calm down Luffy, let's get rid of the candles on Uncle Klaji first, and Uncle Dongli. Klaji, who was lying on the ground, burst into tears, because he thought Dongli was dead at this time. Lin Hai used his ability to get Klaji out directly, and then said, don't worry, he is not dead, but fainted. Really? Klaji said excitedly. Lin Hai said unhappily, you can find out by probing his nostrils with your hand. Not long after, the giant Dongli woke up as Lin Hai said, and then the 2 big men hugged each other and cried bitterly. Lin Hai on the side couldn't stand it anymore. What about the banquet? Lin Hai hasn't participated in it yet. So, Lin Hai said to Brocky and Dongli, enough, you two, just cry for a while, why don't you stop crying? Brocky said, what do you know, well, I am so happy, woohoo. Lin Hai then realized that Nami was wearing a bikini with a coat on the outside, and the collar of the coat had not been pulled up. These are not the main points. The main point is that there is a red spot on Nami's belly. Lin Hai then remembered that Nami was infected with a virus. Lin Hai pointed at Nami's belly and asked, what bit you here? Nami glanced at her belly and said nonchalantly, it's okay, just a bug bite. Just a bug bite? If I remember correctly, it should be in this primitive jungle. Nami has been infected with some rare virus and it seems that she will not live for more than 6 days. Because the 5th day is the time of death. Lin Hai hurriedly said, then let's prepare the materials and set sail. At this time, Dong Li had stopped crying and asked with his head down, didn't you say you wanted to have a party? Are you going to set sail now? Lin Hai nodded and pointed at Nami and said, it seems that the navigator on our ship has been infected with some kind of virus. We have to take her to see a doctor immediately. Some kind of virus? Everyone shouted. Nami smiled and said, are you making a big deal out of it? I was just bitten by a mosquito. Sanji asked, Lin Hai, are you cursing Nami? Luffy asked in confusion, what is a virus? Vivi was surprised and said, have you never been sick? Usopp, Sanji, Zoro and Luffy shook their heads at the same time and said, we have never been sick. Nami and Vivi exclaimed, what kind of monsters are you? At this time, Broky said, I think Lin Hai is right. You should go to the doctor first. If you are fine, it's best. What if you are infected with the virus? Originally, Nami didn't care, but she was scared when everyone said that. Chapter 66 A Stunning Sword. After being scared for a while, Nami quickly adjusted herself and waved her hand and smiled, where do so many viruses come from? Let's prepare food and go to Alabasta. Vivi looked at Nami with some concern. Nami smiled and said, how could such a small probability thing fall directly on my head? You are right, Vivi. Lin Hai couldn't help but hit, this is a primitive jungle, rare virus. Nami was immediately annoyed, will you die if you don't speak? Lin Hai quickly hid behind Zoro and replied, I won't, but you may. Nami's face darkened. Zoro saw that something was wrong and said quickly, can you stop hiding behind me? At this time, Don Lee said, you just saved us, so let us help you too. Luffy asked in confusion, help us? Broky explained, there is a big thing hidden near the sea here, and most of the ships passing by are swallowed by it. Don Lee echoed, but don't worry, we will help you, just move forward, don't worry about what is in front of you. Broky nodded and said, leave it to us. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, no, I will do it. If it dares to swallow our ship, I will chop it. Usopp exclaimed, Lin Hai, you guy, why are you chopping things again, can you not be so scary? Zoro smiled and said, I really want to see Lin Hai perform that trick. Nami said angrily, why are you chopping? Every time Lin Hai messes up the ocean current, isn't this causing trouble for us? Brocky asked in confusion, that thing is really dangerous. Don't you really need our help? Don Li echoed, we have received your kindness, and we also want to repay you. Luffy smiled and said, don't worry, since Lin Hai said no, then no, hehe, what kind of adventure will there be in the next place? I'm looking forward to it. Then Lin Hai, Luffy and Usopp put their arms around each other and shouted adventure, adventure. Doin X3. Nami crossed her arms and said, really, why don't you move the food to the boat quickly? Lin Hai was really angry. In front of so many people, he was so disrespectful every day. So, Lin Hai whispered, this stinky woman, sooner or later I will get you pregnant. Nami blushed, but still said, Lin Hai, what are you talking about? Louder. Tisk, do you really think that Lin Hai is stupid? Nami must want to beat him again. Soon, all the Straw Hat Pirates arrived on the Mary. After waving goodbye to Tori and Brokey, the Mary had just sailed a short distance when a huge crab-like creature appeared in front. This creature is more than twice as big as the giants Tori and Brokey combined. Tori on the shore asked anxiously, are they really okay? Brokey replied, let's believe them. I don't think Luffy is a liar, and I think that Lin Hai is very strong. Tori saw that his friends said so, so he had to calm down and see how the situation develops. Although the two said they had to believe in the Straw Hat Pirates, they were like ants in front of the huge creature. How could they not worry? At this time, on the Mary, Nami and Vivi hugged each other and cried when they saw such a big creature. What on earth is that? Help, we are going to be eaten. Usopp hid behind Zoro in fear and said in fear, Zoro, we are going to be eaten, think of a way. Zoro said speechlessly, I can't do anything with such a big thing. Luffy put one hand on his eyebrows, made a sunshade gesture, and looked at the huge crab-like creature and exclaimed, it's so big, is it a crab? Sanji said blankly, if this is made into food, I really don't know how to start. Sanji, who reacted, turned his head quickly, and when he was about to ask what to do, Lin Hai had already started. At this time, Lin Hai got into position and turned on Gaofeng's summoning form. I saw that a space vortex appeared again from the left side of Lin Hai, and a double-edged sword that amazed everyone came out of the vortex. Lin Hai held the handle. Room. Armament color hardening. Instantly, everyone could see a black gas coming out of Lin Hai's arm and spreading to Gaofeng in summoned form. Lin Hai opened his eyes and shouted loudly, Demacia. Clang. A magical word full of domineering and the clear sound of the sword shocked everyone present. The sound was deafening, just like Pangu opening the sky. At this time, everyone seemed to feel that the sky was dim. It turned out that the sword light that Lin Hai chopped over was too dazzling, which made people have the illusion that the sky became dim. What shocked everyone even more was that at this time, the crab-like creature that looked like several mountains was directly split into two by Lin Hai. It turned out that Lin Hai just chopped it horizontally. Lin Hai is not stupid. If he chops vertically again, he will inevitably chop the sea, which will cause turbulence and bring the ship in. At this moment, everyone was speechless by the scene. It was rare that Luffy was also shocked by Lin Hai's sword this time, and several drops of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Although the creature in front of him was solved, the upper half of the flying creature that was like several mountains would fall down with gravity. Lin Hai spat secretly, he miscalculated. It turned out that although the horizontal chop could avoid turbulence, the object that fell down would still cause turbulence. Lin Hai quickly turned around and woke up the dazed Nami. Nami, hurry up and command. That thing will not hit us when it falls, but it will splash huge waves. Nami exclaimed, everyone, don't stand there stupidly, hurry up and work. After a long time, the sea level finally calmed down. Brokey on the side tried to hold back his laughter and said, why don't you take a rest and set sail later? That's right, after the upper half of the crab-like creature fell into the sea, it caused waves on the sea level. The Mary had to sail back to the shore and wait for the sea level to calm down again before setting sail. Everyone was really scared by Lin Hai's operation. First, they saw several mountain-sized objects being chopped up and flying, and then they saw that the objects that looked like several mountains fell down. Sanji grabbed Lin Hai's collar and said angrily, can you stop being so scary, bastard? I thought I was going to be smashed to death just now. Nami punched Lin Hai on the head and complained, is this what you mean by not messing around? Tell me what kind of monster you are. How did you chop off such a big thing? Lin Hai said angrily, you are so noisy, who knew that thing was so fragile, I feel like I haven't done my best yet. Lin Hai's tone of voice was so irritating that Lin Hai was beaten up again. Fuck, you hit me again, we are partners, who hit me in the face again? Don Li and Brokey on the side looked at each other. Didn't they have something to do and were in a hurry to set sail? What are they doing now? Oh my! Grow up, please. Chapter 67 Nami, you are sick and need treatment. After saying goodbye to Dongli and Brokey again, the Mary was already sailing on the vast ocean. Then, now comes the problem. Lin Hai insisted on finding a doctor, Nami insisted on opposing, and Wai Wei was struggling on the side. Because Wai Wei just read the newspaper Nami gave her. At this time, Wai Wei said with great concern, everyone, originally the king's army had 700,000 against 400,000 rebels, but I didn't expect that 300,000 of the king's army turned against them, and the situation was reversed in an instant. Nami comforted him, Vivi, don't worry too much. We will go to Alabasta as quickly as possible to expose Crocodile's true face to the public. In that way, can't this war be avoided? Vivi nodded and said, thank you. Luffy on the side said, let's go and defeat Crocodile. Nami raised her eyebrows and said angrily, you have said it many times. If you say it again, I will throw you into the sea. At this time, Lin Hai couldn't help but sneer, I say, are you too naive? That was a battle of millions of people. Since it was a battle, there were already huge contradictions. Do you really think that it can be avoided with just Vivi's words? Vivi said excitedly, am I not going to do anything? Lin Hai asked, do you have evidence that Crocodile is behind the incident? Even if you do, you can't stop it. Wai Wei retorted, impossible, as long as I tell my father and the rebel leader Kosa the information and evidence I have collected, they will definitely stop the turmoil. Lin Hai laughed and said, you think too naive, right? What kind of contradictions and misunderstandings will lead to a confrontation between millions of troops? Let's not talk about this for now. Let's make an assumption. If you tell your father about Crocodile's conspiracy, but Kosa doesn't know, what will happen when they meet on the battlefield? Sanji tentatively said, you are originally a small party. Because of indecision, will this battle become one-sided? Wai Wei was shocked, but still I will definitely meet Kosa and will never let this happen. Hee. Lin Hai was about to say something, but Sanji said unhappily, Lin Hai, be gentle to ladies, and talk nicely if you have anything to say, understand? Lin Hai slapped his forehead and said speechlessly, I was mad at them. Think about it, even if Kosa knew, what if he didn't appear on the battlefield or he was killed? Guess what the result would be? Also, when Vivi heard what was going to happen in Alabasta, she thought too simply. Can a war be resolved with just a few words? Vivi said angrily, according to you, is everything I did meaningless? Nami rolled her eyes at Lin Hai and comforted him, he actually wanted to persuade you to give up and go back to Alabasta first. Tan, let's go find a doctor first. Lin Hai felt a little confused. After taking a deep breath, Lin Hai said calmly, because the mastermind behind this incident is Crocodile, he has been planning for so long, he must have a comprehensive plan. So you just went back rashly and fell into his calculations. I said this just to tell you that you should think about all these things before going back. Don't let yourself get involved when you can't save others. Vivi calmed down, thought for a while and said, then what do you say? Luffy said, why don't we just defeat Crocodile directly? Zoro said, defeat him, but the matter in Alabasta has not been resolved yet. Usopp replied, in that case, we have to split up, some people go to find Crocodile, and some people go to stop the civil strife in the kingdom of Alabasta. Lin Hai nodded and said, it is indeed safe to do so, but there are many senior cadres in Baroque Studio, they may be lurking in Alabasta, how to distribute them? Luffy said, leave Crocodile to me. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, Crocodile is the user of the sand fruit, a natural devil fruit, and you don't know Haki, what are you going to do? Let me go, I'll chop him down with one knife. Usopp exclaimed, Lin Hai, can you stop chopping people all the time? Lin Hai said speechlessly, we are enemies, if I don't chop him, can I treat him to a meal? Nami said at this time, then this matter is decided, we will set off for Alabasta first, and then act separately after landing. Vivi said gratefully, this matter has nothing to do with everyone, but you are involved, I. Lin Hai said indifferently, you're welcome, these are all things after landing. After that, Lin Hai pointed to Nami and said, the most important thing at the moment is to find a doctor, Nami, you are sick and need treatment. Duan. Nami punched, and Sanji kicked Lin Hai. Sanji said, You are cursing Miss Nami again. Nami said speechlessly, I said I didn't, it's okay. Before she finished speaking, Nami suddenly felt the surroundings spinning, and then fell down. Vivi saw this and quickly helped Nami up. Others looked at Lin Hai in surprise. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, Did I say something wrong? What a bunch of bastards. Usopp said in horror, Lin Fan, it turns out that you really know how to curse. Luffy exclaimed, Oh no, Nami was cursed by Lin Hai. Nami, are you okay? Don't die. Lin Hai said speechlessly, Didn't you find that Nami had an abnormal wound on her abdomen? As he spoke, Lin Hai pulled up Nami's shirt, and saw some black spots on Nami's abdomen. Lin Hai pointed there and said, See? Nami must have been infected with some virus. Let's go find a doctor. No way, it's just as Lin Hai said, it's true. Ah. Nami won't die just like that. No, Nami, we need you, don't leave us. Wei Wei said angrily, All of you be quiet, help Nami go back to rest first. Nami said weakly, Wait, this wind is a bit unusual, turn left quickly. Sanji replied, Leave it to me. Just as they were helping Nami go into rest, everyone looked at the sea level in the distance in horror. There was a tornado with a diameter of nearly 700 meters blowing there. This scene shook everyone's nerves severely, and after they recovered, everyone couldn't help but look at Nami, and they really admired her. If it was a few seconds later, the consequences would be disastrous. At this time, Usopp found Lin Hai in a fighting posture, so he asked, Lin Hai, what are you doing? Lin Hai said unhappily, That tornado just wanted to kill us, I want to chop it off. Duan. Lin Hai was beaten up again. You chop again, why do you always like to chop, chop, please stop chopping. You bastard, do you think the current is not strong enough? If you chop us again, we will really have a shipwreck. At this time, Zoro asked, Nami, tell me the direction of our sailing first, and then go and have a good rest. Nami replied weakly, Just sail in this direction, and if there is any change in the weather, notify me. Lin Hai stopped Usopp and the others from doing what they did, stood up and asked, Nami, do you still plan to go directly to Alabasta? Let's go find a doctor first. Chapter 68 Tao Yun. With Lin Hai's repeated reminders, everyone understood a truth. If Nami's illness was not cured first, then everyone could only drift aimlessly on the sea on the Mary. If there was another storm, it would be unthinkable. So everyone agreed to go find a doctor first, which was the Drum Island in the nearby waters. After arranging Nami, Wei Wei stayed to take care of her, and except for Lin Hai on the deck and Zoro taking a short nap, everyone else ran into the kitchen to eat. Lin Hai, who was sitting on the deck, found a problem. Why couldn't he be more kind to others like Luffy and the others? Ahem, this is a problem. It seems that there is still a long way to go. Bored Lin Hai leaned on the railing and started to play the expansion training of the space barrier. What if it becomes smaller and used as a bullet? I can't point and shoot, and I'm not like Kizaru's flash fruit, so forget about that aspect. After all, there is still the observation haki, which seems a bit impractical. So how to develop it? Attack, dodge, and escape. Let's develop these three aspects first. Combine the space ability with the attack method, use physical skills with the space ability, and escape, then rely on the development of the space fruit. Lin Hai doesn't intend to waste time thinking about those fancy moves. Because there are so many moves, each one looks awesome, but if you don't master them, it's useless when you meet a master. Isn't this just deceiving yourself and wasting time? Lin Hai suddenly realized that he thought he didn't need to study anymore, but it turned out that he not only had to use his brain, but also had to train his body. At this moment, Sanji, who came out of the kitchen, saw Lin Hai playing with those transparent objects there, and couldn't help asking, You stepped into the air last time, weren't you using those things? Lin Hai nodded and said, Yes, do you want to go up and play? Sanji clearly felt the full of malice from Lin Hai's eyes, and waved his hand quickly and said, No, they are all eating, you don't go. Before he finished speaking, he saw Lin Hai holding the dinosaur meat brought out from the small garden, and immediately exclaimed, Isn't your space fruit too perverted? But how long can the food last in your space? Lin Hai replied while eating, It won't go bad. At this time, Wei Wei, who came out of Nami's room, shouted, "Oh no, everyone, Nami has a fever of 40 degrees. Sanji was immediately horrified and said, "What did you say?" For a moment, everyone ran into Nami's room. Luffy said with rare worry, "Nami, wake up, don't die." Sanji said with tears, "Ms. Nami, how could you be sick? I always give you the best part of the food, and give them all the bad ones." Everyone's face turned black. This beast. Seeing the noise in the room, Nami couldn't help but sit up and said weakly, "I'm fine, I either have heat stroke or the thermometer is broken. How can a person have a fever of 40 degrees? By the way, is the direction of the ship sailing okay?" Vivi replied, "No problem, we will reach Drum Island tomorrow. Nami, you have to hold on." At this time, Lin Hai stepped forward to take Nami's pulse. Everyone's eyes suddenly showed a look of joy. "Lin Hai also knows medical skills?" Zoro endured. He kept asking, "Lin Hai, can you take the pulse?" Luffy's eyes lit up and he said, "Lin Hai, you are so good." Usopp exclaimed, "Lin Hai has all the advantages except his shortcomings." Seeing Lin Hai's serious look, Sanji stepped forward and asked, "Did you see anything?" Vivi said happily, "If it can be cured, can we not go to Drum Island?" Lin Hai said unhappily, "Can you be quiet? I just want to see the difference between Nami's pulse and ours. I know medical skills? Go play somewhere else." Everyone's face darkened. Sanji was furious and said, "You bastard, you don't know how to treat a disease, and you still don't let go of Nami's hand." Lin Hai ignored the people around him, and said to Nami, "Nami, you should lie down and have a good rest. I'll let Wai Wei get some warm water to wipe your body later. This will cool you down and make you feel better." Nami replied weakly, "Thank you, Vivi." Vivi shook her head and said, "Why are you being polite to me?" Others were full of doubts at this time. Would it really reduce the fever if they did that? At this time, Lin Hai stood up and hugged Vivi's waist. In the confused eyes of everyone, Lin Hai said gently, "Princess Vivi, let's ignore them. I'll take you to see the goldfish, okay?" Nami, who had just laid down, found that her face became even hotter. And Vivi was stunned for a moment, and then the blush climbed up her cheeks and reddened to her ears. Sanji glared at Lin Hai and roared like a beast. Zoro slapped his forehead, wondering why there was such a guy on his ship. "Ha ha ha!" Luffy pointed at Lin Hai and laughed, "Lin Hai, you are so interesting." At this time, Wai Wei replied uncomfortably, "Well, can you let me go? I want to get some water to wipe Nami's body." "Yet." Lin Hai pointed at everyone and said, "What are you doing in the room? Do you know medical skills? Get out and don't get in the way here, tisk." Several people looked at Lin Hai's back, then looked at each other. Lin Hai, who had just arrived at the deck, was lying on the deck to continue studying the space fruit when he saw everyone pressing on him. Lin Hai exclaimed, "What do you want to do?" "What? Beat you up? Isn't Lin Hai the guy who cares most about his hairstyle? Let's make him a new one." "You guy, not only shook Nami's hand just now, but also dared to hug Princess Vivi's waist. I'll fight you." Lin Hai refused to beg for mercy and said, "You guys, remember this. Ah, I know I was wrong." After everyone quarreled for a while, it suddenly snowed in the sky. Luffy was surprised and said, "Lin Hai, take out the sweet thing you had last time, let's eat ice cream again." Usopp said, "It's not possible now, with such a little snow, it's impossible to pinch it." Lin Hai glared at everyone, took out his fishing rod and started fishing. Luffy and Usopp looked at each other. Will there be fish to eat later? That one is more delicious than ice cream. However, after a long while, Luffy said with doubt, "Lin Hai, you are so lame today. I caught fish, but you didn't catch any." Lin Hai said mysteriously, "What do you know? I am comprehending the rhyme of Tao." "Rhyme of Tao? It sounds like a big deal." Everyone looked at Lin Hai curiously. Zoro didn't sleep either, and walked to Lin Hai curiously and asked, "Can you tell me in detail?" Chapter 69 Daily Flirting. What to say? Should I tell them that Lin Hai was just wondering why Vivi's skin is so much whiter than Nami's? But this comparison has been made, how can it be rounded? Ahem. Lin Hai adjusted his posture, then looked into the distance mysteriously, and said, "The Tao can be said, but it is not the real Tao. The name can be named, but it is not the real name." Although Luffy and Usopp didn't understand what Lin Hai was saying, they seemed to have a sense of power. Silk, silk cake. There's more, keep talking. Lin Hai was very confused. When he was studying in school, he only remembered this sentence in the article about Tao. What did it say next? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to Lin Hai, and he was immediately refreshed. Ahem. Lin Hai continued, actually, if I say it in a profound way, you won't understand it, so I will explain it in a simple and easy to understand way, that is, sit here and feel the subtle changes in the environment, so as to understand the laws of the operation of all things. At this time, Sanji came over with a cigarette in his mouth and said with a smile, you said nothing, right? Damn it, Sanji is forcing himself to use a trick. So, Lin Hai continued to look into the distance, bit a cigarette, and then slowly said, absolute movement and relative stillness show that movement is irreversible, and time is just a conceptual expression of movement. In other words, if you want to go back to the past. Speaking of this, Lin Hai couldn't continue. He originally wanted to say that it was impossible to go back to the past, but if he, Lin Hai, guessed correctly, there is a time fruit in this world, right? It's really speechless. When everyone heard this, they saw why Lin Hai didn't say anything, and the curious Soran asked, what's next? Ahem. Lin Hai said, what else can we do? Living in the present is the most real thing. Everything else is just floating clouds. That's it. That's it. Everyone snorted and walked away. Just as everyone walked away, Feng Sao System suddenly said, ding, congratulations to the host for having his own understanding of the rules. The backpack space is open to the host. Only the host can enter and exit this space freely. Enter and exit freely? A place to escape from desperate situations? Another nonsense. Suddenly, Lin Hai, who was overjoyed, lost his balance and fell directly from the railing. Nima. Plop. Several people not far away saw Lin Hai suddenly fall into the sea, full of confusion. Luffy asked in confusion, the scream just now was Lin Hai's, right? Sanji took a deep puff of cigarette and asked, is it because we just despised him that he couldn't think of jumping into the sea? Usopp said, Lin Hai, he shouldn't be that fragile, right? Zoro said speechlessly, stop talking, hurry up and see if he's okay. At this time, in the sea, there were several fish that had just bitten the bait on the fishing rod in Lin Hai's hand, but they couldn't bite it, and the instigator had now fallen into the sea. So, a group of fish all swam over and prepared to slap Lin Hai with their tails to retaliate for teasing them just now. That's right, just now, when Lin Hai was fishing, he was practicing his observation haki, and he had been teasing those fish with the fishing rod in his hand. At this time, Lin Hai, who fell into the sea, saw that these fish dared to come over to provoke him, so Lin Hai raised his middle finger to them. Although those fish didn't understand what that meant, but he could inexplicably feel that the human in front of him was insulting him. So, a group of fish rushed over and prepared to beat Lin Hai. Fortunately, Lin Hai was changing himself and was determined not to kill indiscriminately. He quickly adjusted his mentality, and then Lin Hai made a face at the school of fish. As a result, the school of fish was irritated. On the snowy sea, near the Golden Mary, a man was swimming quickly, and the fish were chasing behind him. Luffy on the boat looked at this scene with shining eyes and exclaimed, I really want to go swimming with Lin Hai, but it's a pity that I can't swim. Hey, let's play this game too. Are you boring, bastard? Sanji kicked Luffy, then turned around and asked Zoro with a confused face, what is Lin Hai doing? Zoro said speechlessly, are you an idiot? Lin Hai is being chased by the fish. Usopp nodded thoughtfully and said, Lin Hai is sometimes more troublesome than Luffy. Do even fish have to beat him? Luffy stood at the railing and said excitedly, stupid fish, you can't catch up with Lin Hai, ha ha ha. Lin Hai, who was swimming in the sea, turned his head and looked at Luffy, and replied, of course, I am the swimming champion. Stinky fish, you haven't eaten yet, come and chase me, ha ha ha. Fish. This human is so hateful, it really makes me angry. Why can't we fish swim faster than this human? Is he a fishman? It shouldn't be, he doesn't have the characteristics of fish, no matter, catch up with him first. At this time, Zoro on the boat heard the champion mentioned by Lin Hai, and was about to take off his clothes to compete with Lin Hai, but was stopped by Sanji. Sanji was really exhausted, and could only say angrily, are you still going down? Don't cause any more trouble. Really? After being chased by the fish for a long time in the sea, Lin Hai used his ability to return to the boat. At the railing, Lin Hai found that the fish were still gathered under the boat, staring at him. So, Lin Hai mocked the fish again, singing and dancing, la 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 di Meisha, la la la, lua. For a while, Luffy and Usopp sang and danced with Lin Hai. This scene made Sanji and Zoro on the side jump in the corners of their eyes. After singing for a while, Lin Hai unzipped his zipper and released water to the fish. Fish! What is he going to do? I don't know, hey? What is that? Oh no, is it a gun? I've seen humans use guns, but this... Scatter quickly. At this time, Wai Wei, who happened to be passing by, saw this scene and screamed, which scared Lin Hai, and then, Lin Hai fell into the sea again. Fortunately, Lin Hai's ability is useful. When he just sat back on the deck, Wai Wei blushed and asked, "Are you okay?" Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "What can happen to me?" Feeling that his face seemed to be full of water, Lin Hai pulled Wai Wei's skirt to wipe his face. Wai Wei immediately covered her skirt and screamed again, while Sanji on the side began to transform into a beast and roared on the side. Lin Hai said depressedly, "I say Wai Wei, as a princess of a country, you should be calm and composed, can you not be so startled?" Wai Wei said speechlessly, "Aren't you cold in short sleeves? It's snowing now." After hearing Vivi's words, Luffy and Usopp shivered. "Hiss, it's so cold." X2SANJI exclaimed, "You just reacted now." Lin Hai, who was sitting on the ground, just felt a little cold, and now when Wai Wei reminded him, he immediately said, "Cold? It's really a bit cold." Sanji turned around and exclaimed, "So you just reacted too?" Just walking a few steps forward, Lin Hai remembered where the fish he had just teased was. Lin Hai immediately exclaimed, "Stinky fish, don't run, I haven't had enough fun yet." Sanji exclaimed again, "Are you stupid?" Chapter 70 Swallowing the Sun and the Moon, Swallowing Everything. The next day, the Mary finally arrived near the Drum Island. What was unexpected was that the Mary was surrounded by many ships. Because of Lin Hai's reminder, everyone noticed the current situation. On a boat not far away, there stood a man whose height was almost the same as his body width, holding a knife in his hand with barbecue stuck on it. He ate and then swallowed the knife. Lin Hai on the Mary turned to look at Luffy. "Luffy, that guy is even more greedy than you." Luffy exclaimed, "Is that guy a monster? He even eats knives." At this time, Valpo said, "Muhaha, is that a pirate in front? I am Valpo, the king of Drum Island, and now your ship is mine." "Ah, I'm so hungry." Luffy objected, "Don't." Seeing that Valpo was about to take action, Lin Hai hurriedly said, "Wait." Lin Hai quietly winked at everyone, then turned to look at Valpo and said, "Respected King Walpo, I am your loyal follower. You are hungry, right? I will treat you to a delicious meal, okay?" Luffy said with disgust, "What is Lin Hai doing? He is a loyal follower of that annoying guy? Is this true?" Sanji said to Luffy, "Don't be silly, let's see what Lin Hai wants to do first." Walpo was originally waiting for the other party to object, and then jumped directly onto the Mary and ate their ship, but suddenly someone came in front of him and said that he was his loyal follower and wanted to follow him, and also said that he wanted to treat himself to food. Thinking of this, Walpo wanted to see what the person in front of him wanted to do. Walpo said, "Treating me to food." Lin Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I have heard of you before. You can swallow the sun and the moon, and you can swallow everything, right?" "Nanny!" the Straw Hat crew exclaimed. Luffy asked with shining eyes, "Really? Swallow the sun and the moon? Can you show us?" Zoro held Luffy speechlessly and said speechlessly, "That's enough, how could such a thing happen?" At this time, after hearing Lin Hai's words, Valpo was stunned at first, and then laughed, "Muhaha, swallow the sun and the moon, swallow everything? Your description is very appropriate, I will allow you to be my follower. By the way, what are you going to treat me to?" "I'm just hungry, muhaha." Lin Hai said, "Yes, King Valpo, you just need to look up at the sky, then open your mouth, and the food will come immediately." Muhaha Valpo asked doubtfully, "Will this really happen?" Having said that, Valpo has already done that. Room. In an instant, a wooden barrel appeared above Valpo, and this wooden barrel was very interesting. How to say it? Usopp looked at the barrel and said, "Why do I feel that barrel is very familiar?" Zoro also replied, "I feel strangely familiar too." Sanji then remembered and exclaimed, "Isn't that our toilet? Could it be?" Everyone vaguely guessed what Lin Hai wanted to do, and they all shuddered. However, although Walpo heard these words, he had already swallowed the whole barrel. Then, his face began to twist. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a coquettish operation. The reward for the host's behavior is that there is a certain probability of disgusting the opponent. It doesn't matter what the reward is. The most important thing at this moment is to be happy. Pa pa pa. After seeing Walpo swallow the barrel, Lin Hai applauded. Lin Hai applauded and sighed, "Great, great, Walpo, you really swallow everything. It is simply unprecedented and unparalleled." Luffy pointed at Valpo with a face full of fear and said, "That guy ate all our food at night. He is really powerful, woo." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "What's going on with you guys? We are pirates, and I need to see if he is good guy? It's really inexplicable, tisk." At this time, Wai Wei stepped forward to explain, "Everyone, if Lin Hai hadn't beaten him away just now, he would have eaten our ship." "Eat our ship?" X3. Wai Wei nodded and said, "Walpo is a swallow-tongue ability user, and I heard that some time ago, Valpo was attacked by a group of pirates, and then Valpo fled the country with his army. He should have come back and met us halfway." Ahaha. Luffy laughed immediately, "So that's the case, Lin Hai, you are really a good guy." Sanji pondered, "By the way, what about our toilet tonight?" Lin Hai raised his eyebrows and said, "Why don't you go to Valpo to get it back?" Zoro laughed, "Lin Hai, you also kick him to Valpo." Without waiting for Zoro to finish, Sanji said, "What are you talking about, bastard?" Zoro retorted, "Want to fight?" Lin Hai said speechlessly, "Everyone, it's important to find a doctor for Nami, so please be more mature, okay? You are the least qualified to say this, okay?" Everyone said. Soon, the Mary sailed into the coast of Magnetic Drum Island. Looking at the people on the icebergs on both sides, they all looked disgusted, which made everyone on the Mary nervous. "Pirates, are you sent back by that rubbish Waldo? Pirates, get out of this country, you are not welcome here. Yes, you pirates are the worst rubbish in the world, get out of here." Luffy on the Mary asked in confusion, "Why do they hate us so much? It seems that Blackbeard attacked this place once, and then Valpo messed around in this country, and then Valpo abandoned the people and went to sea to become a pirate. But what does this have to do with Lin Hai?" When he thought of Nami on the ship, he couldn't use force. Although Lin Hai wanted to kill them with a knife, who would take them to find a doctor after the knife? Even if they found one, would they still help them? This risk cannot be taken. At this time, Luffy said, "Although we are pirates, we have no ill will towards you. One of my partners is sick." Bang! "Get out, there is no doctor here." "Yes, the doctors were taken away by Valpo. It's really impossible to communicate." Chapter 71 Crying for You. Bang! A burst of gunfire sounded, and the coast suddenly became quiet. Luffy and others were also worried. At this time, the bullet was shot at Princess Vivi. However, Princess Vivi was not injured, because the bullet was not far away from her and was blocked by Lin Hai. At this time, Lin Hai held a bullet in his hand and said slowly, "The world's martial arts can only be broken by speed." Pfft! If I remember correctly, this place was attacked by pirates many times, and people did not allow pirates to land, which was not wrong. The Straw Hat Pirates did not understand, except Lin Hai who had read the original novel and understood the reason. The problem now is that the residents of Magdrum reject pirates and do not allow them to land. If he, Lin Hai, was a resident here, if those pirates wanted to force them to land, or use force to force them to treat their illnesses, the result would be obvious, that would be impossible. It seems that forcing them will not work. Thinking of this, Lin Hai looked at the shore. The sky was vast and white, and he could not tell where Chopper and the others were at all, and Nami should have been infected with a rare virus, and ordinary doctors can no longer save her, and time is running out. If I don't write these reasons, some people will criticize the author. If I write them, some people will criticize the author, please spare me. Based on this, for Nami, Lin Hai suppressed the burning shame on his face, but still put on a kind smile and looked at the shocked people and said, "Everyone, let's talk it out, this bullet is so dangerous, we have no ill intentions." Seeing that those people still didn't trust him, Lin Hai had no choice but to show his sincerity and kneel down shamelessly and said, "My partner is sick, she may die at any time. After saying that, Lin Hai cried quickly, "Wow, please let us take her to see a doctor." "Ahem, why are you crying just like that? Where are the tears? Hey, where are the tears?" At this time, after Wei Wei whispered a few words in Luffy's ear, she also knelt down and begged, "We are not going to the island, we just let the patient see a doctor, please." Luffy, who understood the situation, knelt down and said, "My partner is seriously ill. If we delay, she will probably die. Please let her go to the hospital for treatment. Please." At this time, a man walked out of the crowd. He was the captain of the Drum Island Guard and now the leader of the residents of Drum Island. His name is Dalton. Dalton stepped forward and said, "Okay, you can go ashore." Lin Hai suddenly remembered that Dalton recognized Princess Vivi. So, what he did just now was in vain. Forget it, let's save Nami first. Because Dalton is the guarantor, Vivi Wei is also the princess of the Kingdom of Alabasta, so the local residents let the Straw Hat Pirates go ashore. Lin Hai was very suspicious. He had just knelt in vain. It was really unreasonable. In a room, Dalton said, "The doctors here have been taken away by the tyrant Walpo. There is only one left. She lives over there, which is nearly 4,000 meters above sea level." "You?" Following Dalton's gaze, Luffy said, "Is that so? Then we can only take Nami to her for treatment." Dalton said, "Then you have to be careful. There is also the brutal Labang on the snowy mountain, and..." Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "Thank you for reminding me. Nami's illness cannot be delayed. I have to take her there immediately." Wei Wei asked, "Who will take Nami?" Lin Hai said, "Needless to say, of course it's me." Luffy said, "I'll go with you." Facing the life and death of Nami, Sanji dared not make trouble anymore. Finally, Lin Hai carried Nami on his back, and everyone used a rope to tie Nami to Lin Hai's back. At this time, the weak Nami asked weakly, "Sorry for bothering you." Lin Hai said with a smile, "What are you talking about?" After that, Lin Hai said to Luffy beside him, "Let's go." Because Nami went for treatment one day earlier than the original, she was not so sick and could still speak. In the original work, Kulha would go to the residence for medical treatment, but now it is different. Even if Lin Hai remembers so many details, he dare not wait in vain. "Don't argue." Watching Luffy and Lin Hai go away, Vivi couldn't help but worry, "Are they really okay?" Sanji replied, "Don't worry, although they are usually unreliable, they are still very reliable when it comes to serious matters." Usopp nodded and said, "We know how strong Lin Hai is, Vivi, don't worry." Vivi nodded and said, "Yeah." On the snowy slope, Lin Hai and Luffy were running. Lin Hai smiled and said, "Luffy, if we encounter gangs later, you have to protect us." Luffy smiled and said, "No problem, leave it to me." "By the way, are we going to go there?" Lin Hai looked at the towering mountain in front of him and was speechless. Lin Hai nodded and said, "Yeah, I don't know how long it will take. The environment here is too bad." Muhaha. Just then, Walpo, riding a hairy hippo, caught up. Valpo shouted arrogantly, "Stop right there, you two bastards in front." Lin Hai and Luffy looked at each other, and Luffy asked, "Who is he?" Lin Hai shook his head and looked at Valpo and asked, "Who are you, you idiot?" Valpo said angrily, "What a bold and rude guy, I am the king of this country, I now declare you guilty of death." Luffy asked in confusion, "Why?" Valpo replied, "The guy carrying a woman on his back just fed me that kind of thing on the boat, which really pissed me off. So you guys stop and die." Lin Hai said with a smile, "Is it a crime to feed you? It's really outrageous." Valpo said angrily, "But what you fed me just now, that was..." Lin Hai laughed and said, "Say it out, how can I know if you don't say it out? Damn it." Valpo ordered his two subordinates to say, "Kill them for me." When Luffy was about to fight back, Lin Hai said, "Let me do it." "Ahem, isn't it just a matter of glaring?" Lin Hai ran and said, "Alas, I have such talent, but I can't find words to describe it. It's really a kind of sadness of language and words. Damn it." Before he finished speaking, Labang, a huge rabbit creature, appeared in front. Luffy said, "Leave it to me." Without waiting for Luffy to do anything, Lin Hai used his Conqueror's Haki again and knocked them unconscious. Lin Hai said speechlessly, "Luffy, our goal is to take Nami to see a doctor. Don't do unnecessary things, okay?" Luffy pouted and said, "It's all your fault, you are so mean." Ahem. Lin Hai said, "Do you feel it's getting colder and colder?" Luffy nodded and said, "I feel it, the wind is so strong up here." Lin Hai said, "Yes, I feel so cold, forget it, saving Nami is important." The two were chatting while running before, but as they ran higher, they talked less and less, because there was a storm on the hillside. After being in this storm for a long time, both of them lost the mood to talk and laugh just now. After running for an unknown amount of time, the two finally realized that there was a huge stone wall in front of them. Ahem, a 90-degree wall. What should we do now? After a moment of silence, Lin Hai said, "I can go up there, can you?" Luffy said, "I can, too." The two were so frozen that their brains were no longer normal. They only had one thought left, which was to send Nami to the female doctor named Kulha. At this time, Lin Hai turned around and said, "Nami, are you awake?" Nami replied weakly, "Yes, I am awake." Lin Hai wanted to put Nami down, and Luffy asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Lin Hai explained, "I want to use my spatial ability to run up there directly, but I'm afraid that Nami can't hold me, so I'm going to take off my clothes and use them as a rope." Luffy stopped him and said, "Take off my clothes." Lin Hai replied, "Don't die." Luffy Feihui said, "How is it possible? I won't die." After Luffy fixed Nami up and down, Lin Hai said, "Nami, don't scream when you see something later. If you are scared, just close your eyes." "Got it." Nami replied, "Yes." Chapter 72 Monster Don't Run. The ability user of the operation fruit needs to perform physical operations to change the position of objects in the space field, but Lin Hai doesn't need it. The space fruit can completely use space to change in the space field. If there is no ability field restriction, it will become an awakening state. These things themselves have huge loopholes, so it is a reasonable definition. Don't spray if you don't like it. At this time, Lin Hai opened a space field with a radius of 600 meters, and then Lin Hai and Nami instantly appeared at the top of the space field, standing on the temporary space barrier. However, Lin Hai almost fell down when he was blown by the wind. The wind was too strong. After adapting, Lin Hai began to use his ability again. Fortunately, Lin Hai had learned how to use the space barrier without opening the ability field. If he hadn't developed this ability at the beginning, he would have fallen down as soon as the space field was turned off. At this moment, Lin Hai was standing on the space barrier under his feet, and the wind direction was from left to right. Lin Hai directly opened a space barrier on the right shoulder, so wouldn't he be fixed? Lin Hai couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, he is really a genius in the pirate world, an irreplaceable clear stream. And Nami on Lin Hai's back was awakened by the wind speed, and when she opened her eyes, she said, "Ah." Fortunately, neither of them fell down. Lin Hai said depressedly, "I say Nami, close your eyes, don't affect me, do you want us to fall down?" Nami replied in horror, "I can't help it, I can't help it." To be honest, Lin Hai was also very scared. There was a huge pillar in front of him with no end, and the wind was blowing from time to time, and there was a piece of snow below. If he fell down? Lin Hai quickly gave up this idea and sent Nami up quickly. Luffy was still below. Above the huge pillar, a reindeer, that is, Chopper, was looking into the distance, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Suddenly, a man carrying a woman appeared in front of him. For a while, Lin Hai and Chopper looked at each other for a few times, and then Lin Hai said, "Are you a doctor? Can you help me see her, she is dying." Chopper looked at the human in front of him with a blank expression, but there was no feeling of disgust and fear. From the tone, it seemed that his request could be heard. Chopper replied in a mysterious way, "Oh, okay." Chopper, who had just turned around, saw that Lin Hai did not follow him, but put the woman on his back down. Chopper just watched quietly until he found that Lin Hai was going to jump down there. Chopper immediately exclaimed, "I promised you to save her, why are you still thinking about it?" The shrunken Chopper hugged Lin Hai's thighs tightly to prevent him from jumping down. Lin Hai touched Chopper's head and whispered, "There is another person down there, I will pull him up." Chopper. Without waiting for Chopper to continue to be confused, Lin Hai said, "Her condition cannot be delayed, she has been infected with a rare virus, you go and save her, I will come to you later." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hai had disappeared from the open space. If there was no woman on the snow, Chopper would have thought he was dreaming. And Lin Hai, who used his ability to go down, found that Luffy's perseverance was not to be underestimated. In the blizzard, he was seen climbing up little by little in thin clothes. Lin Hai then remembered that there were clothes in his space backpack. If he gave Luffy clothes, he would not come to hit him later, right? At this time, Luffy saw Lin Hai standing there in the treasure half space, and his eyes lit up and said, "Sije, Lin Hai, take me to play." "Idiot!" Lin Hai said speechlessly, "Is it time to play now? I'll get you here, don't move." "Really? Pull me over," Luffy said indifferently. Wait for Lin Hai to use the space field to switch Luffy over, then, "Ah, stinky straw hat, I shouldn't believe you." After a painful operation, Lin Hai finally pulled Luffy to the top of the huge house, that is, outside the castle. Luffy looked at Lin Hai, who was lying on the snow and breathing heavily, and couldn't help complaining, "Lin Hai, you are too ignorant. Are you so tired? Let's go and check Nami's situation quickly, okay?" Lin Hai was really angry. Luffy was always yelling beside him, "Sije, this is fun, that is fun." What's more interesting is that Luffy wants Lin Hai to take him to play on the clouds. What are those clouds? As a devil fruit user, he is not afraid of being drowned. Lin Hai stood up weakly and hit Luffy on the head with his armament haki. "I really suspect that your grandfather's habit of knocking people was caused by your father." Luffy covered his head and asked in confusion, "My father? Do I have a father?" "Ah ha ha ha," Lin Hai said speechlessly, "if you don't have a father, how can you appear in the world? Could it be that you burst out of the stone?" Luffy's expression made him know that he wanted to say that he was probably burst out of the stone. Lin Hai had to violently block his mouth and release his observation haki to find Nami's location. At this time, Kulha was the only doctor on Drum Island. She was just finishing the diagnosis for Nami, and the two people who suddenly appeared in front of her scared her. Lin Hai introduced, "Hello, doctor, my name is Lin Hai, his name is Luffy, is she okay?" Kurha shook his head and said, "Where did you go? How could she get this virus? This is an extinct virus. If I didn't have those antibodies here, she would really be hopeless." Luffy quickly straightened up and bowed to Kulha, "Arigato." At this moment, Chopper, who had become very small, poked his head out from Kulha's side and exchanged glances with Luffy. Luffy turned around and asked Lin Hai excitedly, "Is this a raccoon cat?" Chopper retorted, "I'm not a raccoon cat, I'm a reindeer." Chopper also showed the antlers on his head. It would have been fine if Chopper didn't show them, but this time, it aroused Luffy's curiosity even more. Luffy's eyes lit up and he said, "Reindeer, so interesting." After that, Luffy turned his head and looked at Lin Hai and said, "Hey, Lin Hai, he just spoke, is he a monster?" "No, I want to invite him to be my partner." "Monster, don't run, be my partner." When Chopper heard that he was a monster, he was immediately disappointed again. However, seeing Luffy rushing over, he wanted to be his partner himself? How could this be possible? He, Chopper, is a monster, how can he be friends with humans? "Oh wah, don't come over here." Chopper ran away, and Luffy began to chase him. "Ahem." Lin Hai said awkwardly, "Your place is too quiet, you don't mind if it's lively occasionally." Kurha shook her head and said, "Chopper has been hurt, if you can heal him, I certainly won't mind." Lin Hai smiled and said, "This is easy." After saying that, Lin Hai turned his head and looked in the direction of Chopper and shouted, "Monster, don't run, you are surrounded." Kurha held his forehead with one hand, "What a noisy little devil." Chapter 73 The Sorrow of Blue Nose. After some treatment, Nami woke up in a daze, and the fragments in her mind flashed through the original scenes. The strong man carried her all the way from the bottom of the mountain to here. Nami still remembered that the wind was so sharp at that time. Although Nami was wearing very thick clothes at that time, she still felt cold in a daze. From this point of view, Luffy and Lin Hai must have suffered a lot, right? However, when Nami thought of Lin Hai's unruly virtue and his behavior of hugging girls' waists at any time, Nami couldn't help but say "Pa." At this moment, Kulha entered the room and saw that Nami had woken up, and couldn't help saying, "You are awake, if I'm not mistaken, you have been infected with this virus for 2 days, right?" "Ah." Nami nodded and said, "Yes. Thank you for saving me." Kulha waved her hand and said, "You don't have to thank me. I have to repay you for saving you. By the way, how did you get the virus?" This virus only appears in the primitive jungle, and your wound is near your belly. Did you wear a belly-revealing outfit in the jungle? That shouldn't be possible. Who would be so bored? Upon hearing this, Nami interrupted awkwardly and said, Doctor, where are the two people who sent me here now? Are they okay? When mentioning the two guys, Kulha exclaimed, those two guys are really energetic. They climbed to an altitude of more than 4,000 meters and are not resting now. They are playing with my chopper. Chopper? Nami asked. Kulha explained, it was a man named Linhai who handed you over to him. He is also a doctor. Now your two companions are clamoring for Chopper to be their partner. Nami asked curiously, did Chopper agree? Kulha shook her head and said, it's not that easy. Chopper has a heart disease. I haven't cured it for so many years. Nami said, can you tell me about him? Kulha explained, when Chopper was born, his nose was blue. Nami interrupted, blue nose. Kulha nodded and said, Chopper is a reindeer. Because his nose is blue, he was regarded as a monster by the deer. Until one day, he accidentally ate the human fruit, and Chopper could walk on his feet. From then on, he was abandoned by the deer. Kulha sighed and continued, it doesn't matter. What hurt him the most was the doctor who adopted him, Hiluraku. Hiluraku walked into Chopper's heart and illuminated his life. It's a pity that Hiluraku died from the poison Chopper gave him. From then on, Chopper's heart, which was originally open to humans, was closed again. At this moment, Chopper, who heard Kulha's story at the door, couldn't help but recall his past. Hiraluk originally had 10 days to live, but after taking the medicine he gave him, he only had half a day left to live. Because of this incident, Chopper always thought that he had killed his savior. Wow wow Dr. Hiluruk. The crying sound at the door interrupted Kulha and Nami who were chatting. Seeing Chopper crying, Kulha couldn't help but said angrily, Hiluruk didn't blame you for that incident, why are you crying again? Chopper replied, Dr. Kulha, I. At this time, Nami said gently, you are Dr. Chopper, right? Dr. Chopper. Chopper was stunned for a moment, pointed at himself and said shyly, are you talking about me? Nami nodded and said, yes, thank you for saving me. Asshole. Chopper said shyly, even if you say that to me, I won't be happy. Nami was speechless, aren't you very happy? Chopper, who reacted, quickly hid, and then secretly looked at Nami, but he scared himself and ran out. Kulha slapped his forehead, do you see this situation now? Chopper is very repulsive to strangers. Chopper, who ran outside, happened to run into Linhai and Luffy. Linhai said speechlessly, Chopper, stop running. Why do I feel that you are not a reindeer, I should call you a mouse. Chopper, who was about to run away, stopped and turned around and said, what did you say? Linhai spread his hands and explained, when you see people, you are like a mouse meeting a cat. Aren't you too timid? Chopper was furious and said, I'm not a mouse, I'm a reindeer. Before he finished speaking, Chopper was caught by Luffy. Luffy's eyes lit up and said, Linhai, I caught him. Indeed, Chopper had not been in contact with people for too long, so he could not communicate. At this time, he could only use violence to force Chopper to communicate. At this time, Linhai made a bad expression on his face and said, run, keep running, bastard reindeer, it made us look for a while, and we are exhausted. As soon as he finished speaking, Linhai lay down and went to sleep, using Chopper as a pillow. At this moment, Chopper was surprised and happy. He was surprised to meet a stranger, and happy that he could have such close contact with humans. As for how to communicate with Chopper, it was left to Luffy. Linhai didn't think he would have the simple mind to communicate with Chopper. Seeing that he was being pressed, Chopper said in horror, let me go, woo ho ho. Luffy said helplessly, Chopper, be my partner. Chopper replied, how can this be possible? Luffy asked in confusion, why? Chopper replied as a matter of course, because you are humans and I am a reindeer. How can we be partners? Luffy said, don't talk too much, go out to sea with me. Adventure is very interesting. There are many interesting things in the blue sea. Chopper said in a dilemma, but. Linhai said speechlessly, I said, are you still a man? You are always nagging when you encounter something. Chopper exclaimed, didn't you go to bed? Linhai rolled his eyes and said, what the hell are you doing sleeping? It's so cold, do you want to freeze me to death? By the way, why don't you go to the sea with us? Chopper began to express his worries. Don't you think it's strange? I have a blue nose and antlers. I am obviously a reindeer, but I walk on 2 feet. Moreover, I can speak human language. Don't you think I am a monster? Lin Hai put his hand on Chopper's shoulder and said with a smile, that's it? Don't you know that there are fur tribes in the sea, that is, animals that can talk? Aren't they friends of humans? In addition, there are mermaids in Fishman Island. Their upper bodies are human bodies, and their lower bodies are still fish. I say Chopper, all the things you worry about are caused by your own narrow knowledge. A real man should go to the sea to have some fun. Sije, is it true? Luffy and Chopper looked at him with shining eyes, and Lin Hai's eyes twitched. What's the matter with this stinky straw hat? Didn't he call Chopper to his boat? What are you admiring now? Can you be more professional? Muhaha. At this moment, the voice of Walpo sounded not far away, and everyone's attention was attracted to it. Chapter 74. What are you waiting for? Going out to sea. Muhaha. Walpo said while sitting on the hairy hippo, straw hat bastard and that annoying guy, you dared to sneak away while I was asleep just now you should accept the judgment obediently, Muhaha. Ignoring Walpo's words, Lin Hai turned around and asked Luffy, that guy's mount seems to have a lot of meat, how about we have a barbecue later? Barbecue. Luffy drooled instantly, and immediately nodded and said, okay, your barbecue is the best. Lin Hai quickly dodged to the side and exclaimed, can you stop being so disgusting and stop drooling? After saying that, Lin Hai took out cane sugar and sprinkled it on the snow, then threw one to Luffy and Chopper respectively. Chopper looked at the snowball in his hand in a daze. What was he doing? Luffy smiled and said, Chopper, this snowball is delicious, eat it quickly. Chopper licked it blankly and exclaimed, it's delicious. Sweet. The hairy hippo not far away was a little confused. Did it rain? Wasn't it snowing? How could there be water? Oh, it turned out that Walpo was drooling at the side. However, after being reminded by the 2 thugs around Valpo, Valpo reacted immediately and said angrily, how dare you bastards ignore me? After that, Valpo turned around and ordered his men, add 2 more laws to this country. Those who eat without sharing with the king are criminalized. Those who do not listen to the king are also criminalized. Chopper, who reacted, said angrily, what do you bastards want to do when you come back? Lin Hai stepped forward to stop Chopper, and then said to Valpo, Valpo, listen carefully, we are pirates, hand over your mount to us for barbecue, otherwise, I will ask Luffy and Chopper to beat you up. Muhaha. Valpo laughed and said, what a kid who doesn't know how to live or die, he is really brave, Marimon and Jess, come on, kill them. After receiving the order, Valpo's 2 capable men, Marimon and Jess, immediately took action. This situation should be handled by Luffy. If Lin Hai comes, he will not be able to fight with Chopper. After all, if you want Chopper to be your crew member, you should get acquainted with him first, right? The expectation is good, but the reality is. Luffy was half crouching with one hand on the ground, 2nd gear. Jet pistol. Walpo felt as if 2 things flew past the corner of his eyes. After reacting, Valpo hurriedly said, Marimon, Jess, where did you die? Luffy smiled like the sun and replied, they were just knocked away by me. Chopper's eyes lit up and said, Suljiayi. Because everything happened too fast, Valpo didn't react at all, so he said in disbelief, stop bragging, straw hat bastard, what did you do to them? Lin Hai slapped his forehead with one hand, hey, fighting side by side, now that's it. However, Lin Hai noticed the flag on the top of the castle and immediately had an idea. Lin Hai stepped forward and said, do you see that flag? Walpo exclaimed, who put such an ugly flag there? Take it down. You are so noisy, get out of here. Lin Hai kicked Walpo's hairy hippo directly to the horizon, taking Walpo with him. Lin Hai clapped his hands and said, the world is finally quiet. Hey, Chopper, who put that flag up there? Lin Fan asked, pointing to the top of the castle. Chopper replied, it was Dr. Hiluluk who put it up. Lin Hai continued to ask, why did he put up that pirate flag? What does it mean, do you know? With Lin Hai's guidance, Chopper couldn't help but think of his past with Dr. Hiluluk. Dr. Hiluluk, there is nothing a man who bets his life on this skull flag can't do. Chopper, one day you will also go to the sea, and then you will understand how small your troubles are. The island where you were born is so small in the whole world. At this time, Luffy put his hand on Chopper's head and whispered, I don't know what the situation is with that flag, but it's not just for fun, right? Since that flag blocked a person's life, we should respect it. Chopper suddenly shuddered, as if his Ren and Du meridians were opened, and he vaguely understood something. Seeing this, Lin Hai added, turning the impossible into the possible, persevering, this is the belief of your respected Dr. Hiluluk, right? Listening to what he said just now, Dr. Hiluluk seems to have placed his dream on you, so. Lin Hai shouted, Chopper, what are you waiting for, let's go to sea. Oh. For a moment, the three of them hugged each other and cried bitterly, because they were all infected by the charm of Dr. Hiluluk. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a coquettish operation, and reward the host with a record player, which contains a song, please check it. It's just a record player, Lin Hai won't pay attention to that at this time. At this time, Nami, who was watching by the window, couldn't help but laugh with tears in her eyes, what a bunch of baga. Is this the charm of those idiots? Kurha couldn't help but shed tears, she really didn't expect that she hadn't cured Chopper's disease for so many years, but now it was cured by the two little ghosts in front of her. I don't know whether Kurha was sad for the departure of Hiluluk, or crying for the healing of Chopper's soul, or was moved by something in life. However, Kurha was happy, and when she thought that Chopper was about to leave, she was unhappy and said, why are you arguing? The patient needs to rest. At this time, Zoro and Usopp, led by the former captain of the guard, Dalton, also came here, and there were many residents. As soon as he saw Usopp and the others, Luffy immediately introduced, everyone, this is our new partner, Chopper. After Chopper and Usopp looked at each other for a few times, Usopp exclaimed, monster. Chopper was afraid of strangers, and was called a monster, so he instinctively ran away, and then a game of chase was staged in the whole castle. Ahem, Lin Hai naturally didn't participate, Lin Hai is a mature person. Because Lin Hai pricked up his ears when he heard Wai Wei's words. Vivi said, Zoro, why are you walking around in the forest with bare arms? Zoro explained, I went to the sea to swim, and then I swam over there without realizing it. Ahem. Lin Hai tried to hold back his laughter and said, are you lost? Zoro immediately got angry and said, what did you say? Lin Hai said loudly, I said you were lost. Vivi said speechlessly, you don't have to be so loud, do you? Lin Hai said with a smile, he told me to say it, I was afraid he couldn't hear it. Zoro shouted angrily, try to say it again. Zoro, you are a directionally challenged person. Stop right there, I'm going to chop you off. Chapter 75 Genius Usopp. Kurha opened the armory, and then ordered the residents of Drum Island to transport all the cannons inside to the outside of the castle, and sprinkle the special powder that Dr. Hiluluk gave her when he was dying into the cannonballs. Suddenly, the sound of thunderous cannons rang out on Drum Island, setting off a century of fireworks for this pirate era. Look, Chopper, who has already reached the foot of the mountain, saw that the sky was just as Dr. Hiluluk said, and the cherry blossoms were blooming all over Drum Island. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Luffy and Usopp said with shining eyes, Sil, Sije. Even Zoro, who was silent, couldn't help but exclaimed, this is really an incredible masterpiece. Sanji muttered, is this turning the impossible into the possible? Chopper choked with tears and said, Dr. Hiluluk, you did it, Wiviwoo. Nami also exclaimed, what beautiful cherry blossoms. After that, Nami couldn't help but secretly glanced at Lin Hai. And Lin Hai said in disappointment, isn't it just using pink pollen to sprinkle on the shells, and then shooting into the sky and mixing into the snow? What's so great about it? I said how long are you going to be amazed? It's almost dawn. Everyone's face turned black. Ah, Matt, don't hit me in the face. When everyone returned to the Mary, it was already bright. Luffy seemed tireless and said excitedly, everyone, welcome Chopper to be our new partner. Let's have a party. Okay. Everyone shouted, only Lin Hai sat in the corner and drew circles, because Lin Hai was beaten up by everyone just now. Chopper had just joined the Straw Hat Pirates and was a little shy. Just when he didn't know what to do, Luffy and Usopp stuck chopsticks into his nostrils and mouth, Chopper, come on, it's fun. Chopper was amused, but when he saw Lin Hai standing there, he went over and pushed Lin Hai and said, "Lin Hai, what are you doing? Are you playing with everyone?" Lin Hai said unhappily, "Are you imitating them by sticking chopsticks into your nostrils?" Usopp said, "Do you have something more interesting?" Luffy echoed, "Yes, do you have something more interesting?" Tisk. Depression comes quickly and goes away quickly. Now someone is trying to compete with him in flirtation? Lin Hai won't agree to this. So, Lin Hai changed his previous state and said, "Chopper, watch." Lin Hai imitated the dance of the werewolf in the League of Legends, that is, his hands were level with his shoulders, grabbing the air in one direction, and then walking a few steps to the left, and then a few steps to the right. Suddenly, a magical dance appeared in the time and space where it should not appear. Isn't that the dance of Jackson from Blue Star? Is there anyone who can escape this magic? Chopper's eyes lit up and said, "Lin Hai, teach me quickly." Luffy and Usopp felt that chopsticks were not fun anymore, and they exclaimed, "We want to learn too." Vivi and Nami on the side looked at it blankly for a while, and then they covered their stomachs and laughed and fell on the deck. "Ha ha ha, Lin Hai, where did you learn this dance? I'm laughing to death, ha ha ha." "Oh, I can't do it anymore, can you stop dancing?" Ha ha ha. Sanji and Zoro on the side also laughed non-stop. How could Lin Hai let Zoro go? That guy just wanted to avenge himself for calling him a road idiot, so he beat him the hardest. So, Lin Hai forcibly pulled Zoro over. Zoro exclaimed, "Let me go, I won't jump even if you kill me, you help me." After the banquet, everyone went to rest. After all, in this ship, at least Lin Hai and Luffy didn't sleep. At this time, Usopp and Chopper were chatting on the deck. Usopp said, "Chopper, guess what monster I met at the beginning?" Chopper shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Usopp said, "At that time, our ship encountered a monster that was several thousand meters high and several thousand meters wide. Lin Hai and Luffy encountered it, and they were both scared and called me to save them." Chopper exclaimed, "Really? Usopp? What happened next?" Usopp looked up and looked into the distance, then said, "Later, I took out a 40-meter-long sword, used my unique skills, shouted Demacia, and slashed the huge monster in half." At this time, Luffy, who had just woken up to find food, passed by and heard Usopp's words. He ran over with his eyes shining and exclaimed with Chopper, "Silk, oh my god, Usopp, you are so awesome." Sanji on the side was speechless. Lin Hai, who was sleeping inside, was also speechless. He felt that he had not slept for long before he was woken up by the noise outside. Who could have guessed that Usopp was so awesome? And Luffy was even more awesome. What was he admiring? Lin Hai yawned, walked out of the room with lifeless eyes, and asked Nami next to him, "Nami, how long will it take to get to Alabasta?" Nami replied, "About 10 days. What?" Lin Hai woke up instantly. "Does it take so long?" Nami rolled her eyes and said, "Didn't I make it clear just now?" Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "I heard it clearly." "What happened to Vivi?" "I saw Vivi sitting in one place, looking worried." Nami was helpless and had to spread her hands. Looking at Vivi's painful look, Lin Hai couldn't help but walk to her and said, "Vivi, what are you doing?" Vivi explained, "The situation in Alabasta is getting more and more critical. I'm just worried about the people there. Sorry, I've affected you." Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "You said you are the only princess of Alabasta. Can you really be a good princess? Seeing you like this now, I really doubt you." Nami heard Lin Hai's words and wanted to step forward to remind Lin Hai, but was stopped by Lin Hai. Sanji on the side remained silent, and felt that Lin Hai seemed to have something to say. At this time, Vivi looked at Lin Hai with a little anger and said, "Is it wrong for me to worry about my people?" Lin Hai helplessly spread his hands, "If you want to inherit the position of the Kingdom of Alabasta in the future, your current thinking is definitely problematic." Vivi asked, "What's the problem?" Lin Hai explained, "A war involving millions of people is about to break out. Instead of thinking about the overall strategy and how to resolve this war, you are still worrying about which people will be hurt. If you say there is something wrong with your thinking, what is it?" Wei Wei said angrily, "Then tell me, where is the problem with my thinking?" Lin Hai slapped his head. "Didn't he already say the problem? This woman is really hard to communicate with." Lin Hai had to change his mind and said, "The main contradiction in your incident this time is that the king secretly used dancing powder, right?" Seeing Wei Wei nod, Lin Hai said, and the mastermind behind this incident is Crocodile, right? Wei Wei nodded again, and Lin Hai continued, what you should think about now is how to use us to defeat Crocodile, and then use us to resolve the misunderstanding between the king's army and the rebels. This is what you should consider, instead of worrying about the war here or there, and how many people died there. As a decision maker of a kingdom, you are still entangled in personal life and death. Can you really be the only princess of a country? Wake up! After hearing Lin Hai's words, Wei Wei was shocked, but how could Lin Hai let her use them? Seeing Wei Wei's embarrassment, Lin Hai said with a smile, what's wrong with using us? As a decision maker, you must consider your own people, and you should learn it. But I can tell you that we are not looking for Crocodile for you, we are looking for him to compensate for mental damages, lost wages, intimidation fees, shipping fees, etc., so you don't have to be grateful. After saying that, Lin Hai turned to look at Nami. He originally wanted to ask them if they minded, after all, the two sides had different goals, but the result was what both sides wanted. Now, okay, no need to ask. Because Nami's eyes were full of money at this time, she was still muttering, it doesn't matter what I use, I'm going to get rich this time, I'm going to get rich. Lin Hai, you're really a genius. Sanji next to Nami had already muttered with red hearts in his eyes, Vivi-san, use me as much as you can, I'm willing to do anything for you. Zoro opened his eyes with difficulty and said boring, then closed his eyes again. Sije. Lin Hai, you guys have a really good brain. Are you a genius? Luffy, Usopp and Chopper, who were standing on the side, exclaimed again with their eyes shining after hearing what Lin Hai said. Seeing them like this, Lin Hai was furious, I say, you bastards, can you be quiet for a bit? Let me have a good sleep. You keep making noise, do you really think I'm that pig Zoro? Damn, here we go again. Before he finished speaking, Lin Hai was beaten again. Just woke up and suddenly saw so many flowers, so I posted tomorrow's chapter first. Chapter 76, A Man Who Embarrasses Himself with His Handsomeness. A few days later, I woke up feeling refreshed. Listening to the faint sound of seagulls outside the boat, the surrounding environment became even quieter. Lin Hai then remembered the system's reward, and he himself hadn't looked at the system panel for a long time. Thinking of this, Lin Hai couldn't help but browse his own system panel. If there are friends who don't like this panel, I will try to write less in the future. It takes too much time and I will be criticized for being boring. Flirtatious system. Host, Lin Hai Physique, Level 7, Top Level 10. The Domineering Power of Seeing and Hearing, Level 2. Armed Color Domineering, Level 2. Overlord Color Domineering, Level 3, freely control and shock the target, the effect is significant, mainly determined by the host's aura. Skill 1. 1. Establish a space field. Space exchange, use it skillfully, as long as the physical strength is there and the speed is fast enough, the host will be invincible. Space cutting, the cutting effect is determined by the host's domineering power. 2. Yi Dao Flow. Skill 2. 1. Space Slash, the high-level use of Space Fruit requires Gao Feng in the summoned form to use it. 2. Space Barrier, no limit, depending on the proficiency of the host. Existing items. 1. Space Backpack. Only the host can enter and exit freely, making it the best place to escape. 2. Dogu 9 Swords, reference. 3. Basic Swordsmanship, not viewed yet. All difficult things in the world must be done easily. The host is not like that. It is difficult first and then easy to be different. 4. Broadcaster. Already have songs, chasing the coquettish ear. 5. TT, ham sausage, dinosaur meat, wig, cape, hair dryer, comb, mirror. System store, already open. Coquettish coin, 6666. After reading the panel of the coquettish system, Lin Hai was silent. What the hell is that year of chasing coquettish? And that TT, has Lin Hai bought it? Is he, Lin Hai, that kind of person? Phew, what a coquettish system, it's clearly an unfair system. After Lin Hai opened the basic swordsmanship, he was suddenly surprised. Is that a basic swordsmanship? That is clearly Tai Chi swordsmanship. What it talks about is the coordination of the body and swordsmanship. As long as one move is used in different directions, it can resolve various attacks. Isn't this an upgraded version of Dogu 9 Swords? Use slow to fight fast, strike later or strike first, as long as you have enough eyesight, just like Hawkeye used a knife to easily block Sauron's killer blow. Silk Cake 1. Lin Hai quickly put the notebook together and threw it into the system. Study now? Like a bird egg, first listen to a song to express your happy mood. Ahem, the opening music of The Year of Chasing the Coquettish is not only good to listen to, but also very passionate. Why haven't you felt it before? While Lin Hai was intoxicated, another noise came from the deck outside the ship. Lin Hai felt a strange breath. What were they? It turned out to be that MR2, but Lin Hai didn't want to pay attention to them, but browsed the system store. Item column. Laotan pickled cabbage, 7. Everyone enjoy silky smoothness, 45. Dolly pill, 250. Ham sausage. Books column. Jinping May, 37. I have a date with spring, 38. Cross pirates, I have a coquettish system, 998. Stunt column. I have a sword, 100 million. Snowflake Excalibur, 1 million. 6 forms, 600,000. Note, special skills cannot be used by others, special books cannot be read by others, special items cannot be used by others. As soon as Lin Hai saw the stunt column, he quickly closed the system panel. Don't ask, you just can't afford it. But it seems that I just discovered something extraordinary, the books there. Then why are the things from time travel pirates so expensive? What bastard writes something so expensive? He, Lin Hai, was determined not to buy it. No matter how good it looks, I won't buy it. As for that plum blossom, you can have this one. Lin Hai likes May the most. Just when Lin Hai was about to buy the immortal plum, someone knocked on the door. Nami outside the door said, "Are you a pig? How long have you been sleeping? Do you still want to eat?" Lin Hai quickly stood up and said, "Wait a minute, I'll be right back." At the dinner table, Lin Hai asked doubtfully, "What are you doing with the white cloth on your arms?" Wai Wei explained, "We just met MR2 from Baroque Works." Luffy smiled and said, "He is so interesting. No matter who he is, he can become like that." Nami nodded and said, "So we tied white cloth on our hands as marks to prevent him from pretending to be us." Usopp echoed, "Lin Hai, can you also make a mark?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Do I need to mark it? If any of you mistakes me, you deserve it." Sanji said with a smile, "I don't think Lin Hai needs any markings at all. He deserves a beating so much that we can recognize him without having to identify him." Lin Hai rolled his eyes at Sanji and immediately exclaimed, "Are you rich? So rich?" Chopper smiled, "Because while you were sleeping, Luffy shot a really big bird." Lin Hai asked doubtfully, "Choppa, aren't you a reindeer? Don't reindeer eat grass? Are you sure you are a reindeer?" Kyoba immediately ran away, "Lin Hai, you bastard." Zoro advised, "Chopper, eat quickly, or your things will be snatched away by Luffy." Chopper immediately exclaimed, "Luffy, you." Usopp also exclaimed, "Luffy, you robbed me again." The meal was finished in such a noisy environment. After finishing lunch, Lin Hai couldn't help but become interested. "Everyone, how about I sing a song for everyone?" "Really?" Luffy's eyes lit up and said, "Come and sing and listen." Others expressed doubts, could Lin Hai sing? Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "You guys wait a minute, I'll dress up first. You will definitely like it then." After saying that, Lin Hai quickly ran into the room and began to imitate it like the outfit of Seiho in the 1990s before he traveled through time. In one word, it's so cool that you'll go crazy. Fortunately, Lin Hai's hair is thick and long enough, so he quickly finished the 1990s characteristic 4:6 hairstyle. Then he put on black trousers, a belt, tucked the bottom of his white shirt into his trousers, exposing his belt, and then put on a low-key jacket. Sword-like eyes, nose like a gallbladder, face like a crown, slender body. Lin Hai found that he was about to be stunned by his own handsomeness. Soon, Lin Hai secretly hid the radio in his coat, and then appeared not far from everyone. Lin Hai used his spatial ability to press the button of the radio. No language difference, ha! In an instant, a blood-boiling rhythm sounded, and a vibrant melody was like a spring breeze, shocking everyone on the boat. The powerful and rhythmic rock sounded, and at the same time, Lin Hai danced to the music. Lip-syncing, Lin Hai is good at it, it's not like he hasn't heard that song before. So isn't it enough to just open your mouth without making any sound? As for posing, Lin Hai is no less than anyone else in his life. At this moment, even the very calm Soran is no longer calm. Following the rhythm of Lin Hai, his body can't help but jump out of control. Lyrics, carrying the wind on my shoulders, stepping on the soil. A word in my heart, never give up. I write youth with a fiery heart. No matter how cold this world is. Let the heavy rain hit my back, even if the loneliness is longer than the night. Who can understand me? Who will care about me, the dream of a teenager? Chasing, the coldest north wind in the sky. Looking for, the highest mountain in the world. So handsome, so handsome. Everyone said in unison. Nami, ah, Lin Hai, you are the most handsome I have ever seen. Vivi, ah, Lin Hai, you are so handsome. Sanji exclaimed, I want to learn to dress like this in the future. Luffy, Usopp and Chopper were already shouting and jumping excitedly. However, Lin Hai, who was dancing to the beat of the music, forgot that the pockets of his coat were not deep, but his movements were too big, and after a spin, the radio in his pocket fell out. The radio rolled in front of everyone, and it was still playing songs happily. For a while, Lin Hai and everyone stared at each other. Ahem, the more pretentious the posture just now, the more awkward it is now. The cooler it was just now, the more depressed it is now. At this time, Lin Hai really wanted to smash this radio. Chapter 77 Kimei. The Mary is still on the route to Alabasta. Oh, Sije. Gu, so Pan Lian and Ximenman are such people. You two idiots, keep your voice down. In the corner of the deck, Lin Hai, Usopp, and Sanji were gathered there, looking at the books that Lin Hai bought from the Feng Sao system. Usopp and Sanji were amazed at what they read, but Lin Hai was okay, after all, he had heard the story of Kan Ping Mei before, right? As for the others, Chopper was lying in a place, enjoying the breeze of Zoro swinging thousands of pounds of barbells there. And Nami and Vivi were standing at the railing on the second floor of the ship, curious about what Lin Hai and the others were exclaiming. Wei said, this time I should thank Lin Hai for his advice to me, otherwise, I am really not a qualified princess as he said. While Nami was happy, she secretly glanced at Lin Hai who was like a fool, and then rolled her eyes and said, he can only talk nonsense. By the way, you should feel much better now, right? Yet. Wei replied, after thinking through some things and having a clear goal, I feel that I am no longer as anxious as before. I should be glad to meet you. Nami smiled and said, why are you still telling us all this now? By the way, what are they doing? What is so interesting? How about we go over and take a look? Wei glanced at Lin Hai in the distance. For some reason, her cheeks turned red, but she still nodded and said, then let's go over and take a look together. Anyway, the route still has a while, which is quite boring. While Wei was chatting with Nami, Luffy he just can't stay still to read. After playing for a while, he felt bored and ran to Lin Hai's side to play with them again. Luffy said boredly, don't read, play with me, it's so boring. Usopp pushed Luffy away, and then muttered, Luffy, go play by yourself, don't disturb me reading. Luffy saw that Usopp ignored him, so he pulled Sanji's pants and said, Sanji, I'm hungry, make me something to eat. Sanji quickly replied, please be patient, I'm fascinated by it. Luffy didn't care, and directly pulled Sanji's pants and said, no, I want to eat now. Sanji said speechlessly, didn't you just eat just now? As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy's strength was too strong, and he pulled Sanji's pants down, which was immediately embarrassed. Vivi and Nami turned around quickly. Nami said speechlessly, what are you doing? Usopp instinctively replied, don't talk, we are reading a book. Lin Hai, who reacted, quickly put the precious book into the system. Sanji and Usopp said unhappily, Lin Hai. At this time, Lin Hai had stood up and said, nothing, we are playing a small game. Vivi said in disbelief, Nami and I just saw you reading a book. Nami crossed her arms and questioned, are you hiding the good things, or doing something we don't know? Luffy smiled and said, I know, they are reading a book called Kim Ping Mei. Ah! Luffy you! Usopp and Sanji exclaimed. Lin Hai quickly covered their mouths, and then smiled, nothing, we were indeed reading Kim Ping Mei just now. After saying that, Lin Hai kicked Luffy, stuffed a chicken leg into Luffy's mouth, and then turned to explain to the two women, the book mainly tells the story of a small fish and a cat. We men like to read it, but you ladies don't like it. After saying that, Lin Hai gave Usopp and Sanji another look. These two idiots, what the hell are they surprised about? Do Nami and Vivi know what Kime Plum is about? They are so surprised, isn't it telling them clearly that they are doing something unspeakable? Lin Hai quickly changed the subject and said, "Oh, by the way, you two look really good today. By the way, how long will it take to get to Alabasta? I've been drifting on the sea for so long, I'm almost getting irritable." Nami rolled her eyes and said, "Don't change the subject, Sanji, is what Lin Hai said true?" Sanji said very entangledly, "Yes, yes, yes, what Lin Hai said is true." Sanji is hopeless. At this time, Nami stretched out her hand and said, "Give us the book, maybe we like it, right, Vivi? We are also interested in the story of the little fish and the cat." Vivi smiled awkwardly and said, "Yes." Lin Hai said shamelessly, "No. But I have skincare products for you, beauty and youth." "Youth!" Everyone shouted. Luffy and Usopp said with shining eyes, "Lin Hai, give us some too." Lin Hai slapped his forehead with one hand and said speechlessly, "Those are cosmetics for women, you can't use them." Usopp said unwillingly, "Isn't it for eternal youth?" Lin Hai handed Dadabeo to Nami and Vivi, and then said, "Can't I brag? If I don't brag, how can people think that my stuff is so great? What a stupid human being! What did you say?" "I said you are stupid." "Ahem, they were just like brothers just now, but now they are fighting again because of a disagreement." After Lin Hai, Usopp and Sanji stopped what they were doing, Luffy stood up confusedly and said, "I just came to persuade you not to fight, why did you all come to beat me?" The three looked at each other, why did the one who persuaded the fight get beaten? The three were silent. Finally, they came to a conclusion that beating Luffy was the right thing to do. At this time, Sanji clenched his hands and said shyly, "Lin Hai, can you lend me your book for one night? At most, I won't give you bad food in the future." "Listen, is this human language?" Lin Hai turned around and left, but Sanji was so thick-skinned that Lin Hai could only give him and told him, "Sanji, this is the only book I have collected. If you dirty it or it is gone, I will cut your hair." Sanji said in surprise, "I promise to return it to you intact tomorrow." Usopp said anxiously, "What about me? What about me?" Lin Hai said depressedly, "I can show it to you the day after tomorrow, right?" Luffy poked his head out and said, "I want to see it too." The three of them kicked him away. What the hell was he looking at? Chapter 78 Ace. If Sanji's words were credible, then there must be something fishy going on. The precious book Lin Hai gave him had not even warmed up in Sanji's hands when it was confiscated by Nami. As night fell, in Nami's room, Nami and Wai Wei were watching the story of the cat and the fish that Lin Hai had told her today. Wai Wei was a princess of a country, how could she have seen such a thing? And Nami on the side was about the same. For a while, the two girls looked at the contents of the book with red faces. After a while, Nami secretly spat and muttered, "This stinky Lin Hai is really abominable. They are looking at this today, what fish and cat, bah." Wai Wei on the side felt that her face was burning, so she patted her cheek and said, "Nami, let's not look at it, shall we? I didn't expect that there is someone like Ximen in this world, really." Nami said speechlessly, "Pan Lian Lian is not much better." Just after she finished speaking, Nami remembered that day when she was inexplicably with Lin Hai. Thinking of this, Nami found that her cheeks were even redder, because Nami found that she missed that feeling very much. But Nami would not let Wai Wei see any clues, but closed the book and threw it under the bed, and then talked about the girls' family together. And what about Lin Hai? Tonight, Lin Hai will replace Zoro to watch the ship. After all, you can't always let Zoro keep watch on a ship, right? Listening to Luffy and the others coming from the room snoring and talking in sleep, Lin Hai was speechless. Fortunately, he didn't sleep with them at the beginning. Who could stand this? Looking at the sparse stars, Lin Hai couldn't help but recall his past. It has been more than a year since I came to this world inexplicably. Before going out to sea, I always thought that I was the protagonist of this era, the favorite of God, and the people around me would revolve around me. At the same time, Lin Hai also wanted to be a sea king. Isn't this the mentality that the protagonist of the time travel should have? Now, he has just taken the first step and was criticized. When did Lin Hai become an irresponsible man? Does it mean that if you have had a relationship with someone, you have to marry her home and take care of her for the rest of her life? Then you have to ask if she is willing? It's really self-indulgent. Who is Nami? Nami dreams of drawing a world map by herself. She is an independent individual with her own thoughts and judgments. She also has needs, but what she cares more about is freedom. Forget it, let them argue if they want. Lin Hai should just be a prodigal son. This is just a refreshing novel, not a moral model, nor a Korean idol drama. Minors, people who like to hit a dead end, people who like to make trouble, and people who like to argue, please take a detour. The next day, after a long voyage, the Mary finally docked. This is just a supply station. There is still a long way to go to reach Alabasta, crossing the desert. Why is the coastal area a desert? This question is a big one. The author does not understand it. As soon as the ship docked, Luffy shouted that he wanted to go to eat. Lin Hai said with a smile, Luffy, Zoro, how about I treat you to a big meal? After all, eating meat on the ship is a bit scary. Luffy's eyes lit up and said, really? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, with your IQ, can I fool you? After that, Lin Hai turned around and asked Usopp and Sanji. Sanji replied, I won't go. I'll go buy some food with Chopper. Usopp said, I'm going to buy some weapons and make a weapon for Nami. Lin Hai sighed, Usopp, you are really a genius. Remember to ask Nami for more money so that you can make better weapons. Usopp was about to brag, but Lin Hai ran to Nami and said, Nami, give me some money for dinner. The two girls looked at Lin Hai, their cheeks blushed inexplicably, but Nami still gave Lin Hai 250 Baileys. Facing Lin Hai's puzzled eyes, Nami couldn't help asking, is it too much? Then just give it back to me. Ahem. Lin Hai said speechlessly, you are really generous. Nami rolled her eyes and said, do you want more? Yes, of course. Lin Hai was really depressed. What can 250 Baileys do? Eat white rice in the store? Then ask the store owner if there are any leftovers, and give them a dozen? But in the end, Lin Hai still took 250 Baileys to take Zoro and Luffy to a big meal. On the way, Zoro said with interest, Lin Hai, since you are going to treat us to a big meal, Nami must have given you a lot of money, right? Luffy's eyes lit up and said, I want to eat a lot of meat, he he he. Lin Hai said speechlessly, Luffy, stop drooling. After saying that, Lin Hai turned to Zoro and said, Nami gave me a lot of money, at least enough for a meal. Of course it's enough. In the future, if you cook at home, a bowl of white rice, a bowl of egg soup, and rice money are not counted, 30 yuan can solve the vegetable money for nearly a month. No more, it's all tears. Zoro smiled and said, Nami is very nice to you, thank you, I want to drink later. For some reason, Lin Hai wanted to take off his slippers and throw them on Zoro's head. What kind of character is Nami? Doesn't Zoro know it? However, as soon as he arrived near the hotel, Lin Hai felt a strong breath. Who is in there? Seeing Lin Hai stop, Zoro asked in confusion, what's wrong? Lin Hai shook his head and said, nothing, let's go eat first. Lin Hai didn't even need to say anything, Luffy had already grabbed a seat and was clamoring to eat there. However, there was a man lying on the bar not far away, with a conspicuous pattern of the Whitebeard logo engraved on his back. Lin Hai quickly guessed who he was. Isn't that the second captain of the Four Emperors Whitebeard's ship, Podicus D. Ace? At the same time, Ace is also a sworn brother who grew up with Luffy. At this time, because Ace suddenly fell asleep, everyone thought he had accidentally eaten some toxin in the desert. After a lot of excitement, Luffy recognized Ace. Luffy looked at the figure sitting at the bar and said in surprise, Ace. Ace turned around and saw Luffy and said in surprise, Luffy. However, the next scene disappointed Lin Hai. Erking and Zaiwei did not run in the wind and hug each other. Chapter 79 Smoker is drunk soon, Lin Hai invited Ace to their table and shared the table together. Ace exclaimed, Luffy, is he really your brother? Luffy replied, yes, Lin Hai was brought back by Grandpa after you went out to sea. Ace sighed, is that so? So, Lin Hai is also our brother. Lin Hai nodded and said, is there any need to ask this? So you have to call me brother, hurry up. Ace said unwillingly, why? You are the last one to come, you should be the younger brother. Lin Hai said angrily, what did you say? Believe it or not, I will beat you up. Oh. Ace said playfully, then let's have a competition, whoever wins will be the elder brother. Lin Hai nodded and said, that's a good idea. Zoro said speechlessly, shouldn't the elder brother be divided by age? Lin Hai nodded and said, I'm 20 this year. Ace replied, I'm 20 years old too, okay. Lin Hai had no choice, because he was born in December, and it was very likely that Ace was older than him, so he had to say, then let's compete, but not now, let's eat first. At the right time, Ace turned to Luffy, did you receive my message on Drum Island? Seeing Luffy was confused, Ace said indifferently, forget it, anyway, I have seen you now. By the way, Luffy asked curiously, why are you here? Ace replied casually, I am looking for a guy who committed a crime on my ship. Oh, by the way, Luffy, I am now the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Do you want to come to the Whitebeard Pirates? Luffy shook his head and said, no. Ha ha ha. Ace laughed and said, don't mind, anyway, I'm just asking. After speaking, Ace turned his head to look at Lin Hai and asked, did you go out with Luffy in Windmill Village? Has. Lin Hai nodded and said, of course, if I don't go sailing with Luffy, you know the fist of Old Man Garp, but I haven't felt that taste for a long time, it's really nostalgic. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hai, Ace and Luffy instinctively shrank their bodies. The pain, tisk tisk tisk. Zoro on the side asked curiously, Luffy, is your grandfather's fist so scary? The expressions of the three of you, are they so scary? When Luffy thought of his grandfather's fist, the food in front of him suddenly lost its fragrance. Ace could only reply awkwardly, not bad, not bad. Zoro then reacted and asked, the Garp you are talking about, isn't it the Navy hero Iron Fist Garp who pushed the Pirate King into a desperate situation? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, you guessed right, it's the old man who always likes to hit people on the head, that fist is really too hard. I suspect that Old Man Garp not only has the top armament haki, but also has the observation haki that can foresee the future. Ace asked in confusion, what do you mean? Lin Hai explained, didn't you find that when Old Man Garp hit us with his fist, we had no way to avoid it? Sije. Luffy's eyes lit up and said, when can I reach that level? Lin Hai and Ace looked at each other. This Straw Hat bastard, is he so good at forgetting things? Before Lin Hai and the others could continue chatting, someone had come to cause trouble not far away. Who else could that person be if not Smoker? At this time, Smoker said in a low voice, I didn't expect that the second captain of the Whitebeard ship actually had such a relationship with the Straw Hat Pirates. After that, Smoker took out the cross on his back and pointed at Lin Hai and said, and you bastard, it's really hard for me to find you all the way. You pirates, just surrender obediently. Luffy refused, no, I still want to go to the Grand Line, go around the world, and then become the Pirate King. Ace stood up and said, Navy, if you can catch us, you. Lin Hai on the side was really speechless, and quickly pushed Ace back to his seat, and then said, let's talk it over, don't fight. After that, Lin Hai turned to Smoker and said, I said, Brother Smoker, the owner of the store, it's not easy to run this small shop. If you break someone's things, it will not only affect the reputation of the store, but who will pay for the damaged things? Smoker was a little confused by what Lin Hai said. At this time, Lin Hai pulled Smoker to his seat and said, aren't you a messenger of justice? Isn't it your duty to protect the safety of people's property and maintain social stability? So, put the fight aside for now, I'll treat you to a meal. Seeing that Smoker still had a stern face, Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, by the way, why didn't the beautiful woman next to you come? I miss her a lot. Smoker then had an expression and asked, what do you want to do? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, we are all from Donghai, right? Everyone looked at Lin Hai. Smoker asked, so what? Lin Hai looked up and said affectionately, haven't you heard a proverb? When you meet an old friend in a foreign land, you forget it. In short, when fellow villagers meet, they call each other barking. Call each other barking? Smoker said angrily, what did you say? Lin Hai said awkwardly, I said it wrong, it's a fellow villager meeting, eyes are filled with tears, so we should cherish the fate. So waiter, boss, bring a dozen of wine, I want to treat my fellow villager today. Smoker was really speechless. At the beginning, after listening to Lin Hai's words, Smoker investigated and found that Lin Hai was really different from other pirates. He beat up the celestial dragons, but he didn't do anything evil. Now that this guy is so enthusiastic, Smoker is tangled again. At this time, Lin Hai patted Luffy on the head and said speechlessly, "Are you polite? There are guests. Eat, 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 can't you eat later?" Luffy replied incoherently, "I'm hungry." Lin Hai slapped his forehead and shouted, "Boss, bring another table of good dishes." Okay. Of course, the Bailey on Lin Hai's body is more than enough to pay for the food on the table. Asking Nami for money is because Lin Hai wants to prove to Nami that he, Lin Hai, really has no money. Get it? Big guys with wives. Ace and Zoro on one side of the table looked at Lin Hai like this, their eyes twitched. Hey, eating with a Navy colonel, is it really okay? And Smoker on the side was really confused by Lin Hai's enthusiasm, so he drank with Lin Hai in a daze. As the saying goes, wine makes people brave. After a glass of wine, everything is different. Smoker said in a daze, "What kind of wine is this? It tastes good, but isn't it too strong?" Ace also echoed, "I have drunk so many wines, and your wine is the first time I drink it. It is also the most addictive." Luffy said in a daze, "I can drink more." Zoro said with lingering feelings, "Lin Hai, your wine is the most powerful I have ever drunk. How can it not be powerful? That wine is from Urquhart in China." After buying a few bottles from the system, Lin Hai became a moonlighter again. At this time, Lin Hai said with a smile, "A bottle of Urquhart, I'm drunk. Life is full of joy, drink until the sky and the earth turn. You are satisfied and enjoy it. Can you drink more?" "The scum present." Smoker said confusedly, "You are actually quite good, but you are a pirate and I am a navy, I will still catch you, yet." "Tisk, you fell down?" Chapter 80 Zoro, where are you going? When Tashigi and Smoker arrived here, Smoker went ahead, so Tashigi kept looking for him. When Tashigi arrived at the hotel where Lin Hai and the others were, what caught her eye was Smoker lying on the table, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. If Tashigi guessed correctly, the Straw Hat Pirates were pirates, right? What kind of people are pirates? They are a group of evil and ruthless people. At this time, Dashiki drew her sword angrily and pointed it at Lin Hai and the others, and said angrily, "What did you do to Colonel Smoker, pirates?" Lin Hai looked at Smoker, Luffy and Ace lying on the ground, and said with a smile, "What did I do to him? I invited him to dinner." Dashiki asked, "Then why is he lying there motionless?" Lin Hai said speechlessly, "Can you put away your sword? He is just drunk. If you don't believe it, you can check his breath yourself." Seeing Dashiki's cautious look, Lin Hai rolled his eyes and went to pay the bill with the restaurant owner. When Lin Hai came back, Zoro asked, "What should we do now?" Lin Hai said with a smile, "What else can we do? Take them back to the ship." For a while, Zoro carried Ace, and Lin Hai carried Luffy. Lin Hai took a cigar from Smoker's collar and lit it. At this time, Dashiki on the side said, "Well, who of you can help me take Colonel Smoker out?" "Ahem, Smoker is tall and strong, and she, Dashiki, is a weak woman, how can she carry Smoker?" Lin Hai said with a smile, "Won't you let him rest at the restaurant owner's place? Don't worry, I'll pay for it." Dashiki shook her head and said, "No, no need." After that, Dashiki looked up at Lin Hai and said, "I don't know why Colonel Smoker would eat and drink with you, but we will not give up arresting you. It's better not to let us meet you next time." "That's right," Lin Hai kissed Dashiki. Looking at the red-cheeked Dashiki, Lin Hai raised his eyebrows and said, "You are very noisy, so I can only do this to shut you up, right?" Dashiki pointed at Lin Hai with a red face and said, You. Lin Hai turned around and waved his hand and smiled, "Dashiki, see you next time, I will miss you." Zoro, who was standing aside, raised his eyebrows. Lin Hai was really speechless. Why kiss anyone else, kiss the navy? The two of them immediately attracted the attention of the passers-by on the street, because people in this town had never seen their behavior before. At the right time, Lin Hai vaguely realized that something was wrong and quickly turned his head to look behind him. Lin Hai asked in confusion, "Zoro, where are you going?" Zoro then stopped and turned around and said, "Aren't we going back to the ship?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes, "You are heading in the direction where we had dinner just now. Are you drunk?" Zoro blushed, followed Lin Hai, and replied, "That little bit of wine won't make me drunk." "Ahem." Lin Hai said, Since you are not drunk, it means speaking of Zoro, after coming out of the small garden, many people have changed. Have you noticed? Zoro, what do you want to say? Lin Hai whispered, have you noticed that after coming out of the small garden, you are getting more and more lost? Zoro said angrily, you bastard. Lin Hai said depressedly, I'm not laughing at you, think about it yourself, we are walking straight forward, but why did you walk back inexplicably? Well, I'll ask Chopper what's going on then. For a moment, Zoro's face flushed and he had nothing to say, while Lin Hai tried to hold back his laughter and said, if you don't even dare to face your own weaknesses, how can you become the world's #1 swordsman? Zoro retorted, you bastard, don't talk to me in a preaching manner. Lin Hai asked in confusion, why not? I'm your brother. Close, Time. When they got back to the ship, Lin Hai was really helpless, and turned to Zoro and said, what are you thinking about all day long? It's just a straight road, how many times did you go astray? Zoro didn't know what was going on, he was clearly walking straight. How could he go astray without knowing it? But such a stinky thing can't be known to everyone. Thinking of this, Zoro quickly changed the subject and said, what about Luffy and Ace? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, let's go back to the ship first. If they all come back, we will set sail immediately. Zoro asked in confusion, so hurry. Lin Hai said with a smile, Smoker's temper is as stubborn as a bull. When he wakes up, he will definitely chase us again. Zoro exclaimed, so you just got him drunk? Lin Hai raised his eyebrows and said, when he wakes up, he finds that there are pirates who invite him to dinner, and he actually eats it. What do you think he will think? Zoro said speechlessly, you guys haven't changed at all. It's so bad taste. At this time, Vivi and Nami heard the noise outside and came out of the room. They saw Lin Hai and Zoro carrying a person each. Nami asked, what are you doing? Ahem. Lin Hai replied, the one Zoro is carrying is called Ace, Luffy's brother. They are thirsty and drink other people's wine as water, so they are drunk. Have Sanji and the others come back? Let's set sail quickly, Luffy and the others haven't paid for the wine they stole from others yet. Zoro on one side was confused. Was he drunk? Or was Lin Hai drunk? Why did he say something different from what he thought? Hearing that someone was coming to collect the debt, Nami hurriedly said, they are all back, let's set sail quickly. On the other side. After the drunk smoker woke up, he thought about his dinner and drinking with Lin Hai and the others again, and immediately slapped his forehead. This is trouble. Because of Lin Hai, this bastard, Smoker felt that his reputation was ruined. As a navy, how could Smoker have dinner with pirates? As a result, not only did they chat so intimately, but they couldn't drink more than them. Doesn't this show that the navy is not as good as pirates? At this time, Tashiji came in with a hangover soup. When she saw Smoker wake up, she couldn't help asking, Colonel Smoker, how do you feel? Smoker rubbed his temple and replied, my head hurts a little. Where is this? Tashiji replied, this is the place where the owner of the restaurant gave us to rest. You just... Smoker said speechlessly, just say it if you have anything to say. Tashiji glanced at Smoker secretly and asked weakly, did you really have dinner with the Straw Hat Pirates just now? This. Smoker was really speechless, and he felt a little embarrassed himself. In the room, after a moment of silence, Smoker said, Tashiji, give me the Den Den Mushi that can contact Admiral Aokiji. Tashiji exclaimed, you. Smoker said helplessly, I think the Straw Hat Pirates are a little different from other pirates, especially a certain bastard. I really can't make a decision, so I have to ask Admiral Aokiji for advice and let him make the judgment. Chapter 81 Ace, a Real Man. After the Mary set sail in a hurry, Nami resorted out the matter and always felt that Lin Hai was lying just now. So, Nami walked to Lin Hai and asked, Lin Hai, did Luffy and his brother really go to drink secretly? Then why do you and Zoro smell so much alcohol? Lin Hai, who was sitting on the deck, had to look up and explain, we were having a meal, and then we were chased by Colonel Smoker from Rogue Town. Do you understand now? Hey, that's more like it. Nami looked at Zoro and the others who were sleeping on the side, and couldn't help asking, you should move them inside to sleep. Seeing Lin Hai standing there motionless, Nami turned to Sanji and Chopper helplessly and said, what are you still doing? Move them all into the room. Sanji nodded with his eyes full of love and said, Hai Yi, Nami-san, I'm happy to help. At this time, Usopp said, Nami, I'll install your weapon for you and you can use it. Usopp ran to do his own thing. Wei stepped forward and asked, Lin Hai, you seem to have drunk a lot, is it okay? Do you want to go inside and sleep for a while? Lin Hai smiled and said, Thank you, I'm here to enjoy the sea breeze. Lin Hai also raised his eyebrows and glanced at Nami, which meant, look at how gentle she is. Duan. What answered Lin Hai was Nami's violent blow. Blowing the sea breeze, unknowingly, leaning on Lin Hai fell asleep at the pole until Nami pushed him. Lin Hai said in a daze, Nami? What's wrong? Nami said unhappily, they are all up, you should get up and have dinner together, Lin Hai was not kissing casually, because everyone was in the kitchen. For a moment, Nami felt the throbbing feeling again. After a while, Nami noticed something and quickly pushed Lin Hai away, her face red and rolled her eyes and said, Go wash up quickly, it stinks. Looking at Nami's back as she left, Lin Hai couldn't help but slap his right hand, and couldn't help it for a moment, so he embarrassed Nami and left. On the dining table, Ace was helping Sanji serve the dishes and being a good helper in cooking. Seeing this, Sanji said, Ace, you are a guest, go sit down quickly, we don't need your help here. Ace smiled and said, You're welcome. My brother loves to make trouble. I really trouble everyone. Everyone scratched their heads and said, What's the matter, hee. Zoro excitedly said, Is Ace really Luffy's brother? Nami replied, Impossible, such a common-sense person can't be Luffy's brother. Sanji sighed, the sea is really full of wonders. Usopp nodded and said, Today is really an eye-opener. Chopper said with tears in his eyes, What a deep brotherly love, so touching. Wei said awkwardly, I'm talking to you. Ha ha ha. Luffy said happily, Ace, my partners are all very interesting, right? At this time, Lin Hai came in from outside and said with a smile, What are you talking about? Yo, Luffy, Ace, is your head still hurting? Really, if you can't drink, don't drink, and you want me and Zoro to carry you back. Ace and Luffy immediately said unhappy, What did you say? Lin Hai provocatively said, I said that your drinking capacity is at the same level as Smoker, in one word, bad. Smoker. Everyone shouted. Sanji exclaimed, Isn't Smoker the smoking man in Rogue Town? He chased us here. Nami said speechlessly, It seems that we are being targeted by a troublesome person. Usopp asked puzzledly, Why does he keep chasing us? From Rogue Town to here. Everyone looked at each other and was speechless. At this time, Luffy laughed and said, Yeah, it was that Smoker. We were having dinner and drinking together today, but we all got drunk, ha ha ha. Zoro retorted, You, Ace and Smoker got drunk, not us. Vivi asked in confusion, Isn't Smoker chasing you? Why is he having dinner with you? Chopper and Usopp asked at the same time, What's going on? Luffy laughed and said, Lin Hai wanted to treat him to dinner, but the smoking man got drunk while drinking. Nami turned to look at Lin Hai, You treated the Navy to dinner. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, He wanted to catch us at that time, so I treated him to dinner and got him drunk, so we could escape, right? Luffy exclaimed, So that's how it is, Lin Hai, you have a really good brain. After that, Luffy turned to look at Nami and said, Nami, give me some money, next time if the Navy is chasing me, I will treat him to dinner. Doan. Before he finished speaking, Luffy was beaten directly. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, Why are you talking about this? We are pirates, we have no fixed place to live. Why are we worried about this and that? Let's eat. Oh. After a while, Lin Hai couldn't help asking, Ace, I heard you are chasing someone. Ace nodded and said, Yes, his name is Marshall D. Teach. He killed his companions and ran away. I came here to find him and put an end to this matter. Killed his companions. This person is really bad. This person is too brave, isn't he? As a crew member on Whitebeard's ship, he dared to kill his companions. Lin Hai felt it necessary to remind him, so he guided him, I have heard of this person. He used to fight with Shanks, one of the current 4 emperors. The scar at the corner of Shanks' eye was left by Teach. Ace, you. Luffy wanted to ask what the 4 emperors were and wanted to ask about Shanks' situation, but was stopped by Lin Hai. Ace raised his hand to stop Lin Hai from speaking, interrupting, I know what you want to say. You want to say that I might fall into his hands, right? Lin Hai, do you know? That guy has been taken care of by my father for more than 20 years, and now he is actually bringing shame to my father. And he is a crew member on my ship. As the captain, shouldn't I go and find out about this matter myself? If I submit to power because I am afraid of power, then am I still a man? If that's the case, then I have lived in vain in this life. He is indeed a real man, no wonder Ace has a special charm. So many people like him. Yes, if someone insults his parents, will he hide and become a turtle because the other party is strong? Seeing this, Lin Hai couldn't say anything else. If he persuaded Ace not to settle accounts with Teach, although it was good advice, it might not even be friends. So, Lin Hai took out a bottle of Urquata from the system and gave it to everyone. Pour a small bowl. Lin Hai raised the bowl and said, I toast you, but I remind you, that Teach dared to do that, which means he has his own confidence. I think he is a conspirator, you should go back and discuss it with Whitebeard first. Hey, don't get excited, I'm just suggesting, it's up to you whether you listen or not. Everyone looked at Ace with admiration. Ace raised the bowl, drank it all, and then laughed, don't worry, if something happens to me, you can save me at that time. Lin Hai laughed, then let's make it so. Luffy also drank it all and laughed, I don't believe that the guy named Teach can be Ace's opponent, Ace is very strong. Don't say these unhappy things, welcome Ace to be your guest, cheers. Cheers. Hey, Lin Hai, why is there only one bottle of wine? Do you have any more? Take them all out quickly. Don't be so stingy. At this time, Ace didn't know how much trouble he had caused. Because of Ace's joke at this time, in the future war on the top, Whitebeard, the world's strongest man, was chased by a debtor and asked for 250 Baileys. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? Lin Hai was so crazy that he asked Whitebeard for money in front of 100,000 naval elites and the people of the world. Therefore, Lin Hai became a god. Chapter 82 Ace's new hairstyle. The next day, after last night's meal, Ace quickly integrated into the Straw Hat Pirates. As soon as he got drunk, Ace was foolishly fooled by Lin Hai to show his fire ability. When he got up in the morning, Ace remembered what happened last night. When he walked to the deck, he couldn't help but look at Lin Hai with resentment. Lin Hai ignored Ace's eyes and took a cigarette to borrow fire from Ace. After all, the ability of the flame fruit is really convenient for lighting cigarettes. At this time, Ace was thinking about what happened last night. When he saw Lin Hai holding a cigarette, he thought it was for him. Ace took it casually and bit it in his mouth. Lin Hai was stunned for a moment and said speechlessly, I'm borrowing a light from you. Why are you snatching my cigarette? Ace said awkwardly, isn't it for me? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, want to smoke? 250 Baileys. Ace returned the cigarette in his mouth to Lin Hai, I don't want it. Lin Hai took out another cigarette and smoked it by himself, and then said, you've already bitten it, and you give it back to me? I owe you 250 Baileys first. Isn't it just a cigarette? Ace smoked it without any care. But what Ace didn't expect was that it was these 250 Baileys that embarrassed him in the future. Being laughed at by Marco, laughed at by Garp, laughed at by everyone. Suddenly, the Mary was surrounded. Vivi exclaimed, everyone, it's bad, we are being targeted by the billionaire of Baroque works. Ace smiled and said, let me handle it. Realizing that the Straw Hat Pirates had never seen anyone except Lin Hai did not fight with Ace. Ace was seen stepping on his own boat, and then using his ability to speed up the boat, dealing with 7 or 8 boats alone. When Ace was drinking yesterday, he told Lin Hai where the boat was. He would tie his boat to the Mary, so his boat is still there. Usopp on the side exclaimed, hey Luffy, are we really not going to help? There are so many people on the other side, can Ace do it alone? Chopper echoed, this is too dangerous. How can Ace fight on such a small boat? The other side has guns and cannons. Zoro comforted, be quiet, let us see the strength of the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Lin Hai smiled and said, I say you should study hard. Even if you can't learn, you should think about how to escape if you are faced with this situation and your ability is not enough. Luffy asked in confusion, escape? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, watch carefully, your broken second gear can't hit the natural system at all. If you don't escape, you will die. Luffy was about to refute that he could become stronger in the future, but Ace had already taken action. Ace found an angle, jumped up, crossed the ships, and then fell back to his own boat, and began to accumulate power in his fist. Fire fist! A huge fist with fire directly penetrated the ships, and then all the ships became a pile of waste wood floating on the water. How could Sanji, Luffy and others have seen such a gorgeous and practical move? Sije, Ace. I didn't expect Ace to be so strong and solve the opponent in an instant. Luffy, his fist is much more useful. Is this the natural devil fruit? When Ace jumped back to the Mary, Usopp and Chopper couldn't help but look up at Ace, which was really curious. And Lin Hai on the side deliberately said sourly, "Cut, you can only play some impractical things, I can do it too." When Sanji heard Lin Hai talking, he couldn't help but retorted, "Are you jealous of me?" Lin Hai said in surprise, "I'm jealous of him? I'd be jealous of him." Zoro said speechlessly, "If you're not jealous of him, why don't you let go? Why are you grabbing his hair?" Ace stared at Lin Hai with his fish eyes, which meant, "What do you mean?" Lin Hai said, "I'm doing your hair, what are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up and make you run back to call Whitebeard." Hey. Ace rolled his eyes and said, "Can you not let go? You're going to mess up my hair." Luffy said with his eyes shining, "Ace, let Lin Hai do your hair? Lin Hai's hair is the best." Ace asked doubtfully, "Really?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "I'm your brother, you don't even believe me." As he said that, Lin Hai quickly took out scissors, dryer, hair dryer, and other items. Ace exclaimed, "Where did you come from?" After saying that, Ace quickly added, "We haven't fought yet, and you will definitely call me brother when the time comes." Lin Hai has started to cut Ace's hair. While cutting and combing, Lin Hai said, "Ace, I dare not fight you seriously." Ace said with a smile, "It's okay if you fight seriously, because whether you can beat me is still a question. I advise you to call me brother. By the way, you won't mess up my hair, right?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Are you such a person with bad taste? I saw that your hair was a little unnatural, so I combed it to make it look more handsome. But when it comes to fighting, you are really no match for me. If I really fight, I am afraid I will chop you up." Luffy echoed, "Ace, Lin Hai is right, he can use armament haki, observation haki, and what haki is that?" Zoro added, "It is Conqueror haki." Yes. Luffy gestured excitedly, "Last time, there was an incredibly large crab, and Lin Hai chopped it down with one knife." Conqueror haki? Ace looked at Lin Hai with some surprise, but still said with a smile, "You have never seen a real pirate, won't you know after we fight once?" Ahem. Lin Hai rolled his eyes, "Ace, you underestimate me so much, if I don't beat you up later, I'll really let you down. By the way, I heard that when you were with Luffy before, Luffy said that you often went to peek at Dodon taking a bath, right?" "What?" Everyone looked at Ace in surprise. Luffy's eyes were confused, "Did he say that?" Ace's face flushed red, and then he shouted, "Luffy!" Luffy waved his hands quickly, "Hey Lin Hai, don't talk nonsense, I never said that." Lin Hai pressed Ace down again and said unhappily, "Why is your temper like fire? You get ignited at a little bit, be careful of being set up." Ace was stunned. Lin Hai seemed to have something to say, but Ace still said, "If I say you peeked at Dodon taking a bath, I'll see if you will be excited." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Go ahead, as long as you dare to say it in front of her." After some trimming and improvement, Ace's hairstyle was also completed. Pirate Chenhunan. That's right, the hairstyle designed by Lin Hai for him was designed based on the hairstyle of Chenhunan in the later movie Young and Dangerous. Zoro looked carefully and commented, "Lin Hai is really good at making hairstyles." Sanji and Luffy said with shining eyes, "Lin Hai, can you make us a hairstyle like Ace? It's so handsome." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Your hair is not that long, so it can't be done." Chopper on the side looked left and right in confusion, what was so handsome? Why couldn't he feel it? Lin Hai said with a smile, "Chopper, the romance of us men, how can you, a reindeer, understand?" Chopper immediately got angry and said, "What did you say?" After that, Chopper bit Lin Hai's leg directly. Lin Hai exclaimed, "You are not a dog, you are a reindeer, you don't bite people, let me go." Chapter 83 The Embarrassed Lin Hai. On the Mary. Nami, who was chatting with Wai Wei, saw that these people were too noisy, and slapped her forehead to remind them, "I told you to be quiet, the boat is about to dock." As she said that, Nami looked in the direction of Ace. "Oh, Ace's new hairstyle is not bad." So, Nami praised, "Ace, you have become handsome." Ace has never heard a girl of similar age say that she is handsome. She waved her hand a little embarrassedly and said, "Thank you for your compliment. It was Linhai who just did my new hairstyle, hee. Sanji on the side couldn't help it, and immediately ran to Linhai with a pitiful face and said, "Linhai, can you do my hairstyle too? I want to be praised by Nami too." Linhai ignored Sanji's crying, but threw a pair of sunglasses to Ace, and then said, "Nami said that we will dock soon, everyone should be more mature, why don't you get ready?" Everyone looked at Linhai with contempt, and then consciously went to prepare their own things. At this time, Ace walked up to Linhai and asked, "Do you want me to wear these sunglasses?" "Ahem, this hairstyle looks a bit off without sunglasses, right?" Linhai nodded and said, "Yes, is there any other question?" After spending a short time together, Ace felt that this guy was quite interesting, so he didn't suppress his nature. Ace put on sunglasses and walked forward and said with a smile, "Linhai, they all said I'm handsome, but you haven't said anything yet." Looking at this guy Ace, why does Linhai feel a little unhappy? Where's the thank you? He didn't even say thank you, and he still wanted Linhai to praise him? Dream on. So, Linhai said, "As long as you don't say anything, you're still handsome." Ace turned around and smiled, "I'll think you're jealous of me." It's really absurd. The hairstyle was done by Linhai himself. Is he jealous? Linhai rolled his eyes and said, "You haven't woken up yet? I'm jealous of you." Ace raised his eyebrows, turned around and clamped Linhai's neck and said, "You will die if you say I'm handsome." "Yes." Linhai replied. So, the two of them started to quarrel on the boat. At this time, Luffy came over and saw Linhai and Ace fighting there, and couldn't help but teach them a lesson. "I say you two are too immature, aren't you? You don't even know how to prepare, and you are still playing here." Before Luffy could finish his words, he was beaten up by the two of them. After a while, Nami asked, "Ace, we are going to the capital of Alabasta, and there is a place called Rainland, what about you?" Ace looked at Linhai with resentment, put on his hat, and said, "So, we are going to the next place together, why do you have to go separately? But I remind you that your actions may have been mastered by Crocodile. He is a pirate, but he wants to settle down and seize power. This joke is a bit too big, or he has other intentions." Luffy shook Linhai's arm and said, "Linhai, can I change the route with you? Let Nami and I go to find Crocodile, and you go with them to a place called Alaba." Ignoring Luffy, Linhai turned his head and looked at Ace and said with a smile, "Look at Luffy, that Crocodile has the ability of the natural devil fruit, and Luffy doesn't even know Haki, and he wants to trouble him." As he said, Linhai threw Luffy out. Who knew that Luffy would come back and say, "I don't care, I won't lose." Ace said awkwardly, "Luffy, Linhai is right this time, you can't even touch him, how can you fight him? But that Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Linhai, if you go, is it okay?" When Ace asked this question, Zoro quickly turned his head and looked at the horizon, because Zoro knew what Linhai was going to do again. As expected, Linhai looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and said with an unfathomable look, "In the beginning, I picked stars with one hand, buried the setting sun, and had no rivals in eternity." As he said that, Linhai turned to look at Ace and continued, "Ace, are you kidding me? I can't beat Crocodile." Chopper, Usopp and Luffy looked at Linhai with shining eyes, "Si Gao Yi. Eternity without rivals? Si Gao Yi. Linhai, can you really pick stars? Pick one for me, okay." Linhai waved his hand and said, "Calm down, it's just stars, what's so great about it? Think about it, I had a sword that could move mountains, overturn the sea, and..." This is not said often, it's easy to forget, and now Linhai is in this situation, so Linhai took out his notebook from the space backpack again. For a moment, everyone looked at Linhai with black lines on their heads. Is this guy serious? If you want to pretend, at least remember the complete words. What's the matter with always forgetting the words? Besides, he actually read from the notebook in front of everyone without blushing or beating his heart. It was really shameless. Author, yes, Linhai, this idiot, went to the wireless actor training class. No matter how much money he paid, no one would want him. What? So he read from the notebook. I thought Lin Hai was really that good. No way, Luffy, he said that nonsense, you didn't really believe it, did you? That's right, it's always like that, Usopp is still the best. Yo Chopper, you still have vision, I'll tell you about my new adventure later. Really, Usopp, adventure, it's really good. Faced with the contempt of these guys, as well as Nami and Vivi on the side, they were still covering their mouths and laughing. Lin Hai's cheeks flushed instantly, and he said angrily, you bastards, don't even think about drinking my wine in the future. I won't give you a drop, and I won't give you coke. At this time, Nami came over and tried to hold back her laughter and said, okay, we're about to dock, everyone get ready. When they heard that they were about to dock, everyone instantly forgot what happened just now, because there are many adventures in the desert. After all, although they have seen it before, they have never really played it. Seeing that everyone was in a hurry to get off the ground, Wei hurriedly said, everyone, bring warm clothes. Nami asked, why? Wei explained, the climate in the desert is sometimes more than 50 degrees during the day, and -10 degrees at night. Luffy's eyes lit up and said, Sije, I really want to go to the desert to play right away. It must be fun there. Nami said speechlessly, Luffy, go and bring your clothes, do you know what Wei means? Luffy replied, it's just the incredible desert, it sounds very interesting, Usopp, help me clean it up. Everyone fell down. Chapter 84 Catch it, then you are qualified to compete. After the Mary docked, everyone was on the same route, so they did not separate. However, in order to be more secure, Vivi wrote a letter and asked Rune to take it to Albina, the capital of Alabasta, to tell her father the true face of Crocodile and the cause of this incident, and asked him not to fight with the Kosa army, or to postpone the matter and wait for Vivi and others to arrive. After walking for a while in the desert, Lin Hai couldn't help asking, how far is the next city from here? We have to buy a camel when the time comes, after all, we are walking in the desert. Wei explained, it's still some distance from the city. Luffy shouted, it's so hot, ah. Lin Hai said speechlessly, Luffy, can you stop yelling so badly, you are crying. Nami looked at the sky, everyone, it's getting dark, let's find a place to rest tonight. Luffy said in surprise, can we rest? Sanji, bring me some water, I'll drink it. Sanji couldn't help but said, no, if you drink like this, we will have no water before tomorrow. At this time, Ace said, something is coming. Lin Hai rolled his eyes at Ace, this guy really knows the domineering power of observation. Nami asked, what's coming? Lin Hai wiped his hair and waved his hand, saying, don't worry, it's just a few tornadoes. Ha ha ha, today I can finally cut down that annoying tornado. Usopp exclaimed, so you still can't forget that thing? Zoro asked in confusion, that's a violent tornado, what are you going to do? Lin Hai put on his qualifications and said very easily, isn't it just a tornado in the desert? It's nothing. Today I'll open your eyes. Let you know what kind of sword a sword is. The tornado in the distance came towards Lin Hai with some kind of howling. There were a lot of sand and stones in the tornado. Space field. Instantly, a transparent film continued to expand from Lin Hai's palm, and the tornado was about to enter the space field opened by Lin Hai. Ace on the side was very curious about what ability Lin Hai used. It seemed very strange. When he was about to observe carefully, he suddenly found that his position seemed to have changed. Of course it changed, because Lin Hai found that his knife could not stop the tornado, so he could only use his spatial ability to move everyone to a safe place. At this time, everyone looked at the tornado going away and then reacted. Sanji asked in confusion, Lin Hai, is this what you want to open our eyes to? Chopper said honestly, it seems that we changed positions just now. Did Lin Hai do it? Luffy said with disdain, what? Isn't it to cut the tornado? Everyone couldn't help but complain on the side. Lin Hai said he was helpless. If he learned from Zoro and cut out a tornado, it would not offset the tornado that just blew over. Only Ace came forward curiously and asked, Lin Hai, your ability is a bit abnormal. What kind of ability is it? Lin Hai immediately became energetic. Sure enough, there are people who know the goods. So, Lin Hai said proudly, this is my spatial ability. I am a person who has eaten the spatial fruit. How about it? It is much cooler than your flame fruit, right? Tisk. Ace rolled his eyes and said, if I had come just now, it would only be a matter of a fist. With your ability, you can only run away. Lin Hai was furious and said, aren't we going to have a competition? Anyway, it's getting dark, let's have a competition. Ace had wanted to beat Lin Hai for a long time, and immediately replied, I will beat you up and beg for mercy later. At this time, Luffy and Usopp came up with shining eyes. There was a big show to watch. Luffy said, I want to compete too. Sanji dragged Luffy away directly, Luffy, you'd better watch carefully at the side. Zoro on the side was interested to see the extent of Lin Hai and Ace's abilities. Nami and Wai were speechless, but they were still very interested in the duel between Lin Hai and Ace, and followed the others to watch. Soon, the two chose a place for the duel. Who do you think is better, Lin Hai or Ace? Of course it's Ace. I've never won a fight with Ace before. I think Lin Hai can win, after all, his ability is too weird. At this time, after Lin Hai and Ace looked at each other for a long time, Lin Hai said, should we compete in physical skills first or directly in comprehensive strength? Ace smiled and said, I don't care, it's up to you. Lin Hai raised his eyebrows and said, let's see if you are still arrogant later. Let's start fighting directly. Space Field. Lin Hai used his ability to wrap Ace in it. It was the first time Ace faced this kind of space ability, and he didn't really understand it. When he was about to observe what was going on, his sixth sense, faintly a sense of inexplicable danger, came over him. Ace's feeling was right. Before he could make a move, he saw a stick hit his stomach, and the stick was attached with armament haki. Ah! Ace exclaimed, and the whole person flew out. Lin Hai smiled and said, how is it? I won. Oh, yeah. Ace rubbed his stomach and stood up confusedly, wondering, we just started fighting, how can you say you won? Baka. Lin Hai explained, if I used a sword, do you think you can still stand there now? Ace was dissatisfied and said, no, how can this count? I wasn't ready, and you seem to have switched my position just now, and then I hit your stick directly. Luffy on the side exclaimed, Lin Hai, it's too despicable. And he used this move when he was fighting. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, this is my special move. You can't catch it. Can you blame me? Remember, in front of a master, only if you catch those special moves, you will be qualified for the subsequent competition. That is to compete in comprehensive abilities such as strength, speed, and practical experience. Ace said speechlessly, come on, I won't be hit by you this time. Lin Hai sat down on the ground and said directly, I have already won, I won't fight anymore, he. Ace was really angry. This bastard is so annoying. He hit himself with a stick and then stopped fighting. At this time, Luffy excitedly stepped forward and said, Lin Hai, let's have a fight. Lin Hai stood up and clapped his hands and said with a smile, okay, come on. Sanji couldn't help muttering on the side, it turns out that Lin Hai is afraid of losing. He dares to fight Luffy, but not Ace. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, do you think I'm stupid? Ace's ability is fire. If he explodes, the lethality will be too great. What if he gets hurt? Ace immediately said, I will control it. Lin Hai said speechlessly, don't come on, I won't fight you. Let me tell you the truth. If I fight you, I can only use my ultimate move. In that case, one of us will definitely get hurt, so I won't fight you. Luffy on the side always felt that he was offended. What about the agreed duel? Why are you chatting? Chapter 85 Lin Hai and Ace quarrel. Luffy, who was ignored, complained, I say, can you let me compete with Lin Hai first? Lin Hai smiled and said, okay, just attack, just like last time. Luffy smiled and said, then you have to be careful, this time I am different from last time. Luffy was half squatting at this time, with one hand on the ground, second gear. Suddenly, Luffy's skin turned red and steamed. Ace on the side asked in confusion, what is Luffy's move? It seems very strong. Chopper exclaimed, Luffy used this move once on Drum Island, but it was not very good. Yes, Chopper didn't see Luffy's move clearly last time. He only remembered that Luffy's body was steaming for a while, and then there was nothing else. That's because Chopper couldn't keep up with Luffy's speed. At this time, Luffy put one fist on his waist and stretched out the other hand, with the palm facing the direction of Lin Hai, making an aiming gesture. Luffy said, Lin Hai, you have to be careful. Lin Hai nodded and said, just come over. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy had disappeared from the spot, and then appeared above Lin Hai. Jet pistol. Lin Hai just moved slightly, and saw that the sand at Lin Hai's feet seemed to be hit by a bullet, and a dent appeared. This is not over yet. Luffy kept changing his position, and dents kept appearing around Lin Hai. Jet pistol. Rocket launcher. For a while, Luffy's afterimage appeared around Lin Hai, because the moving speed was too fast, causing a visual illusion. On the side, except Ace, Sanji, and Zoro could hardly keep up with Luffy's speed, let alone others. Chopper said in confusion, Hey? Why are there so many Luffys in the sky? What happened? Why are there dents all over the forest? Usopp held his head with both hands and exclaimed, how strong are they? Why do I feel that they are getting more and more abnormal? Sanji and Zoro looked at each other, and they couldn't help but feel anxious in their hearts. Is their growth so exaggerated? Nami and Vivi on the side were sluggish. Are they fighting? If they were hit by a punch, it would be unimaginable. Just look at the dents on the ground and you will know. At this time, Ace couldn't help but admire, I didn't expect Luffy to improve so much. Luffy, who was moving quickly, was really speechless. This observation haki was too annoying. After several moves, Luffy gave up attacking Lin Hai. After releasing the second gear, Luffy said depressedly, Lin Hai, my speed has increased a lot, why can't I hit you? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, because my speed is faster than yours. If you meet an opponent whose observation haki can foresee the future, it will be devastating, so you should practice hard. Ace asked in confusion, can observation haki foresee the future? Lin Hai asked in confusion, didn't your crew tell you this? Reacted Lin Hai smiled and said, I forgot that you are a proud person who disdains to ask for advice. But there is one thing I want to tell you. If you want to make progress, you must keep learning and innovating. The result of standing still is very dangerous. After listening to Lin Hai's words, everyone was thoughtful, and Ace looked at Lin Hai meaningfully, because what Lin Hai did just now seemed to remind himself of something. Are you qualified to compete only after catching the trick? Keep learning and innovating. It's really not that easy to reach the top of the pirates. However, Ace can be sure of one thing, Lin Hai will definitely not be simple in the future. At this time, Luffy rubbed his stomach and said, I'm so hungry, can we eat now? Sanji rolled his eyes and said, wait a minute, I'll go prepare the food. After dinner was ready, the sky had turned dark, and the weather in the desert at night became extremely cold, more than 10 degrees below zero. At this time, Lin Hai walked up to Ace and said with a smile, Ace, like the Urquioto we drank last night, I can drink a whole bottle in one breath. What do you mean? Are you showing off again? I just hit myself with a stick, and it still hurts. Thinking of this, Ace couldn't help but retort, just that Urquioto, I can drink a bottle and half a bottle in one breath. Damn. Lin Hai raised his eyebrows and replied, I can drink 2 bottles. Ace said unconvincedly, I can drink 3 bottles. 4 bottles. 5 bottles. Zoro on the side couldn't help asking, what are they doing? Sanji tried to say, they seem to be competing to see who can drink more. Chopper said puzzledly, but they didn't drink. Nami slapped her forehead, are they children? What's there to compete about? At this time, Usopp hugged Chopper, Chopper, you are so warm. Chopper said angrily, do you look down on reindeer? Zoro said speechlessly, Chopper, change back quickly, or it will be cold again. And Luffy jumped and threw Chopper into his arms. Usopp asked, Luffy, aren't you going to take care of them? Luffy smiled and said, they have a good relationship, so let's not disturb them. Hey, where is the good relationship? They are about to fight. Lin Hai and Ace. After Lin Hai and Ace quarreled for a while, Ace said, the flame fruit is not only a natural devil fruit, but its fire ability is extremely lethal, much more practical than your space fruit. Lin Hai raised his eyebrows, you still want to compete, right? Then let's have a good competition. Lin Hai retorted, the space fruit is invincible in the space field, because I can attack or dodge in the space field, and I am the best. Your natural flame is useless when you see someone with stronger domineering than you. It's still practical? Bah! Ace said unhappily, you have a broken space fruit, and you want to open a space field. It's just a small range. You can't avoid my fist. You still say you are invincible? You are so shameless. Lin Hai said angrily, what did you say? Ace said, do you want to fight? The two stared at each other, and suddenly, they felt something. Lin Hai and Ace said at the same time, there are hidden weapons. Bang, bang. It turned out that Nami used Sanji's cooking utensils to hit Lin Hai and Ace respectively. Nami put her hands on her hips and said angrily, really, you two, are you going to let me sleep? Chopper on the side couldn't help shrinking his head, Nami, so scary. Two such strong people were directly solved by Nami. Usopp, who felt uncomfortable without bragging for a day, couldn't help but said, Chopper, do you see the stars in the sky? Chopper nodded and said, this is the first time I see stars, so beautiful. Zoro asked in confusion, really? The first time you see it? Chopper replied, because I have been on Drum Island, it snows all year round, so I can't see the stars. Usopp said, what's the matter, these stars are because I shot a sun before, and then they were scattered into these stars. Chopper and Luffy exclaimed immediately, really? Usopp? Zoro said unhappily, sleep. Chapter 86 God, help me. The next day, after a journey, everyone arrived at a ruin. Looking at the ruins that are no longer inhabited, many buildings have been dried up by the years. Wei couldn't help but pick up a pile of yellow sand and said, what mistakes did the people of this city make? Born in the land of sand, while fighting against nature, Crocodile messed up the lives of the people who struggled to survive. Why? Does that guy have the right to do such a thing? Why at the same time, he is under the name of Shishibukai, calling himself a hero, but playing with the people behind the scenes. However, no one discovered his true face. Like many places, it used to be an oasis, but since 3 years ago before, Crocodile's Baroque works used dancing powder to make rain, turning many places into deserts, and the incident in the kingdom of Alabasta was caused by this. The capital of Alabasta is called Albina. Because of the dancing powder, only Albina has rain, and other places no longer rain. In addition, Crocodile instigated behind the scenes, and after 3 years of fermentation, the current situation of Alabasta was caused. Luffy said angrily, Crocodile. Boom boom, a precarious building was destroyed by Luffy. Nami walked to Vivi and comforted her, Vivi, we will soon arrive at Albina, the capital of the kingdom of Alabasta, and this matter will soon be settled, so don't be sad. Vivi shook her head and said, I'm fine, I just look at these places and can't understand why Crocodile is so cruel. After everyone rested for a while, Vivi's mood also improved. At this time, Sanji couldn't help but say, this should be a ruin, right? Vivi nodded and said, yes, and it is quite ancient. The civilization of this land has been built for thousands of years. Countless countries were born and then disappeared. Sometimes they migrated to find water sources, and sometimes wars broke out. Such ruins often appear on this land, and there are also many mysterious ruins. Sanji sighed, just like that, as time changes, it became the current Alabasta kingdom, right? It is really a magnificent history. Prosperous countries can hardly escape the fate of disappearing, just like Rome. Nami was speechless. She was really talking about something else. She quickly reminded him, Sanji. Ah. Sanji, who reacted, quickly said, sorry, Vivi, I didn't mean that. That, how should I put it, my wording was inappropriate. Sorry. Vivi shook her head and said, it doesn't matter. In fact, I often think so during this period. Everyone looked at Wei. Wei fell into deep thought, and then said, what is a kingdom? Even if the king changes, people still live, culture, life, even if the kingdom changes, but as long as these do not change, is there no need to protect the kingdom? The things that need to be protected must be other things. Sorry, did I say something strange? Even I can't find the answer. But I know what I should do now. The Baroque works wants to instigate some meaningless disputes in secret, I must stop it, because what they are doing is to destroy this land. Even if I become notorious in the future, it doesn't matter, I won't let Crocodile's evil plan succeed. Papa Lin Hai couldn't help but applaud, Wei, you have made a lot of progress. You know how to inspire people, stir up the emotions of these idiots, and then help you solve this matter, right? As he spoke, Lin Hai pointed at the crowd who were excited by Wei's words. Then they realized that although what Lin Hai said was right, being called a fool was indeed the truth, so that everyone looked at Lin Hai with shame and anger, and had the urge to beat Lin Hai up if they disagreed. However, Lin Hai did not care, but said, Wei Wei, didn't I tell you before? You are the only princess of the kingdom of Alabasta, and you are responsible for Alabasta. This is your responsibility. Thinking about those long-term things? Let the people of your country live and work in peace and contentment, this is what you should think about. And at present, the most important thing for you is to resolve the crisis of the kingdom of Alabasta, that is, live in the present, and don't do those things. Because the ruins have become history, we can only learn from them. As for us, of course, we will ask Crocodile for compensation. Idiots, have you all remembered? Damn, you don't have martial ethics, and you hit me again. I told you to say we are idiots, I told you to say it, I told you to say it. Lin Hai, you bastard, can't you say something nice? You scold us every day, I'll beat you up. Vivi, come and fight too, this guy is so annoying. After a while, Lin Hai, who had tidied up his clothes, glared at everyone fiercely, then hugged Vivi's waist and said with a smile, Vivi, you are now a hero, worthy of the royal qualification. What can Vivi do? Vivi has witnessed the ability of the Straw Hat Pirates, and the key figure who can currently solve the crisis in Alabasta is the Straw Hat Pirates. Vivi, who has been with her father since she was a child, more or less knows some encouraging words, but Vivi didn't expect Lin Hai to say it so bluntly. For a moment Vivi blushed and said to everyone, Everyone, I'm sorry, I just... Luffy, Usopp and Chopper looked at Vivi with wide eyes, no way? Is what Lin Hai said true? Luffy exclaimed, Wei Wei, you have a really good brain. Wei Wei nodded awkwardly and said, Do you think I am very insidious? Wei Wei blushed and lowered her head. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, I said this not to say how insidious Wei Wei is, but just to let everyone understand the cause and effect of the matter. As my partner, Lin Hai, you can't be stupid all the time, right? But our purpose this time is the same as the result that Wei Wei wants, you shouldn't care about the process, right? Wow, Lin Hai, you have a good brain too, yes. Luffy couldn't help but admire him. Usopp said speechlessly, Hey, are you safe with a guy like Lin Hai around us? Sanji said with a smile, Why don't you take my kitchen knife and kill Lin Hai? As soon as Usopp saw Lin Hai looking at him with dangerous eyes, he immediately exclaimed, Help, Lin Hai is going to kill someone. When Chopper heard Usopp's words, he really believed it. He immediately walked to Lin Hai with tears in his eyes and begged, Lin Hai, Usopp is our companion, can you please not kill him? Lin Hai, who was holding Vivi's waist, felt uncomfortable. He couldn't help but slap his forehead and shouted to the sky, God, help me. Ace on the side almost laughed out loud. Chopper was so cute. When Zoro saw Ace trying to hold back his laughter, he couldn't help but blush and glanced away. He didn't know what was wrong with him to get on such a ship. At this time, Nami kicked Lin Hai away, then hugged Vivi's arm and smiled, What are you talking about? We help you because you are our friend. It has nothing to do with other things. That's all. Luffy nodded and said, Yes, that's it. Oh, Sanji's eyes were red and he spun around Vivi and Nami and said, I don't care. As long as I can help Vivi-san, I don't mind going to hell. Zoro on the side couldn't help but said, Then go to hell quickly. Sanji immediately retorted, What are you talking about? Believe it or not, I will kick you to death. Zoro was furious and said, Come here if you dare. I will chop you, you pervert. In the ruins of the hot desert, Sanji and Zoro started fighting again. Nami, who was beside Vivi, slapped her forehead and said like Lin Hai, God, help me. Chapter 87 Lin Hai and Nami. Walking in the desert for a long time will make people feel extremely irritable. The hot weather is one aspect, and the other is because, like the sea, the scenery here is unchanged, and there is sand everywhere. The excitement at the beginning has turned into the torment now, especially Luffy. Vivi, how long will it take to get there? It's so hot. Luffy said there, imitating the old man with a cane, with lifeless eyes. Lin Hai rolled his eyes, Luffy, if you keep shouting like that, everyone will be affected by you. Why not, empty your mind and try it. After a while, Sanji exclaimed, Lin Hai, your method really works. How could it not work? That's what we did in class, and then the teacher's words became a lullaby. But soon, everyone finally arrived at a village. Everyone finally revived. What did you say? There is no news about Blackbeard here. After entering the village, Ace heard from others that there was news about Blackbeard teach in the west. So, Ace has been walking for so long in vain. Nami asked, Ace, are you still going with us? Luffy pouted and said, Ace, you really don't want to be my partner? How about reconsidering it? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, Luffy, you still have the face to invite me? I can abuse you without any ability, aren't you ashamed? At this time, Ace handed his life card to Luffy and said, see you next time, Pirate Peak. Well. Luffy said goodbye, Ace, see you next time at the Pirate Peak. After Ace left, it was Lin Hai and Nami's turn. Lin Hai said, everyone, we will split up here. Nami and I will go to find Crocodile, and you will go directly to the capital of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Remember, be careful of those billionaires who have sneaked into the kingdom. Sanji said unhappily, Nami, why are you going with Lin Hai? As he said that, Sanji ran to Lin Hai and said, you better be honest, if you dare to touch Nami, I will never let you go. Lin Hai turned his head and raised his eyebrows at Nami, then said, what are you talking about, Sanji, I'm a serious person. When everyone heard Lin Hai's shameless words, they couldn't help but twitch their eyes, because Lin Hai's hand was around Nami's waist again. Sanji roared like a beast, asshole, take your hand away quickly, or I'll kick you to death. Lin Hai ignored Sanji and followed Nami on the journey to the Dream City __ Rainland. After the two walked for a while, Lin Hai couldn't help asking, Nami, are you tired? Listen to me, it would have been great to have a camel. Nami said speechlessly, didn't we meet a camel on the way? You killed it with one knife. If you buy another one, you might have killed it again. Can Lin Hai be blamed for this? That camel was too lustful. It was just a beast, but it dared to show that kind of look to humans. So, Lin Hai roasted it directly for Luffy and the others to eat. At the right time, Nami asked the question she had been asking for so many days, Lin Hai, why do I always feel that you are alienated from me after coming out of the garden? Ahem, people always grow up. After all, they have to meet every day, and the two of them are in that kind of relationship. They always need time to think, right? Lin Hai stepped forward and hugged Nami's waist and explained, I was afraid that I would hurt you, but then I figured it out. Nami asked in confusion, what have you figured out? Lin Hai smiled and said, my Nami is actually very smart and generous, and not so easily hurt. Nami blushed, but still said unhappily, who is yours, shameless? Lin Hai asked, Nami, I want a kiss. Nami, I'm on my way, stay away from me. Night fell again. The evening breeze blew over the brightly blooming flowers, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. A little bee did not go to rest early like others, he was still working hard. The cool dew on the petals wet the pollen on one side, and the bee's job is to deal with the pollen. The origin of honey is produced in this way. However, the wet pollen seems a bit sticky, so the honey powder has to be carefully taken. Alas, life is not easy, people should cherish the present. Looking at such a touching picture of life, how can Nami not be moved? At this moment, Nami closed her eyes tightly, raised her head and quietly felt the traces of the breeze blowing by. Everything was so quiet and intoxicating. The sound of the night wind was sometimes fierce, sometimes gentle, blowing by wisps. Seeing this beautiful scenery, how could Nami remain calm? So, she sang a song to express her praise and love for the quiet night. It was a new day again. When Nami woke up, she found herself resting her head in Lin Hai's arms. Thinking of last night, Nami couldn't help but roll her eyes at the people around her, and then urged, Lin Hai, get up quickly, we still have to go to the rainy land. Hey! Lin Hai said confusedly, what time is it? Let me sleep a little longer. At this time, Nami was getting up, and suddenly found that she was unstable and almost pressed Lin Hai. She glared at Lin Hai and said, get up quickly, Crocodile has done so much damage to Wai Wei's country, you go and get rid of Crocodile for me. Looking at Nami, who was as beautiful as a flower in front of him, Lin Hai stood up and said, go, but you are okay, right? I told you not to force it, you see. Nami's face flushed and she pinched Lin Hai hard. She didn't know what happened last night, so she forced it. Lin Hai raised his eyebrows and said, come on, I'll carry you. Nami blushed, you're the one who wants to carry me, not me. Ah, be careful. Lin Hai asked, how long will it take us to reach the rainy land? Nami replied, we should be there in the evening. Lin Hai exclaimed, isn't it still a day's journey? Nami said unhappily, are you tired of walking with me? What's the connection? Ignoring Nami, Lin Hai bought the music of Zhu Beiji carrying his wife from the system. Although there are no lyrics, the music. Lin Hai also wanted to experience the mood in that situation, didn't he? Nami on Lin Hai's back exclaimed, what kind of music are you playing? Why does it sound weird? Lin Hai laughed, does it sound funny? Nami said unnaturally, what funny? Turn it off. Nami always felt that she was teased from this music. Lin Hai said, I just like to listen to it. Don't you feel that listening to this music makes you feel cheerful? Nami said speechlessly, forget it, listen if you want. By the way, I'll ask you a question, you have to answer me honestly. Lin Hai slowed down his pace, turned around and asked, what's the matter? Nami hesitated for a while and asked, do you like me? Lin Hai nodded and said, I like you, why do you ask such a stupid question? If I don't like you, I would have been so. Nami bit Lin Hai's ear and said angrily, I'm not talking about this, you let go, I'm telling you. Lin Hai explained, to be honest, you are so as for me, although I have a bad temper, love money and am violent, I have a really good figure. Nami's face darkened, put me down, I don't want you to carry me. Lin Hai said shamelessly, no, as long as I can carry you, I will carry you. The sudden confession made Nami blush. Some things are too clear, then they lose their original flavor. Nami stopped asking, but pressed herself on Lin Hai's back again, and suddenly said with a bad taste, gee. Lin Hai exclaimed, stinky woman, get down. Chapter 88. Is this a normal person? During the time when Lin Hai and Nami were on the road, because there was no Lin Hai there to limit Luffy's range of activities, the result was good. Luffy and his group got lost. They arrived at the Dream City Rainland earlier than Lin Hai and Nami, and then fell into Crocodile's plan and fell into the trap designed by Crocodile. At this time, in the small room made of sea stone, Luffy was imitating Sanji. He was holding a cigarette with one hand and then said, did you steal the meat? Ha ha ha, Luffy, you imitated really well. Usopp said excitedly. Luffy continued to imitate Lin Hai. He wiped his hair with one hand, closed his eyes and said intoxicatedly, another day I woke up by my own handsomeness. Pucci. Before the Straw Hat Pirates started laughing, Smoker couldn't help it, but Smoker quickly turned his head away. What's going on with the Straw Hat Pirates? Sanji on the side couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Seeing Luffy and the others being locked up here so leisurely, and Zoro on the ground still sleeping so soundly, Sanji, who couldn't bear it anymore, first hit Luffy and Usopp separately, and said angrily, you bastards, one by one is like this, do you understand the current situation? After that, Sanji hit Zoro again, angrily said, you are still sleeping. Get up quickly. Zoro sat up confusedly, rubbed his eyes and asked, oh? Is it dawn? Sanji said angrily, it's noon now. Sitting on a chair outside the room, Crocodile couldn't help but say, have fun, and get along well with each other in the last moments, ha ha ha. Sanji retorted, haha, you should just relax now, and wait until Lin Hai comes here, and see if you will still be so proud. With that guy's temper, he won't talk to you nicely. Luffy nodded and said, if you don't let us out, be careful that Lin Hai will come to trouble you. Crocodile shook the red wine in his hand, took a sip and replied, it seems that the guy named Lin Hai is really trusted by you, but trust is this the most useless thing in the world. I will let him accompany you later, don't worry, ha ha ha. In the small room, Vivi couldn't help but say, Crocodile, what is your purpose? Why do you treat the kingdom of Alabasta like this? If you don't come to this kingdom, Alabasta can always maintain peace, but now Crocodile, in fact, you are the one who deserves to die the most. He ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Crocodile smiled devilishly, and then explained proudly, it is this boring kingdom that is going to die, Miss Wednesday. As he said, Crocodile stood up and continued with a face full of beatings, I want Alabasta to disappear from this planet, I want those citizens who survive to fall down in painful struggles and be sucked into the eternal darkness. The Utopia operation plan is about to begin. As he said, Crocodile looked at the ceiling with an intoxicated face, as if his dream was about to be completed. The kind of expectation and joy Looking at Crocodile like this, everyone couldn't help but twitch their eyes. What's the situation with this guy Crocodile? Is this a normal person? However, Vivi still cares about what Crocodile meant by the Utopia operation plan. So, Vivi hurriedly asked, Crocodile, what do you want to do with Alabasta? Tell me now. He ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Crocodile smiled devilishly again, and then said very proudly, do you want me to tell you, the kind of people I despise the most? They are those who pretend to care about the people, but are actually selfish hypocrites. Vivi was stunned, and then roared, you want to kill my father? How can you do this? Crocodile replied, don't scream like that, I don't plan to do that, he is not worth killing at all, I won't let Cobra taste the humiliation that is crueler than death. Looking at the helpless look of the crowd who wanted to kill him, Crocodile said with pleasure, as a princess of a country, you can't put on such a face. Vivi, I ask you again, what is the Utopia operation? Tell me quickly. Hey, hey. Crocodile said, do you understand your current position? Anyway, the operation is about to begin, so it doesn't matter to tell you. After all, Crocodile has been preparing for this for 3 years. If he doesn't show it off, he will always feel a little lonely, right? Crocodile said, then I will tell you, the plan to end the kingdom of Alabasta, Utopia operation. Then Crocodile told the story of controlling King Kobuza and letting Mr. 2 pretend to be the king to provoke this war. At the same time, on the rainy street, Linhai said, Nami, you have to give me some face, right? Just let me show off for once, okay? As he said that, Linhai shook Nami's arm like a spoiled child. Helpless Nami asked, I can pretend to be your maid, but I won't wear a maid outfit. You must design me a set of clothes that I like. And all the compensation will belong to me. Okay, okay. Linhai leaned close to Nami's ear and whispered, it's okay to give you hundreds of millions. Nami blushed and rolled her eyes, tell me, what do you want me to do? Linhai explained, when you see Crocodile later, just stand by my side and don't say anything. I'll take care of the rest. Nami nodded and said, that's no problem. If you don't get the compensation, you're dead. Linhai pulled Nami to a changing place, and said as he walked, don't you know my ability? Even if Crocodile doesn't give it to you, I can get you a bunch of gold coins. Nami suddenly realized that the benefits of spatial ability were immediately reflected. So, Nami pretended to be gentle, hugged Linhai's arm, and then said in a tender voice, Linhai, can you? Linhai rolled his eyes and said, no. Nami said speechlessly, I didn't say anything, why did you refuse? Linhai scratched Nami's nose, human desires are unlimited, it's you who controls it. Don't fall into the pile of money, and then become a high-level tool that only collects treasures. That's the greatest sorrow. Tisk. Nami said depressedly, I haven't even received a Bailey, what right do you have to teach me? By the way, what type of clothes are you going to give me? Chapter 89 Awkward again. After changing her clothes, Nami stared at herself in the mirror blankly, as if she didn't recognize herself, because this outfit was so stunning. Linhai, who was beside Nami, shook his head and said, Nami, let's change. I didn't take your temperament into account. This outfit doesn't suit you at all. Nami quickly objected, no, I want this outfit. Ahem, at this time, if anyone has seen the movie Resident Evil, they will definitely be angry with Linhai. Isn't Nami's outfit the same as Alice's outfit? But Nami's figure is better than Alice's. Because Alice is A, and Nami is almost E. After admiring it for a while, Nami turned around and asked, what about you? Are you going to see Crocodile in this outfit? Linhai smiled and said, don't worry about me. By the way, have you mastered the skills in the weapon that Usopp gave you? After all, sometimes I can't take care of you. Since you want to travel around the world, you must learn to save your life. Nami rolled her eyes and said, how many times have you told me that when I was hanging out on the sea, you were still drinking milk? Ignoring Nami's complaints, Linhai began to style his own hair. If I remember correctly, when Nami used the weather stick for the first time, she was almost solved by Mr. 1's partner because she didn't use the weapon after getting it, right? Linhai used a hair dryer to blow his hair while saying, remember, Nami, your illusion trick is useless for people who can see and hear haki, so once you find something wrong, find a way to run away. Before he finished speaking, Nami lay on Lin Hai's back and teased, "You are so nagging? Are you caring about me?" As she spoke, Nami touched Lin Hai's ear with her tongue. Lin Hai couldn't help but breathe, "I'm dressing up, don't make trouble, no wonder your villagers always say you are a bad girl." Nami didn't stop teasing Lin Hai, she leaned close to Lin Hai's ear and whispered, "Don't you like it? What is tolerable and what is intolerable?" Lin Hai turned around and kissed Nami directly. Ahem, this is a meat bun hitting a dog? It's exactly what he wanted. A long time later, Nami, walking on the street, still had a blush on her face. She was holding Lin Hai's arm and rushing to where Crocodile was. Lin Hai and Nami's outfits were too attractive. Nami was curvy and had a hint of young woman's charm. Lin Hai's outfit was the same as the one he wore when he sang that day, black trousers, white shirt and a low-key jacket. It's not that Lin Hai doesn't want to dress up coquettishly, but he has been spending more than he earns recently. He's almost out of coquettish coins. Soon, the two entered the most prosperous casino in the Rainy Land, where Crocodile was located. Not far away, Nico Robin was already waiting for Lin Hai and the others. Looking at the two people in front of her, Nico Robin was stunned for a moment, because the two people were dressed too stunningly. Nico Robin reacted and said, "Please follow me, boss is waiting for you." For some reason, Lin Hai really hoped to be taller at this time, because he was 177 centimeters tall, and in front of Robin, who was about 2 meters tall, Lin Hai felt like a dwarf. At this time, Lin Hai smiled and said, "You are Nico Robin, right? I have seen you once before. Your boss will soon retire. Why don't you join us in the future?" Hee. Robin turned and smiled, "You are quite confident in yourself. Let's talk about it later." Seeing Robin smiled faintly and continued to lead the way, Nami pinched Lin Hai and couldn't help saying, "You are not interested in her, are you? You are such a playboy." Lin Hai was helpless. Robin's figure was really good. Lin Hai, just looked at her. How could he be interested in her? But Nami was right. Lin Hai was indeed moved, but he could never admit it. Just as they walked out of the room, Lin Hai asked Robin to go in first, because Lin Hai had designed a way for himself to appear. At this time, Crocodile in the reception hall saw that only Robin came in, and couldn't help asking, "Where is he?" Robin consciously stood beside Crocodile and replied, "He's here." The people in the room suddenly heard a burst of exciting music. This background music is the BGM when the pirate Hawkeye made his move and Red Hair appeared. The author can't find the name of this BGM. Accompanied by this exciting BGM, Lin Hai appeared. At this time, Lin Hai lowered his head slightly, and the beautiful hair on his forehead looked so elegant in the breeze. Lin Hai was very satisfied with himself at this time, but at this time, Lin Hai was thinking about Luffy and his friends going to the capital of Alabasta. Why were all of them locked in that small room? While thinking about what was going on, who knew that the road ahead was going down, and as a result, Lin Hai missed a step and rolled down the stairs directly from the door. Nami was still at the door, making a gesture of reaching out to grab Lin Hai. Luffy and his group in the small room were stunned. What is Lin Hai doing? Hey, what is Lin Hai doing? Is he kidding me? What are you talking about? Hey Lin Hai, hurry up and save us. At this time, Crocodile, who was sitting on the chair, turned his head and looked at Nico Robin. Did this guy really offer a reward of 300 million Baileys? Why does he feel like a fool? At this time, Lin Hai, who stood up, felt a burning sensation on his face and quickly turned off the radio. Since he failed to pretend, let's negotiate properly. Lin Hai glared at Luffy and the others in the small room. They quickly shut up, and then Lin Hai sat on the chair facing Crocodile, and Nami also stood beside Lin Hai. At this time, Lin Hai took out a half-meter-long cigar, and then used the denomination of 10,000 Baileys to light the cigarette. Everyone was shocked by this scene. It's really, too cool. Silk cake. I will do the same when I light a cigarette in the future. Why didn't I think of it before? Who of you has money? I really want to try it. Ignoring the people in the small room shouting, Lin Hai exhaled a puff of thick smoke. Fortunately, he held on. This half-meter-long cigar was too heavy. He almost choked. At this time, Lin Hai knocked on the table and said, "Not long ago, I took one of my mates to travel around the world and passed by a place called Whiskey Peak. As a result, we were almost assassinated, and their purpose was to exchange my head for a bounty. Every time I think of this, I feel a dull pain. After speaking, Lin Hai continued to smoke a puff of cigarette, while Crocodile bit a cigar in his mouth and stared at Lin Hai quietly. After Lin Hai exhaled a puff of smoke, he said, I heard that those who assassinated us were arranged by you, Crocodile, right? I don't think I have offended you, right? Mr. Zero. He ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Crocodile smiled devilishly, stared at Lin Hai provocatively and asked, they are my subordinates, what do you want? Lin Hai leaned on the edge of the chair, put his heels on the table, and said uninhibitedly, you must pay for the intimidation fee, shock fee, loss of work fee, mental damage fee, the cost of coming here, etc. He ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Space Field. Seeing Crocodile's arrogant look, he was not going to compensate, and Lin Hai was not going to talk nonsense, and took the initiative. Chapter 90. Lin Hai blushed. Who is Crocodile sitting opposite Lin Hai? He had challenged the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, in the past. Although he lost, Crocodile always put himself at a level slightly lower than Whitebeard. As for Lin Hai in front of him, his bounty was only 300 million Baileys, so Crocodile was not afraid of him. At this time, Crocodile was just curious about what this transparent film was, and before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Ah! Belaying! Before everyone could react, Crocodile was kicked out by Lin Hai's leg with armed color domineering. Crocodile broke through the door of the passage and flew out. Lin Hai did not intend to kill Crocodile, because the relationship in this world is too mysterious. Look at the original work. Luffy was able to get out of the underwater prison, which was Crocodile's credit, right? During the war on the top, when Luffy was chased by Hawkeye, Crocodile helped to block him once. When Ace was about to be executed, he was also saved by Crocodile once. When Luffy was being chased by Akainu, Crocodile helped him once. If he lets him go now, he might save himself in the future. This kind of metaphysics, Lin Hai has to believe it even if he doesn't believe it. After flying a long way in the passage, Crocodile finally reacted. He was confused at this time. Isn't he a natural ability user? He seemed to have been kicked by someone just now, and flew so far. Cough cough cough. Crocodile couldn't help spitting out blood and stared at the direction of the room where he had just negotiated with Lin Hai. At this time, Crocodile was not afraid, but full of anger. Who is he? Crocodile? Crocodile has always aimed to be the top of the pirates. If he was kicked so far by a small minion who suddenly appeared with a bounty of 300 million, he would not get back this place. You don't have to mess around anymore. Thinking of this, Crocodile reorganized himself and went to get back the place. In the room, Lin Hai used his observation haki to sense that Crocodile was back. At the right time, Lin Hai used his ability to swap out all the people in the cage. Smoker stepped forward and said, "What's wrong with your ability? This small cage is made of sea stone." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "You guys hurry to the capital of Alabasta, Crocodile's plan has already begun." Luffy asked in confusion, "What about you?" Lin Hai replied, "That guy won't give up, anyway, you guys hurry up, I'll stop Crocodile." Facing a war of millions of people, Luffy was still sensible and made a decision quickly, but Smoker was still struggling there. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Brother Smoker, wake up. Are the lives of so many people not as important as your broken theory? Hurry up and resolve the crisis. Don't bother Luffy and the others before the problem is resolved." Smoker said angrily, "Don't talk to me in a preachy way. Also, I'm older than you. You should call me brother." "Okay, Brother Smoker, thank you for your help." Lin Hai replied with a face that deserved a beating. At this time, Crocodile had come over. Smoker knew that he was no match for him, so he followed the Straw Hat Pirates out. At this time, Crocodile's face was gloomy and he asked, "Who are you? What is your purpose?" Lin Hai answered irrelevantly, "Are you really a pirate? I think pirates should be free and have no fixed place to live. But look at yourself, you actually want to seize that Pluto and then rule the world? Ha ha ha, it's really funny." Crocodile narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "You seem to know a lot." As he said that, Crocodile was ready to start. Lin Hai hurriedly said, "Wait, there is water all around, are you sure you want to fight? Why don't we go to the desert and have a good fight?" Crocodile smiled playfully. He is the user of the sand fruit, and Lin Hai actually chose to fight him in the desert? Thinking of this, Crocodile replied, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Soon, Lin Hai and Crocodile arrived at an open place. Crocodile said with disdain, "Today, I will let you die here, which is also your luck." Lin Hai said helplessly, "If you don't leave the kingdom of Alabasta, then I will have to knock you out and take you to the navy to exchange for a bounty. I heard that you are worth a lot. How much is the bounty?" "He ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Crocodile laughed angrily, "Kid, who do you think I am? If you have the ability, come on, desert sword." Sure enough, Crocodile is more comfortable using his abilities in the desert. A pile of sand-made giant swords were directly chopped towards Lin Hai quickly. Ahem, Lin Hai is going to play with Crocodile and learn from Crocodile's advantages. Isn't it necessary for the protagonist to grow up while learning? So, Lin Hai twisted his body and yawned, "Oh, so awesome." Crocodile's forehead was throbbing with veins. "What's wrong with this guy?" Furious Crocodile stretched out his right hand, and a small whirlwind appeared in the palm of his hand. "Hey kid, come and take my move." Space field. Ah! Crocodile felt the pain again, but before he could react, he was kicked away. Ahem, in the space field, Lin Hai was like a cheater, ignoring the distance with the opponent, because Lin Hai could switch the opponent's position, and then passively accept Lin Hai's long-awaited kick. If Doflamingo were to take it, he might catch it. Because Doflamingo has a deeper understanding of this similar ability. At this time, Crocodile, who stood up again, wiped the blood from his mouth, and then asked, "What did you do to me?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Don't you see it yet? You were crushed by me." Crocodile was awakened by the beating. His goal was Pluto. There was no need to confront this guy with inexplicable abilities here. Moreover, the Straw Hat Pirates have already rushed to the capital of Alabasta. Thinking of this, Crocodile said with disdain, "Crushed by you? Ha ha ha, be careful not to brag, or you'll get your tongue stuck. Take my move, Desert Sunflower." Fuck. Hearing this name, Lin Hai thought of the whirlpool in the sea, and he quickly jumped away, lest he really be buried by the big move. At this time, a huge whirlpool of quicksand appeared in the desert, and the sand around it all fell to the lowest point in the center, which was really shocking. Lin Hai stared at the center of the quicksand, and really couldn't figure out what principle it was based on. Just as he was stunned, well, Crocodile's breath disappeared from the range of his observation haki. At this time, Lin Hai in the desert couldn't help blushing. He was fooled. Bah, what Shishibukai, he actually ran away, so shameless. It's not his fault, Lin Hai, it's Crocodile who is too shameless. Chapter 91 Traveling Together. After Crocodile ran away shamelessly, Lin Hai wanted to chase him, but just as he took a step, he didn't know how to get to Albina, the capital of the Kingdom of Alabasta. So, Lin Hai had to go back to the Rainy Land to buy a map and prepare supplies for the journey. As soon as he returned to the Rainy Land, he saw Smoker sitting in a place as if he was thinking about something, and behind him stood Tashiji. Lin Hai exclaimed, "Brother Smoker, didn't you go to Albina? Why are you still here?" Smoker immediately showed his cross-handed weapon, pointed at Lin Hai and said, "Pirate Lin Hai, do you really think I won't catch you?" Lin Hai said depressedly, "You are born in the year of the ox, right? Don't say useless things. I was fooled by Crocodile. Now he should go directly to Albina." After that, Lin Hai ran to Dashiki and asked, "Beautiful lady, can you take me to Albina? I don't know how to get there." Dashiki looked at Lin Hai blankly, thinking of what happened that day. She couldn't help blushing and stammering, "You are a pirate, it's impossible for us to be together." Dashiki's answer was irrelevant. For a moment, Smoker and Lin Hai looked at Dashiki in confusion. Smoker, who reacted, said angrily, "Asshole, what did you do to Dashiki?" As he said, Smoker directly chopped at Lin Hai with his weapon. Lin Hai held Smoker's weapon with one hand and said unhappily, "Smoker, what's going on with you? Crocodile is the most important thing now. When we get to Albina, I'll knock Crocodile unconscious and hand him over to your navy. I should be able to get his bounty, right?" Tashiji exclaimed, "What did you say? But you're a pirate." Lin Hai rolled his eyes at Tashiji, then put his arm around Smoker's shoulder and said, "The bounty on Crocodile seems to be more than 80 million Baileys. If you get it, it should be more than 70 million Baileys, right? Don't worry, I'll treat you to a meal and pay for your cigarettes for a year." Smoker and Tashiji were a little confused. "Hey, What's going on now? After a while, Smoker said angrily, what are you kidding, Pirate Lin Hai? Damn, this Smoker has a really bad temper. Lin Hai also said angrily, just tell me if Crocodile's bounty is still valid. Tashiji replied for Smoker, Crocodile used the dancing powder banned by the world government. He is no longer a Shishibukai, so his bounty is naturally valid. Lin Hai asked again, since it is effective, if I knock him out and teach you the navy, can't I collect the bounty? Smoker replied in a low voice, but you are pirates. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta can be a middleman. Why don't you just give him the bounty? As he spoke, Lin Hai poked Smoker's head with his finger and said, what's in your head? You're a smoker. You smoke so many cigars every day. You must owe a lot of money, right? Ignoring that Smoker was on the verge of going berserk, Lin Hai threw a wink at Dashiki next to him and continued, no wonder you left Rogue Town. I guess you must have owed a lot of money there. Because you couldn't pay it back, you ran away, right? Smoker said nothing and directly took up his cross hand and greeted Lin Hai. Vertical chop, left chop, right chop, diagonal chop, and chop again. Smoker was going crazy. Why couldn't he hit Lin Hai? Even if he hit him once, it would be fine. And what about Lin Hai? Spinning and jumping, he closed his eyes, and the dust could not see. Was Dashiki intoxicated? After a while, Smoker was panting there, glaring at Lin Hai. Lin Hai said angrily, come on, I won't play with you guys anymore. Can't I go buy a map by myself? Wait. Smoker said, you come with us, Crocodile, I won't let him go. A mere pirate dares to fool the navy. When he heard Smoker's agreement, Lin Hai immediately hugged Tashiji's waist in surprise and said, then I'll trouble you, Tashiji. Tashiji's face instantly flushed, let go. Ahem, I can't help it, I can't help it. Soon, Lin Hai and Smoker set out on the road to Albina. Smoker really had no choice. Compared with the lives of the people of the Kingdom of Alabasta, he now believed in Lin Hai more. As for the world government, what kind of virtue is that? Doesn't Smoker understand it? The 7 warlords of the sea system was created by them, and now they have caused the evil consequences, but they don't solve the matter. Would those nobles who are high above lose face by coming to deal with this matter? Smoker had no hope at all. On the way, Smoker was getting angrier and angrier, and the angrier he got, the more depressed he became. The more depressed he became, Smoker kept glaring at Lin Hai who was holding Tashiji's hand in front of him. Unable to bear it any longer, Smoker said angrily, you stinky pirate, stay away from Tashiji. Also, when we get to Albina, don't walk with us, otherwise I will catch you too. Lin Hai rolled his eyes, I say, Smoker, brother, why don't you learn from that stinky old man Garp? He knows how to adapt to life, unlike you, who is just a cow. You will offend people by doing this. Oh. Smoker said, White Gale. Lin Hai simply grabbed the white smoke and said with a smile, I still have White Windmill and White Lover. Let's talk it over nicely. There is not so much hatred in the world, right? Lin Hai let go and continued, Brother Smoker, after this matter is dealt with, let's have a few more drinks? You can't drink much. Before he finished speaking, Smoker punched him, Pirate, you are too arrogant, aren't you? How dare you look down on the navy? Tashiji on the side said helplessly, can you guys be quiet for a while? Alabasta is still in a riot. Smoker, who calmed down, said, Tashiji, when we get there, we will do the aftermath, but we won't get involved. Tashiji asked in confusion, why? Lin Hai poked Tashiji's head and said with a smile, your navy does not belong to the Kingdom of Alabasta, you have no right to interfere in their affairs, don't you know this? Tashiji looked at Smoker in confusion. Smoker nodded helplessly. Although Alabasta belongs to the world member states, the navy belongs to a branch of the world government and has not received orders from the world government. Smoker is still clear about this. At this time, Smoker responded, he is right. Lin Hai looked at Smoker depressedly and said speechlessly, Smoker, can you not put on such a face all day long? Even if you can't pay off the debt, you don't have to be sad all day long, right? Otherwise, I will help you pay it off. What a joke. Smoker raised his cross hand again and chased Lin Hai, but unfortunately, Smoker couldn't beat Lin Hai. The difference in strength between the two was really big. Just like that, the three of them rushed to Albina in the quarrel. Chapter 92 Luffy's defeat. While Lin Hai and his group were on the road, Luffy and his group arrived at Albina, the capital of the Kingdom of Alabasta, and were indeed stopped by a senior agent of Baroque Works. Among them, Luffy met Crocodile once on the way. When everyone saw Crocodile, Nami asked first, "Crocodile, why are you here? What happened to Lin Hai?" Luffy also asked, "What did you do to Lin Hai?" He ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Crocodile shamelessly said playfully, "You will know if you go to the rainy land?" Ha ha ha. Usopp shouted excitedly, "Don't joke, we know Lin Hai's ability best, what trick did you use, where is Lin Hai?" Crocodile said contemptuously, "My presence here explains everything, doesn't it? Just accept the reality, ha ha ha." Everyone. At this time, Luffy stepped forward and said, "I don't believe that Lin Hai is in trouble, you go first, let me stop Crocodile." Vivi stepped forward and said, "Luffy, Lin Hai." Luffy turned around and smiled, "Don't worry, that guy must be fine, your things are still waiting for you to deal with. Why do these people trust that annoying bastard so much?" Before, Crocodile was kicked twice by Lin Hai, and he is still angry. Now he can take it out on this group of people. He did what he said. Just when Crocodile was about to attack, a fist suddenly hit him on the head. However, Crocodile is a natural fruit ability user and does not know how to be domineering. Unless you find a weakness, you really can't do anything to him. After the head turned into sand and exploded, it condensed again. Crocodile sneered, "You trash, do you really think you can beat me? You go first, I'll stop him." Luffy directly turned on the second gear mode. Because the opponent was a Shishibukai, Luffy started with a big move. "Luffy!" everyone said worriedly. "Go!" Luffy said firmly. At this time, Zoro said, "Let's go first and listen to the captain." Usopp was still struggling, "Luffy." Sanji directly pulled Usopp away and reminded him, "We have other important things to do, let's go." Luffy stared at Crocodile and shouted, "The rest is up to you. Luffy, be careful. We'll meet again in Albina." "Hey, is Lin Hai okay? He couldn't really be killed by Crocodile." "I say Chopper, do you really believe what Crocodile said? We should know how strong Lin Hai's ability is." Sanji couldn't help but said, "I say Green Shower Head, why do you sound so weak?" Zoro said angrily, "What are you talking about, perverted cook, believe it or not, I will chop you." Nami stopped him and said, "Can you stop arguing?" Watching the Straw Hat Pirates leave, Crocodile said to Luffy, "Why do you, a pirate, come to stop me?" Luffy replied expressionlessly, "Because Vivi loves her country, I won't let you hurt her." Ha ha ha. Crocodile laughed, "Do you really think you can beat me? If you don't try, how can you know?" Luffy squatted, put one fist on his waist, and aimed at Crocodile with the other hand. Guess it mono, jet pistol." Luffy took the lead and Crocodile stood there for a while, no matter how Luffy hit him, he just couldn't hit him, which made Luffy very distressed. At the beginning, Lin Hai had explained that Crocodile's right hand should not be approached. If he was caught by accident, the moisture in his body would be sucked dry. Water? Luffy then remembered that Lin Hai had said that the weakness of the sand fruit ability is water. At this time, Crocodile saw Luffy standing not far away and did not continue to attack, so he continued to taunt, "Ha ha ha, you found it. You can't hit me, there are as many pirates as you want." After saying that, Crocodile also made a move, Desert Sword. A huge slash made of sand rushed straight to Luffy's forehead. Fortunately, Luffy's eyesight and the perception of danger cultivated since childhood, instinctively avoided this slash. Looking at the huge crack forming on the ground, Luffy couldn't help but say, "It's so dangerous." "Ha ha ha." Crocodile said proudly, "Boy, I will bury you here today, Desert Sword." "Here comes the same trick again." Luffy exclaimed, dodged, and started his second gear again. This time, Luffy's second gear was a little different from before, because there were drops of water on his body. Luffy knew that he couldn't do this for a long time, because if he did, he would lose his combat effectiveness due to dehydration. At this time, Crocodile saw Luffy using this trick again, and couldn't help but sneer, "I don't understand yet." Before he finished speaking, Crocodile was directly punched away by Luffy. Lin Hai is really amazing, how did he know? Luffy could not help but mutter in joy when he saw that he could really hit him this time. Because of the first success, Luffy could not help but think of the smoking man. He was also a natural ability user. If he did not know armament haki, how could he hit him? While thinking about this, Luffy's abdomen was suddenly pierced by a hook. It turned out that the sand-turned crocodile used his ability to quickly move behind Luffy and hit him hard. Crocodile approached Luffy's ear and whispered, "It seems that you know my weakness, but who do you think I am? I am a Shishibukai. You dare to be distracted when fighting with me, you stop here." After saying that, Crocodile pulled out the hook-shaped object on his left hand and laughed without looking back, "Ha ha ha." At this time, after his abdomen was pierced, Luffy couldn't help but think of Linha's repeated warnings to him that day. When fighting, you must concentrate. You can look down on your opponent and mess with his mentality, but you can't take it lightly, because once you fall into someone else's killer plan, you will regret it. Luffy tried hard not to faint, and was secretly annoyed about why he made this mistake just now. This was the first time Luffy fought against an opponent of Crocodile's level, and he failed. But who is Luffy? The protagonist's halo. The blood-locking monster. Not long after, a bird fruit ability user, Bell, the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's guard, passed by here and rescued Luffy. Chapter 93. A sword opens the sky. Bell, who passed by, saw a lot of blood on Luffy's stomach and couldn't help but step forward and ask, "Boy, are you okay?" Damn, if Linhai was here, he would definitely give him a slap in the face. "Let's see if your stomach is pierced to see if it's okay." But Luffy is different. At this time, he grabbed the corner of Bell's clothes, "I want to eat meat, meat." On the other side, Zoro and Nami walked to a place and were blocked by Mr. One and his partner Miss Doublefinger. Mr. One is the ability user of the Zanzan fruit, which combines physical skills and swordsmanship. Miss Doublefinger's original name is Pola, and Pola is the ability user of the thorn fruit. After the two sides met, they each chose their opponents. Nami chose to run away without saying a word, and Pola chased Nami. Seeing Nami stopped, Pola couldn't help but joked, "Little girl, why don't you continue to run away?" Nami waved the weather stick in her hand, stuck out her tongue, and said mischievously, "Look above your head." Above the head? Boro looked up curiously, and then was struck by lightning. It was that simple. Nami won. The plot twist was too sudden and beyond everyone's expectations. Looking at the unconscious Bora, Nami said disappointedly, "Really, I have other tricks." After Zoro and Mr. One, Dawes Bonus, had a verbal battle for a while, Zoro was directly buried under the stones of the collapsed house by a fancy slash. Dawes looked at the direction where Zoro was buried and couldn't help saying, "Tisk, is the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro this level? It's so disappointing." Just as Dawes turned to leave, a voice came from the direction of the waist, and then Zoro stood up. Zoro said expressionlessly, "I have a sword that can move mountains. I have a sword that can overturn the sea. I have a sword that can open the sky. There is nothing in the world that I can't stop. This is called the three-sword flow." "Hey, the guy on the opposite side." Speaking of this, Zoro raised his eyes and looked at Dawes indifferently. This look, coupled with the mysterious words, made Dawes's heart jump. Oh! Dawes suppressed his fear, because the man in front of him was a little abnormal. After so many tricks from him, did he look like someone in trouble? Dawes said stubbornly, "You are not dead yet? But it is useless to force it, because I am the user of the Zanzan fruit, my whole body can be transformed into a blade, and swordsmen can't do anything to me, unless you can cut through iron." Zoro picked up the Japanese characters on the ground and pointed at Dawes and said, "Thank you for making me stronger. I finally understand why Linhai would do the same chopping action there every day. So that's the case. It seems that I have to practice again." Dawes was confused and asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" When he heard this question, Zoro remembered Linhai's bad taste and blurted out, "What do you care about what I say? Does it have anything to do with you?" Wow! As soon as he said it, Zoro seemed to have discovered a new world. It turned out that it was so cool to say it to people like this. But business is more important, let's kill that guy first. Before Dawes gets angry, Zoro has already grasped his own sword and slowly said, "One sword style, one sword to open the sky." A figure flashed past Dawes, and after a while, Dawes felt a sharp pain. He is the user of the Zanzan fruit ability, he always kills others, who would have thought that he would be killed by others? If Linhai was here, he would definitely duel with Zoro, this shameless guy actually stole his domineering name Lin Hai. Isn't it just to cut a piece of scrap metal? Look at what he can do, and he can even open the sky with one sword, ugh. And Zoro won this battle. Elsewhere, the resurrected Luffy went to trouble Crocodile again. After fighting for a while in the palace, although Crocodile was beaten badly by Luffy, Luffy still accidentally touched Crocodile's right hand, and then was killed by Crocodile's ability. However, fortunately, when Crocodile, King Kobuza and Robin entered the underground palace, Luffy was revived by water. The protagonist is the protagonist, and he can't be killed. At this time, Lin Hai and Smoker were rushing to Albina. Lin Hai said unhappily, "You Navy are too weak, right? You don't even know how to go such a short distance." Smoker also replied unhappily, "If you weren't the idiot who kept irritating me, would I have forgotten to take the map?" Tisk. Lin Hai said contemptuously, "With your white hair and prematurely aged appearance, you have the nerve to call others idiots." Smoker was furious, "Do you want to fight again?" Daisuke said weakly, "Can you stop arguing? How many times have you quarreled along the way?" Lin Hai said, "Did I want to quarrel with him? He talks about justice and justice every day, but people don't call him a hero, right? He is just a dreamer, living in illusion every day, ugh." Smoker was really helpless. He couldn't beat him, and now he found that he couldn't scold him. The depressed Smoker yelled, "We're already in Albina, go do your thing, don't let me see you again." Ahem, Lin Hai naturally ignored Smoker, but blew a kiss to Tashigi and headed straight to the palace square, because the battle had already started there, and people's shouting could be heard even here. When Lin Hai arrived, he saw Nami and her group persuading Vivi not to get involved. At this time, Nami was surprised to see Lin Hai. "Lin Hai? Oh? Lin Hai, it's really you, Crocodile just said that you were defeated by him, we are all so worried about you," Chopper said to Lin Hai with tears on his face. Lin Hai suspected that he had misheard and confirmed again, "What did you say just now? You said I was defeated by Crocodile." Nami nodded and said, "That's what Crocodile said, but we don't believe it." Wei stepped forward and said, "I'm so glad you're okay." Usopp, who was wrapped like a mummy, couldn't help but said, "Lin Hai, go help Luffy, he is fighting with Crocodile." Lin Hai asked in confusion, "Where are they? Take me there." Sanji stopped him and said, "Let's solve the trouble in front of us first. Look, if we don't stop them from fighting, the consequences will be disastrous." Zoro echoed, "Luffy said he has found a way to defeat Crocodile." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Captain, I still believe it. I just hate that I didn't kill him with one sword. That shameless guy actually said behind my back that I was defeated by him." Nami on the side said unhappily, "Don't worry about those things first. How to solve the current problems, you should think of a way. Ahem, this is simple." As he said, Lin Hai quickly took out his suit from his backpack. Now, no one can stop Lin Hai from pretending again. Especially pretending in front of so many people, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel excited. No Chapter 94 Give me some face. Soon, Lin Hai put on a wig with the robe made of the leftover cloth of the day, took out the Gaofeng from the space backpack, and tied it on his back. From a distance, he was clearly a sword fairy. Chopper's eyes lit up and said, "Sije, Lin Hai, you are the most handsome I have ever seen." Usopp exclaimed, "I have seen this dress before, in the restaurant on the sea, and there is a small garden." "Chopper, calm down. Chopper, let me go, I want to dress like that." Sanji said unhappily, "What is there to envy, that bastard's long dress is made of my curtains." Vivi couldn't help but twitch her eyes, "Sanji's curtains?" Lin Hai ignored their complaints, but used his ability to slowly step into the air. Although Zoro and the others had seen it before, they couldn't help but secretly marvel at it when they saw it again this time. People who don't know the details will really be surprised by Lin Hai's operation. After stepping to a certain height, Lin Hai stood still. Although the space barrier would disappear after 5 seconds, Lin Hai had already improved. Wouldn't it be enough to condense another one? Gaga gaga. Worship, mortals. No, I almost lost my mind. At this time, Lin Hai was intoxicated, and the sound of fighting below brought Lin Hai back to reality. At this time, Lin Hai said loudly, "Residents of Alabasta, give me face and stop what you are doing." Is the voice too small? So they didn't hear it. So, Lin Hai took out a loudspeaker, "Residents of Alabasta, listen to me first. The people in the square heard Lin Hai's voice at this time, and all looked up at the people in the air. Seeing this scene, Lin Hai expressed satisfaction. Just when Lin Hai was about to speak, the residents began to continue their actions again. Because the residents were all angry at this time, how could they care about Lin Hai? At this moment, Lin Hai was immediately annoyed, so he shouted again, "Listen to me first, damn, stop fighting, listen to me first, okay cough cough cough." Sanji below finally couldn't help but laughed while holding his stomach, "Ha ha ha, what is Lin Hai doing? Give him face? He has a lot of face, ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter." Zoro on the side tried his best to hold back his laughter, so that his face turned red. Usopp and Nami looked at each other. Now they can understand Lin Hai's state of mind the most, because they know Lin Hai's virtues well enough and know what he thinks in his heart, so they understand how embarrassed and angry Lin Hai is at this time, so the two of them rolled on the ground with laughter. Chopper asked confusedly, "What are you laughing at? Aren't you trying to stop people from fighting?" Watching her people making unnecessary sacrifices, Vivi couldn't laugh. Sanji, who was standing next to her, pretended to be serious and said, "What are you laughing at? Be serious." At this time, Lin Hai came down from midair with a gloomy face. "Vivi, has the bomb on the top floor been dealt with?" Vivi nodded and said, "Well, after listening to you, I told Belle to deal with the bomb a long time ago." In this case, Lin Hai posed in his most handsome pose. "Start the summoning mode, come out, Gao Feng." On the left side of Lin Hai, a space vortex with a diameter of about 30 centimeters appeared, and a stunning sword slowly came out of it. Zoro exclaimed, "Hey, Lin Hai, what do you want to do?" "What?" Lin Hai said angrily, "They dared to be so disrespectful to me, I'm going to chop them." Before he finished speaking, Usopp quickly hugged Lin Hai and said, "Calm down, you have to calm down, don't chop people at every turn." Upon hearing Usopp's words, Vivi immediately lost her composure. "Lin Hai, you don't really want to?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "I'm going to chop all the surrounding buildings with one sword, just to scare them to death, not to chop them." Sanji said speechlessly, "Don't you know Conqueror's haki? Can't you just stun them directly?" "Hey? Why didn't you think of it just now?" It seems that he was so angry that he lost his mind. "Ahem." Lin Hai blushed and said, "Usopp, let me go, I'm going to start pretending again, ugh, I'm going to stun them." Wai Wei asked, "Will this not hurt them?" Zoro explained, "It's just fainting, it's okay." At the right time, Lin Hai took a step forward, lowered his head slightly, and before he began to release the Conqueror's haki, Sanji on the side said jealously, "Hurry up, don't be cool there." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "I need to brew it." Instantly, a gust of wind in the square blew all the dust in the sky to one place. Lin Hai raised his head and his eyes condensed. A more domineering light blue airflow than before enveloped the huge square in the form of a vortex. "This is the domineering and shocking Conqueror's haki." The originally noisy voice suddenly disappeared, and everyone seemed to be frozen there, and then one after another, their eyes rolled over and fell down. After a while, Chopper reacted and asked in confusion, "Why is there music? But it makes people excited." Zoro said speechlessly, "Lin Hai, can you turn off your broadcast? Let's think about how to deal with it." Ahem, Lin Hai was about to release his domineering aura just now. When he was playing, he was actually adjusting the background music, which was the background music of Hawkeye's attack and Red Hair's appearance. In this situation, how could he, Lin Hai, not put down the background music, be worthy of such a handsome self? Suddenly, Lin Hai exclaimed, "How dare you sneak attack me?" Nami gave Lin Hai a slap and said unhappily, "Vivi is so sad, you are still doing such boring things, why don't you go and see Luffy's situation, really?" However, just when Vivi was about to take Lin Hai to the underground palace to help Luffy, the bottom floor not far away was trampled by someone, and a person flew from below to the air and then fell down. Who else could that person be if not Crocodile? Lin Hai and his group rushed to the place where Crocodile fell. Lin Hai said, "Wai Wei, do you have sea stone there?" Wai Wei asked in confusion, Yes, what do you want to do?" "What?" Lin Hai said angrily, "Of course, I will hand Crocodile over to the navy and collect the bounty." "Nanny!" everyone shouted. Only Nami, the freak, said with Bailey in her eyes, "Lin Hai, you are really a genius. By the way, how much is the bounty for Crocodile?" Sanji said with red hearts in his eyes, Nami is so charming. Let me do this, Nami-san. Lin Hai kicked Sanji away and said, about 80 million Baileys. I'm rich, Nami couldn't help but kiss Lin Hai. Sanji on the side exclaimed, Lin Hai, I want to fight you in a duel. Zoro rolled his eyes and said, can you beat him? Sanji said, believe it or not, I will kick you to death first. Zoro said angrily, come on, you perverted cook, I will chop you up. So, Sanji kicked up, kicked down, kicked left, kicked. And what about Zoro? Cut up, cut down, cut left, cut. Everyone. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, you two are poisonous, right? Grow up damn, do you really think I can't beat you? So, the three of them started a melee. Everyone. Chapter 95 Flirty and Flirty. While the Straw Hat Pirates were dealing with the Kosa army and the Cobra army in the square, Smoker was talking to his good friend, Admiral Aokiji of the Navy. Ah, la. Aokiji asked curiously, how did you find time to contact me, brother Smoker? Smoker held the Den Mushi and explained, you should have heard about what Crocodile did in Alabasta, right? Aokiji was silent for a while and asked, what do you want to say? Smoker said angrily, Aokiji, why do I feel that our navy is really the minions of those people as that bastard Lin Hai said? I don't believe that you know nothing about what happened here. How should Aokiji answer this? Because there were high-ranking navy officials sitting next to Aokiji at this time. Although it was not a formal meeting, high-ranking navy officials such as Sengoku, Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru were all there. Seeing that everyone was looking at him without saying anything, Aokiji had no choice but to say, Smoker, I know what you are thinking, just do what you think. Smoker said coldly, I think the Shishibukai system is not reasonable at all and should have been abolished long ago. After saying that, Smoker hung up the Den Mushi directly, causing silence in Marshal Sengoku's office for a while. At this time, Sengoku said, Aokiji, I heard that the Straw Hat Pirates are also in Alabasta, right? Ha ha ha. Garp suddenly laughed, don't be so serious, I'll treat you all to senbei. Sengoku said angrily, Garp, you bastard, be serious. And you used my senbei to treat people again. At this time, Vice Admiral Tsuru interrupted, Garp, the little guy named Huaxia.d. Lin Hai in the Straw Hat Pirates, you knew him before, right? Garp said seriously, yes, that little guy may not want to join the navy because of those people's chaos, and now he actually runs away to become a pirate. Allah la. Aokiji shook his head and said, this is just one of the reasons. Lin Hai beat up the celestial dragons. If he joins the navy, the following words don't need to be said. Everyone understands that if Lin Hai is recognized by the celestial dragons, his consequences can be imagined. Oh, young people nowadays dare to fight even celestial dragons, so scary. Kizaru asked with a sneer. When Guo looked at everyone and said helplessly, listen to Aokiji, Lin Hai is harmless. Akainu looked at Aokiji and expressed his own opinion, pirates are pirates, these rubbish should not exist in the world at all, what harmless. We should kill him directly, not to mention that celestial dragons are still looking for him. Garp was silent. There was not only a Lin Hai in the Straw Hat Pirates, but also his grandson. What he worried about before was finally going to happen. When Guo naturally knew the relationship between the pirate named Monkey D. Luffy and Garp, and he could guess it just by the last name. Seeing this, Warring States said, Admiral Aokiji, please contact Smoker again. Let's observe the Straw Hat Pirates first, and then make the next move. Smoker, who was in Albina, the capital of the Kingdom of Alabasta, had just hung up the Den Mushi when he received another Den Mushi call from Aokiji. What Smoker didn't expect was that Aokiji actually asked him to test the Straw Hat Pirates. For a moment, Smoker didn't know what was going on, so he had to do it. Smoker handed Den Mushi to Tashigi and told him, Tashigi, when we find the Straw Hat Pirates, you will turn on the recorded Den Mushi and broadcast our on-site situation to Admiral Aokiji. Tashigi nodded and said, it seems that this incident is a little beyond everyone's expectations. Smoker nodded and said, the 7 warlords of the sea are plotting to seize the country. This is too bad, and the purpose of the Straw Hat Pirates is unclear, so Admiral Aokiji's purpose of doing this is to use us. As Smoker and Tashigi walked and walked, they finally saw the Straw Hat Pirates in one place. However, what puzzled Smoker and Tashiji was that there were so many people lying on the road, but many of them were still breathing. Could it be that they were tired from fighting, so they took a nap first? What's even more outrageous is, why did those 3 people in the Straw Hat Pirates fight? Smoker stepped forward and drew out his cross finger, pointing at Lin Hai and the others who were fighting, and said, "Lin Hai, Pirate Hunter Rorano Azoro, and Chef Sanji, stop now, and surrender." At this time, Dashiki had already turned on the video recorder Den Den Mushi, and everyone in the Navy headquarters and Marshal Sengoku's office could see the scene in front of Dashiki at this time. However, Sengoku and others were very confused. Did the Straw Hat Pirates start fighting among themselves? Sure enough, pirates are pirates, a group of extremely vicious people. It must be because of the uneven distribution of benefits that they fought, right? After Smoker finished speaking in a square in Albina, he saw that Lin Hai and the others actually ignored his words, so he shouted again, "Pirates, stop!" Lin Hai and the others still ignored Smoker's words and continued to fight. For a moment, Smoker's veins bulged, and he picked up his cross hand to join Lin Hai and the others in the fight. Suddenly, the fight started with 2 people, then 3 people, and now 4 people. Seeing this, Aokiji turned to look at Zhang Guo awkwardly. "Well, you know Smoker's temper." "Ha ha ha," Garp laughed, "Lin Hai hasn't changed at all. He's much more handsome than before." Zhang Guo's eyes twitched, and he said angrily, "Shut up, bastard Garp." In the square. After Lin Hai and the others fought for a while, they realized that Smoker was here. The 4 looked at each other and stopped what they were doing. At this time, Lin Hai smiled and said, "Honest brother Smoker, you came at the right time. Crocodile has been beaten unconscious. This saves your navy from consuming huge manpower and material resources to capture him." Seeing Smoker looking at him without saying anything, Lin Hai continued, "No need to say thank you. As kind pirates, we don't need your reward. Just give us Crocodile's bounty." "What about the bounty? You navy won't go back on your word, right?" For a moment, many senior officials of the Navy headquarters felt that they were shocked. Everyone looked at each other. Kind pirates? What a joke! Also, when can pirates collect bounties? And they collect bounties from the 7 warlords of the sea, who are recognized for their strength and appointed by the world government. This is a big joke, right? If they really do this, the expressions on the faces of those senior officials of the world government must be very interesting, right? Moreover, it seems that the Navy has no regulations that pirates cannot collect bounties, right? I really want to give out this kind of bounty. It seems very interesting to slap the face of the world government like this. At the square. Smoker really didn't expect that this stinky Lin Hai actually dared to think so. But if you want to say it, you shouldn't say it now, Zhang Guo and others are watching behind. The furious Smoker once again drew out his cross finger and pointed at Lin Hai and asked, "Pirates, tell me, what is your purpose in coming to Alabasta?" Lin Hai was stunned, and his eyes lit up immediately. The opportunity came again. "Get out of the way, brother is going to be coquettish to the sky." And the people around who knew Lin Hai very well, including Smoker, also vaguely guessed that this unhuman Lin Hai would definitely do something devastating next. Chapter 96 Vice Admiral Tsuru cried. For some reason, Lin Hai suddenly got inspiration. After all, he failed to sing last time, right? A real man should get up from where he fell. So, Lin Hai said to Smoker, "Give me a few seconds." At the scene, Lin Hai took out a mirror, comb, hair dryer, and other items, and started to dress up in front of everyone. Is Smoker confused at this time? "I give you time, what are you doing? I just ask you the purpose of coming to the kingdom of Alabasta, what are you doing with your hair?" And everyone in the Sengoku office of the Navy headquarters was also confused, what on earth does that guy want to do? After Lin Hai dressed up, he put a small microphone next to his mouth, and next to him, he didn't know where he got 2 big speakers from. Finally, he took out the perfume he got from Nami and poured it on himself. "Spray it on yourself." Nami on the side exclaimed, "Lin Hai, when did you take my perfume?" Sanji said unhappily, "Asshole, how can you use Nami's things? Give it back to Nami." Lin Hai didn't bother to pay attention to them, because Lin Hai noticed that Tashiji was holding the Den Den Mushi. There were probably many people watching the scene now, so he couldn't make a mistake this time. Spraying perfume, that's because a good smell can cultivate sentiment and inspire inspiration, right? Hey, who knows what he's going to do? Is he going to sing? But this look is really handsome, and he looks good. Stupid. Are you focusing on whether he's handsome or not? By the way, he hasn't answered Colonel Smoker's question yet. At this time, Lin Hai got into position, and this time he, Lin Hai, was going to sing live. So, when the background music of Chasing the Wind and Sounian sounded, Lin Hai lowered his head, stood there with his legs slightly straight, one hand in his pocket and the other hand slowly raised, as if he was grabbing something, and then clenched his fist. The audience suddenly felt a different breath coming. It was pure, it was passionate, it was unstoppable, cool and not. Everyone secretly swallowed their saliva, very curious about Lin Hai's next move. Before everyone could react, Lin Hai had already started singing, carrying the wind on my shoulders, stepping on the soil. Lin Hai stared at the front with his eyes shining, singing and dancing in a coquettish manner, especially when he sang stepping on the soil. He deliberately pointed his middle finger at the ground. At this time, in the office of Marshal Sengoku, if anyone noticed the facial expression of Sakasuke General Akainu, they would find that the corner of his mouth under his hat was cramped. Garp stared at the projection from Den Den Mushi with wide eyes in disbelief, with a long snot hanging from his nose. He knew that Lin Hai was out of tune, but he didn't expect him to express his emotions in the form of singing. That's right, didn't Smoker keep chasing the Straw Hat Pirates to find out their purpose? Since he asked today, Lin Hai told him loudly that he would express the pursuit of passionate young men in a singing style that would drive everyone crazy. This is the purpose of the Straw Hat Pirates. The Navy can't stop them, and they shouldn't stop them. The lyrics of Chasing the Wind and Young Men are full of positive and courageous determination. Now, the Navy was excited and silent at the same time. How could this song be sung by a pirate? Who could make the cold-blooded Sakasuke's mouth cramp? Who made Garp snot like a child even after living for a long time? Yes, it was that man, the man who wanted to be so sexy. Smoker, who was standing aside, was inexplicably affected by such passionate music and almost jumped up with Lin Hai. After reacting, he couldn't help blushing, but noticed that the Navy behind him actually jumped up, which made Smoker very embarrassed. At this time, in Marshal Sengoku's office, after a moment of silence, Sengoku signaled Aokiji to turn off the video phone bug. And Vice Admiral Tsuru's emotions were delicate. Listening to the song that Lin Hai just sang, the positive and courageous pursuit reminded Vice Admiral Tsuru of his youth, the past time, and the two idiots who pursued him. So, Vice Admiral Tsuru turned his head to look at Garp and Sengoku, and inexplicably shed tears. Time, the beautiful memories deep in memory, really make people throb. Huang Yuan noticed that Tsuru was crying and couldn't help asking, Vice Admiral Tsuru, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Vice Admiral Tsuru replied inexplicably, it's great to be young. At this time, Sengoku said, everyone come back to your senses first. Let's discuss how to formulate the bounty for the Straw Hat Pirates this time, and discuss Crocodile by the way. However, the Den Den Mushi on Sengoku's desk rang again. It turned out that it was the 5 elders who called. One of the 5 elders directly ordered, the credit for defeating Crocodile this time goes to Smoker. In a square in Albina, Lin Hai had just finished singing a song. The flirtatious system prompted, ding, congratulations to the host for completing a gorgeous flirtatious operation, which silenced some high-ranking Navy officers and made Vice Admiral Tsuru cry silently. The host's physical skills, observation haki and armed haki are rewarded with 1 level each. Since the host knows how to constantly learn and improve, innovate and strive to make progress, the flirtatious system privately rewards the host with a resurrection if he dies, so as to encourage the host to be flirtatious to the sky. Resurrection after death? So, Lin Hai got an incredible chance to be reborn? Another nonsense. Just as everyone was staring at Lin Hai in a daze, the surprised Lin Hai did a few backflips again, and then, Lin Hai hit the wall. What is he doing? Committing suicide. Isn't that right? He seems to be too happy, and then somersaulted over the wall. It's so embarrassing, why did I admire such an idiot just now? Smoker on the side looked at Lin Hai with his face pressed against the wall in silence. How should he deal with Lin Hai? The Straw Hat Pirates really didn't commit any crime, they just went out to sea under the banner of pirates. If he, Smoker, put them, arrest them, in what name? Is it really because he, Smoker, is a navy and they are pirates? But they haven't committed any crime. If they are not arrested, they are pirates. For a moment, Smoker felt that he was going crazy. It was all Lin Hai's fault. He said those things to him at the beginning, which made him in a dilemma now. The depressed Smoker once again picked up the cross hand in his hand and rushed towards Lin Hai, angrily saying, "Pirate Lin Hai!" Nami immediately exclaimed, "Lin Hai, be careful." Chapter 97. It turns out to be a routine. Lin Hai, who hit the wall, fell directly from the wall to the ground. He was really speechless. Now he was going to be laughed at again. Lin Hai, who had just stood up, saw Smoker rushing towards him angrily, but he did not feel the murderous intent. Lin Hai asked in confusion, "Brother Smoker, what are you doing?" Smoker slashed at him horizontally with a stick. "Why do you want to be a pirate, you bastard?" Lin Hai squatted down to avoid it and replied, "Why can't I be a pirate?" Smoker slashed vertically, "Isn't this era messed up enough by pirates? You bastard!" Lin Hai dodged sideways, "That's none of my business. It's not me who messed up the world. You should ask those old men. Let's not talk about these bad things. How about we go to eat and have a drink?" Smoker chopped diagonally and horizontally, and said angrily, "What a joke, damn pirate." For a while, Smoker kept attacking Lin Hai with his cross hand, and Lin Hai dodged one by one with his eyes closed. What are they doing? Fighting. If they are fighting, why doesn't he fight back? Colonel Smoker, don't joke with us, how can you not hit him with your ability? Be serious. After a while, Smoker stopped the weapon in his hand and gasped there. It was really a ghost, why couldn't he hit the stinky pirate? Could he have the hacky of observation? Without waiting for Smoker to continue thinking, Lin Hai opened one eye and said, "Why don't you continue? I haven't had enough fun yet, come and hit me." Smoker almost vomited blood, this guy really deserves a beating. Smoker raised his cross finger again and pointed at Lin Hai and said, "Stand there if you dare." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Fortunately, I didn't join the Navy. If the Navy had the same mind as you, I'll be fine." Smoker chased Lin Hai with his cross finger. This scene made the people around him really exhausted. Playing was playing, and after King Kobsha of Alabasta came over with the unconscious Luffy, everyone was ready to do their own things. Smoker and his men escorted Crocodile to the Vice Admiral who came to pick him up from the Navy headquarters, and Kobsha was the busiest because there were too many things to do after the war. In a large room in the palace, the Straw Hat Pirates were sleeping, while Nami and Lin Hai were fine. Among them, Usopp and Zoro were moderately injured, while Luffy was the most seriously injured. Unexpectedly, he was poisoned by Crocodile's scorpion poison as in the original work. Fortunately, Robin had the antidote for the scorpion poison. At the right time, Nami gave Lin Hai a look. When the two of them were in a quiet place, Nami couldn't help asking, "You guy, didn't you say you would solve Crocodile? What happened?" "Not only Crocodile, but also the agents of Baroque Works were all solved by us." "What did you do?" Lin Hai said depressedly, "This is not a reason for you to confiscate all the treasures, right? Nami, there are so many treasures, can I take 2 gems? Nami decisively refused, "No, who told you not to take action this time, so you don't want the treasure?" Lin Hai hated it. Why didn't he hide a little secretly at the beginning? Now it's all taken by Nami. Ahem. Lin Hai pretended to pull Nami's hand and walk to the open space outside, saying, "I know you like treasures very much. Since you want them all, I'll give them all to you." Nami's eyes flashed, but she was still alert. With her understanding of Lin Hai, she must not take it lightly. Looking at the broken building in front of her, Nami recalled some past events and couldn't help but sigh, "I didn't expect that Crocodile is so dangerous. Just one person stirring up trouble in secret actually brought such serious consequences to Alabasta." Lin Hai nodded and said, "Indeed, but Vivi's father is already doing the aftermath." "Nami, you?" Nami looked up at the sky and replied, "Yes, looking at the situation after the war, many people lost their beloved things, and I thought of Belmere." Lin Hai took Nami's hand, and after the two sat together, Lin Hai said, "You can't call her by her name. You should call Belmere mother." "How can you call her by her name? Remember?" Nami rolled her eyes at Lin Hai, "I just like to call her that." "What's your business?" Ignoring Nami's words, Lin Hai said softly, "Some people, indeed unforgettable, because her voice, appearance and smile have been engraved in my bones. Just like your mother, she not only raised you, but also taught you how to be a person, how to get along with others, what is pursuit, what is persistence. Nami looked at Lin Hai unexpectedly and asked in confusion, how do you know my mother so well? Lin Hai waved his hand and said, don't care about those details, your mother also taught you that you should know how to share things with people around you, and you should not be so greedy, just like the big bag of treasure I took just now. Nami, you should give me some of that treasure, right? If you take it all, won't your conscience hurt? If your mother knew, she would definitely be sad. Nami, who was beside Lin Hai, felt something was wrong the more she listened. It turned out that this guy was holding back this purpose. He said a lot of reasons in a roundabout way, but he had not given up on the treasure. For a moment, Nami's eyes twitched. She thought Lin Hai knew her well just now, but it turned out to be a routine. Seeing that Nami didn't speak, Lin Hai turned his head to look at her and asked, Nami, are you listening to me? Duan. Nami gave Lin Hai a slap, then put her hands on her hips and said, damn Lin Hai, you'd better give up this idea. I won't give you a single gem, hum. Looking at Nami's back as she walked away, Lin Hai was really depressed. Nami's love of money seemed to be incurable. Well, that's it. He, Lin Hai, definitely doesn't care about the treasures. After a while, Wai Wei found Lin Hai and was immediately surprised and said, so you are here? It took me a long time to find you. Lin Hai turned his head and asked, what do you want to see me for? Wai Wei sat where Nami had just sat and said, nothing, I saw everyone was resting, but you were not here, so I came to find you. As she spoke, Wai Wei turned her head and looked into Lin Hai's eyes. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling of opposite-sex attraction spread out. After the two looked at each other for a while, Lin Hai turned his head and looked at the sky. Wai Wei, you are the future of this country, and I am a wanderer wandering around the world, do you understand? Wai Wei nodded and said, I know, after you go around the world, will you come back? Lin Hai shook his head and said, who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe one day, I will not be here? So, who can tell about this kind of thing clearly? Wai Wei was silent for a while and said, Lin Hai, thank you for your previous teachings and reminders to me, which made me understand some very important truths. Lin Hai turned around and was about to say you're welcome, Chapter 98 Drifting. After a long time, Wei Wei looked at Lin Hai with a red face. Lin Hai, you, take your hand away, here, this is outdoors. Lin Hai awkwardly withdrew his hand and patted the hand just now with his other hand. Why can't he change this old habit? Ahem. Lin Hai said, Wei Wei, your figure is the best in the entire Alabasta kingdom. Why do you still mention such a shameful thing? To be honest, Wei Wei really couldn't help herself just now, and it had nothing to do with other things. After all, no matter from Lin Hai's kindness to Alabasta or the days they have been together, Wei Wei is really fascinated by Lin Hai. At this time, Wei Wei whispered, Lin Hai, let's go back. Lin Hai raised his eyebrows and said, okay, how about taking a rest together? Wei Wei looked up at Lin Hai and whispered, Lin Hai, I know you like to go on adventures on the sea, but you have to remember that there is someone in Alabasta who is thinking of you and waiting for you in the future. We have an agreement. Lin Hai nodded and said, since you don't regret it, what else can I say? Time flies, let's get down to business. Business, business. Space field. After several space exchanges, Lin Hai and Wai Wei came to a room. Soon after, Wai Wei frowned and then relaxed. The incident in the kingdom of Alabasta was like a nightmare, which made Wai Wei look very painful at first when she recalled it, but fortunately the nightmare was over. Wai Wei realized the beauty of life and the preciousness of life. So, Wai Wei sang a lingering song. I float and float, you shake and shake, rootless weeds. When I fell asleep, the sky changed, it was so ethereal. Ah! Love for one more second, then one more second, short term makes people distressed. If you don't care, just burn it all at once. When Lin Hai woke up, it was already past 9 o'clock the next morning. Looking at Wei Wei in his arms, Lin Hai asked softly, when did you wake up? Why are you looking at me like this? Wei Wei smiled sweetly and said, I just want to see you for a while. Lin Hai scratched Wei Wei's nose, get up quickly, if they can't find you, the Alabasta kingdom may be in chaos again. Wei Wei just remembered and got up quickly, but reacted and wrapped herself in the quilt again. Lin Hai said with a smile, there are only 2 of us here, why are you shy? Wei Wei blushed, what an instinctive reaction. After all, she hasn't adapted yet. After the two of them finished dressing, Wei Wei asked, Lin Hai, you and Nami. Lin Hai smiled and said, as you think, but two will remember yesterday's agreement. Wei Wei smiled, okay, I have to go to my father, see you later. Muah. When Lin Hai came to Luffy's room, Luffy was still sleeping there. A doctor was sitting next to him and checking Luffy. Lin Hai couldn't help but ask, is his fever gone? The doctor took out a thermometer and looked at it, and replied, fortunately, the toxins in his body have been cleared, and now his body temperature has become normal. Lin Hai said, thank you, if you need medical expenses, go to Nami, we don't have any money. The doctor was stunned and immediately replied, no, 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 you saved. Stop. Lin Hai hurriedly said, don't do this, it's all their credit. By the way, where are my partners? The doctor replied, they all went to do their own things early in the morning. Do you need me to take you to find them? Lin Hai shook his head and said, no, leave him to me to take care of him, thank you for your trouble. Hehe, you are too polite. Meat, I want to eat a lot of meat. The two looked at Luffy who was sleeping, and the doctor couldn't help but praise, this young man's vitality is really tenacious. He is so injured, but he is still shouting for meat, ha ha ha. After the doctor left, Lin Hai began to have a bad taste. Didn't Luffy shout for meat? So, Lin Hai took out a fragrant chicken leg from the space backpack and put it under Luffy's nose. Good guy, Luffy, who was in a coma, bit it instinctively, and Lin Hai directly raised the chicken leg, he couldn't bite it. In this way, the two played fishing there. After a few times, Luffy seemed to it was like a nightmare. There was a pile of chicken in front of him, but he couldn't eat it. Luffy was sleeping, but he had an annoyed expression on his face. Duan. Nami, who came back, gave Lin Hai a violent lesson, saying, don't do stupid things here. Luffy's wounds haven't healed yet. Before he finished speaking, Lin Hai exclaimed, Luffy, you bastard, my hand. Just because he didn't pay attention, the chicken leg and hand were bitten by Luffy in his sleep. After finally taking his hand out, Lin Hai hurriedly asked Chopper, who had just come in, Chopper, do you have rabies vaccine here? Chopper asked in confusion, yes, is someone bitten by a dog? Lin Hai pointed at Luffy who was sleeping, I was bitten by Luffy. Duan. Lin Hai was angry. Why did this woman hit him all the time? Lin Hai turned around slowly with a gloomy face and said in a low voice, Nami, try to hit me again. Duan. Nami was speechless, really, one by one is like this, I don't know how long Luffy will be unconscious. At this time, Zoro walked in, Yo Lin Hai, good morning. Chopper exclaimed, Zoro, why did you remove the bandages on your body? Zoro poured a glass of water and replied, it's too troublesome if you don't remove it. By the way, Lin Hai, I have something to find you, come with me, okay. Lin Hai glared at Nami and replied, what's the matter, just say it. Zoro saw that the situation was not right, and hurriedly said, let's talk about it later. When Sanji came back and saw this scene, he was furious and said, Lin Hai, you dare to stare at Miss Nami, be careful or I will kick you to death. Ignoring Sanji, Lin Hai said, a gem. Nami exclaimed, you haven't given up yet, don't think about it, I won't give it to you. Tisk. Lin Hai gave up, then turned to Zoro and said, ask if you have any questions. Seeing Sanji still staring at him, Lin Hai directly said, you bastard should take medicine. What did you say? Nami on the side slapped her forehead, why did they fight again? Ah! Zoro cried out in pain, what does it have to do with me? You dare to kick me, I will chop you two bastards. The three-person melee began. Chopper turned his head innocently and looked at Nami, Nami, what should I do? They are fighting again. Nami's eyebrows jumped, Doin X3. Nami clapped her hands, finally it's quiet. Chopper admired, Sije. Chapter 99 Zoro vs Lin Hai. After a noise, the bored people in the room came to the outdoors together. Lin Hai asked, Zoro, what's the matter? Zoro took out his sword and gently slashed it across the boulder next to him. The stone was split into two. Lin Hai praised, Zoro, you have entered the ranks of great swordsmen, but you have only entered the threshold of Kendo. Just entered the threshold of Kendo? Zoro was immediately unhappy when Lin Hai said this. He felt that he had made great progress. Now Lin Hai said that he had just entered the threshold of Kendo? Really? Zoro said in disbelief, why don't we compete? Sanji on the side advised, I said Zoro, you should not force yourself like this. Chopper echoed, Zoro, you can't do strenuous exercise with your injuries. Zoro interrupted, stop talking nonsense, I must grasp the feeling at that time, otherwise, I won't make any progress. Ahem, Lin Hai, the pretentious guy, imitated Hawkeye that day and took out a knife from the system backpack. Sanji couldn't help but remind, hey, why is Lin Hai imitating Hawkeye that day? Nami exclaimed, Lin Hai, don't underestimate Zoro, be careful that there will be another person lying on the bed. Usopp held his head with both hands and said, what is Lin Hai doing? Chopper on the side didn't understand what was going to happen, and looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. When Zoro saw Lin Hai pull out such a small knife to fight with him, he couldn't help but feel insulted again. Hawkeye is the world's #1 swordsman, it's okay if he is recognized, but why did Lin Hai do this? Zoro's face darkened, what do you mean? Lin Hai replied, I don't mean to insult you, let you feel that there are worlds of difference between great swordsmen. Zoro said playfully, you are really brave, don't blame me if you get hurt later. Lin Hai smiled and said, use your tricks, you can cut me as much as you want. Seeing this scene, Zoro's eyes twitched. Since the duel with Hawkeye, Zoro has been practicing day and night, especially after the battle with the killer Mr. 1, Zoro felt that he had made great progress. Is it really as Lin Hai said, that he is still a rookie? With a sense of urgency, Zoro drew out his 3 sabers, posed and said, Lin Hai, now is different from the past. If you can't do it, you'd better take out your saber and fight me. Lin Hai replied, just attack with confidence. Am I such an ignorant person? Come on. Zoro drew his sword, biting the famous sword Wado Ikimonji in his mouth, and crossed his hands to hold the other 2 swords tightly, forming a shape. For a moment, Zoro stared at Lin Hai like a beast, and this invisible momentum scared several people around him. Looking at such a scary Zoro, Nami pushed Usopp, think of a way quickly, are they sparring? Usopp said in fear, what can I do, don't push me. Sanji advised, let's not disturb them, let's see what's going on. Just then, Zoro made his move. Demon Slash. Ding! A sound of iron colliding rang out. Everyone's eyes widened. Lin Hai used the knife to block Zoro's ultimate move, just like Hawkeye blocked Zoro that day. For a moment, sweat dripped down Zoro's forehead, and he doubted his life. Why? Why did he train every day and night, and put in more than twice the effort of others, but he is still like this now? Seeing Zoro's disordered breath, Lin Hai quickly put away the knife and explained, Zoro, you should know that I practice those simple chopping movements on the boat every day, right? Zoro nodded and said, indeed. Lin Hai explained, I'm not pretending at all. I stipulate to chop in a certain direction every day and put the knife away at a certain point. This is mainly to practice the control of force and the grasp of direction. But until now, I still can't control it well. This is completely different from the chopping practice of beginners. Do you understand? Zoro nodded thoughtfully, but still wondered, why did you only use a knife to block my ultimate move this time? Are you catching up with Hawkeye's level? Lin Hai poked Zoro's head and said with a smile, I can be domineering, which has determined that I belong to the ranks of masters. Your speed or strength is useless in front of me. When you fought with Hawkeye, the weakness of your Demon Slash had long been known to others. And I was watching at the side at that time, how could I not learn it? Until now, you haven't improved your moves, so what's so strange about being blocked by me? So, did you jump out of the well? Listening to Lin Hai's explanation, Chopper wondered, jump out of the well? What do you mean? Usopp and Nami shook their heads to show they didn't know. Sanji said playfully, the toad in the well, ha ha ha. At this time, Lin Hai's finger was still poking Zoro's head, and Sanji's words were like a fire that burned Zoro's face red. The embarrassed Zoro shouted angrily, Lin Hai! I'm going to chop you. Lin Hai quickly jumped back a step, and Zoro began to chop Lin Hai randomly. So, Lin Hai closed his eyes again, intoxicated by letting Zoro experience the experience of smoker that day. At first, the few people watching on the side were worried, but now they are numb. Lin Hai closed his eyes and said, didn't you eat? Hurry up, you used so much strength, but you couldn't chop anyone, aren't you wasting your energy? Zoro's face flushed and said, stop talking nonsense, I don't believe I can't chop you, you bastard. Just like that, after fooling around for a while, Lin Hai called up his personal panel. Flirtatious system. Host, Lin Hai. Physique, level 8, top level 10. The host's current physique, whether it is recovery, strength, physical function, etc., has entered the high ranks. Observation Haki, level 3, enhanced perception of surrounding aura, enhanced mental strength. Armed color domineering, level 3, with excellent attack and defense. Overlord color domineering, level 3, freely control and shock the target, the effect is significant, mainly determined by the host's aura. Skill 1. 1. Establish a space field. Space exchange, use it skillfully, as long as the physical strength is there and the speed is fast enough, the host will be invincible. Space cutting, the cutting effect is determined by the host's domineering power. 2. Yi Dao Flow. Skill 2. 1. Space slash, the high-level use of space fruit requires Gao Feng in the summoned form to use it. 2. Space barrier, no limit, depending on the proficiency of the host. Existing items. 1. Space backpack. Only the host can enter and exit freely, making it the best place to escape. 2. Dugu 9 swords, reference. 3. Basic swordsmanship, under learning. All difficult things in the world must be done easily. The host is not like that. It is difficult first and then easy to be different. 4. Broadcaster. Already have songs, Chasing the Coquettish Year, Pirate World specific BGM. 5. TT, ham sausage, dinosaur meat, wig, cape, hair dryer, comb, mirror. System store, already open. Coquettish coin, 1125. Special note, the host is given a chance to be resurrected. After the host is resurrected, everything will be formatted, and its physical functions, strength, age, etc. will return to the time when the host received the reward on that day. Looking at the situation of the special note, Lin Fan confirmed again, the coquettish system. The explanation of this special note is that no matter how strong I am in the future, or how old I am, as long as I die and resurrect, I will be directly resurrected at the time when you issued the reward. Physical condition? Coquettish system, yes. Ahem, so Lin Hai will still have a life as long as he grows old and dies normally. Woohoo, take off. Chapter 100. The fresh and refined Usopp. One day later, Luffy was still sleeping soundly on the hospital bed without waking up. In the room, Chopper admired, so that's it. I didn't expect Zoro to be so powerful. The one named Hawkeye is even more powerful than Zoro. Sure enough, the world is so scary. Usopp said angrily, Chopper, you don't know that when Zoro and Lin Hai teamed up to fight Hawkeye, they were no match at all. Just when their lives were in danger, do you know who saved them? Of them? Chopper asked curiously, tell me quickly, Usopp, what happened next? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Usopp looked up at the ceiling at 45 degrees and said leisurely, it's me. At that time, Lin Hai was seriously injured and had passed out. And Hawkeye's sword was only 0.01 points away from Sauron's throat. When it was 10 centimeters, I quickly shouted, stop. Hawkeye was frightened by my domineering aura, and then he stopped. Sije. Chopper said with eyes shining, what happened next? Did you guys fight? Ahem. Usopp imitated the way Lin Hai stepped into the air that day, put his hands behind his back, raised his head and said inscrutably, as the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye naturally has his own arrogance. And he is still a swordsman. When he encounters an opponent of my level, he will naturally have to compete with me. Finally, I had a fight with him. Chopper couldn't help but swallowed, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Then what happened next? Which of you won? Usopp replied, later, the two of us fought for 10 days and 10 nights high above the sea restaurant, with no winner or loser, but the clouds in the sky there were split open by our sword energy. We later realized that if we continued to fight, there might not be any rain in the sea restaurant in the future, just like the kingdom of Alabasta, which had not rained for 3 years. So Hawkeye and I stopped fighting and agreed to compete again when we meet again in the future. When I think back to the battle that day, I feel so nostalgic. I wonder if Hawkeye is okay now? Chopper's eyes shone brightly and he said, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, Usopp. Then you have to protect me from now on, Usopp, Usopp. Nami, who came back, happened to see the scene. She really didn't expect that someone would be so shameless and boasted so freshly and refinedly. Nami said she was convinced. Ignoring Usopp and Chopper's banter, Nami said, "Chopper, how is Luffy's condition? It's been 2 days, why hasn't Luffy gotten up yet?" Chopper replied, "Luffy is fine. He should be able to wake up today." Nami looked at the room and asked doubtfully, "Where are Linhai and Soran?" Usopp quickly ran to Nami and whispered, "They are right next door, but I advise you not to go there." Nami asked curiously, "What happened?" Usopp explained, "You also know that Zoro is a very strong person. After Zoro lost to Linhai that day, he competed with him all day long. Now the two of them are competing against each other in stacking cards." Nami asked doubtfully, "Stacking poker cards? What do you mean? Take me over and have a look." Usopp quickly lay down on the ground, "Ah, I'm sick and can't walk. Chopper, remember to burn more paper money for me." "Ah, I'm dead." Chopper exclaimed, "Are you okay, Usopp? Don't you have a romantic duel with Hawkeye? You can't die." Nami raised her eyebrows and violently pulled Usopp's long nose into the next room. Usopp cried out in pain, "You can just go by yourself, let go quickly, it hurts." When Nami and the other two came to the next room, they saw Linhai and Zoro stacking cards there, that is, putting 2 cards diagonally together to form a triangle, arranging a row at the bottom, and then placing a card flat at the adjacent triangle tip, and so on, forming a big triangle. When Vivi and Sanji saw Nami coming in, Vivi hurriedly stepped forward to stop Nami from interfering with Linhai and Zoro's competition. Nami whispered, "When did they start?" Vivi replied, "From morning to now." Usopp said, "This is not the point. If there is no result, they won't keep competing, right?" At this time, Linhai continued to stack his cards carefully, secretly depressed why he said in front of Zoro that his control of power was better than Zoro's. And Sanji actually proposed this game, now it's good. Linhai was really annoyed. He had been stacking for so long, and it always collapsed. As for Zoro, his competitive spirit is really not to be covered, but Linhai is unwilling to admit defeat. Zoro, who was opposite Linhai, raised his eyebrows and looked at Linhai playfully. Linhai felt like a fool. Why did he compete with Zoro? Linhai, who could no longer bear it, shouted, "Ah!" At this time, everyone watched Linhai scratching his hair constantly, then messed up all the poker cards on the table, then picked up a handful of poker cards and threw them to the ground, stepping on them with his feet. What kind of broken game is this? Is this for humans to play? What kind of control of power is this? I'm so angry. I kick, I kick, I kick, kick, kick. Linhai finally went crazy. Everyone was stunned to see Linhai's unexpected scene, and Zoro was also shocked by Linhai. Usopp said confusedly, "What happened to Linhai?" "Sanji, he should be very irritable, right?" Nami said speechlessly, "Is Linhai a child?" Everyone's face turned black. They were really like children, venting their anger on the poker cards. At this moment, someone pushed the door open and told them that Luffy had woken up, so everyone was about to go and see Luffy. Zoro pushed Linhai, "You won't do that, will you?" "Not that." Linhai said angrily, "What kind of a shitty game is this? Don't you think we are like fools, fooled by Sanji to play such a boring game?" Zoro said indifferently, "I won anyway, don't you want to see Luffy?" Linhai said angrily, "You won? Did you fold it?" Zoro replied, "You couldn't hold on first, so I won." He. Linhai said angrily, "Asshole, take my kick." Just when Zoro was about to fight back, "Doin'!" Nami exclaimed, "Really, haven't you two grown up?" Wei said with deep feeling, "You've worked so hard, Nami." Nami said with a face full of emotion, "You still understand me?" At this time, Luffy had come here. "Hey, everyone is here, long time no see." "Hey? Why did I say long time no see?" Sanji explained to Luffy, "You have been unconscious for more than 2 days." Luffy replied reflexively, "So, I haven't eaten for 8 meals. Usopp exclaimed, "Why do you calculate this kind of thing so clearly, and you still count it as 4 meals a day?" At this time, the chef brought a bunch of fruits over. "You are all here, use the fruit to fill your stomach first, and the main meal will come later." Luffy replied, "Auntie, I want to eat a lot of meat. Lin Hai, who was lying on the ground, hurriedly replied, I want to eat noodles, remember to add mushrooms and meat slices to it. The chef replied, no problem, come later. The full of fruits in the cart disappeared in an instant, and everyone shouted to Luffy, you are doing magic. There is still some time before the meal. Lin Hai's eyes flashed, and his pain must also let Luffy experience it. After seeing the chef leave, Lin Hai stepped forward and said, Luffy, there is a fun game, do you want to play? Luffy's eyes lit up and he said, game? Tell me quickly. Everyone looked at Lin Hai's wolfish eyes and evil taste, and their faces all darkened.